Parts 1, 2, and 3 will be in the description and in the comments. Greetings, one and all, to the most cursed, most cringiest corner of the internet. A YouTube channel content creator actively alienating everyone in both the analog and digital world. Well, welcome and good evening, wonderful dice of all alignments. I am Lunar D8. This is Let's Play Higurashi When They Cry, Part 4. Bah! OBS chance, he's working just fine. Let's hop into this, shall we? How is everyone doing today? Oh my, it's Rena-chan! Thank you for always looking after Keiichi. Ma'am, he's also been looking out for me. Why are you blushing just from meeting my mom? Don't get all flustered. It really doesn't feel right. Let's go, Rena. Since Rena would continue to space out if I left her here, I grabbed her hand and dragged her out. Rena-chan, look after Keiichi for me. How? Yes, ma'am. Even if it means I must sacrifice myself. Then why don't you do it right now? She weighed back even as I was dragging her away. Okay, Kei-chan. You hungry today? We'll take care of that at these stalls. You thought I'd let myself get full knowing the club activities involve those stalls? Wouldn't have it any other way. Where are Rika-chan and Satoko? Are they already at the temple? Yep, Rika-chan's a festival committee member after all. Satoko-chan is probably with her as well. I see. Alright, let's make some noise today. Yay! We were already in high spirits with just the three of us. Yeah! It was way more lively at the Furo Day Shrine than the last time I came, far exceeding my expectations. Throngs of people were crammed between rows of market stalls lined with colorful paper lanterns. Despite that, it was actually quite enjoyable. There sure are lots of people here. I can't believe they all live in Hinamizawa. Everybody attends the Watanagashi. I think about half the village is here. It's not just that. Municipal and youth councils from both neighboring towns and villages advertise this event as well. That's right. There aren't that many students at our school, but there's a lot of kids here today. It just doesn't feel like a festival unless there are kids running around after all. That's true. I agree. Hello and good evening. These two knew everybody we came across. Of course I greeted them as well, but I still wasn't familiar with everybody yet. Oh, Rena-chan, thanks for the food you brought me a while back. My son loved it. He said it was delicious. It was nothing at all. I'm glad he liked it. Say hello to Kazuma-kun for me, please. Hey, if it isn't Sonozaki Ojo-chan. I'm in charge of a stand again this year, so make sure you come visit. Pops, have you gotten fatter? You'll end up having a heart attack with a gut like that. Oh, this kid here is new. Are you one of her underclassmen? He's one of my members, an upcoming hopeful. If you cross him, he could crush your stand in one night. You've got little Missy's seal of approval, I see. Hope you take it easy on me. As you can imagine, Mion was chatting away with the old guys running the stalls. Mi-chan is really energetic after all. She's really popular with older men. I think Rena is pretty popular too, being cute and all. That was, of course, so long as her little condition didn't flare up. But as long as she's blushing quietly, she's pretty cute. I'm popular with some people, really. Really, with some people. I evaded giving her a straight answer, but roughly tousling her hair. The stall keepers came all the way from town. It's not really a festival without them, after all. So we're going to mess with them now. I don't care what kind of match it is. I'm going to win it. Oh yes, I'll try to. Hey! You're all very late. It's unacceptable to keep a lady waiting, Keiichi-san. Oh, my bad. So, where is this lady I've kept waiting? What did you just say? Alright, Sayatoko was in top form as well. Seemed she was excited about being able to get everybody in the club together for the first time in a while. Whoa, Rika-chan, cute. Rena let out an elated sigh. It seemed that the real lady had made her appearance. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to Keiichi as well. Whew, looking good. You're looking sharp again this year. Cute. I'm gonna take you home. Rika-chan was wearing a shrine maiden outfit. Yep. Rena's little outburst was completely understandable. Rika-chan's clothes sure look like the real deal. Is that a real shrine maiden outfit? My grandmother made them by hand. They're quite authentic. Rika-chan has an important task to do at the end of the festival, so she's wearing this. I see, Rika-chan was on the executive committee because she's performed all the shrine maiden rituals for the festival. My work is only during the finale of the festival, so I can still play for a while. But we cannot afford to waste any time. Let us begin. Alright. It felt good to wander around the festival with just the 5 of us. Mion called everyone over to stand that caught her attention and proposed a rather odd competition. Takoyaki eating race. Everyone has to buy their own. Ready, go! A standard in vendor stalls at takoyaki stand. What was especially standard for these kinds of events was the fact that they were simply balls of dough, takoyaki in name only. It burns! Are you okay, Keiichi-kun? Have some water. My, eating those scalding takoyaki whole is suicide. I guess the trick is to buy the ready-made ones that have been left there for a while. They really don't taste good. The stall next to it was shaved ice stand. It was still a bit too early in the season for that, but right then it didn't matter. Let's do shaved ice this time. It's a shaved ice reading race. Ready? Go! Shaved ice eating race? I can't. As long as you can melt it a bit with your body heat then. It's so cold. Not smart. This old man ordered it with plenty of syrup. It'll melt quickly when it's mixed up. Those stooges were too late. The moment they chose tackle head-on was their downfall. Phew. Finished. Keiichi is done? That was too fast. It couldn't be. Keiichi-kun, you didn't add water from the goldfish tank behind you? Did you? That can't taste very good. Next to that was another old favorite. A cotton candy stand. Why don't we do this next one? Of course, it's a speed eating contest. Hey, how do you eat cotton candy quickly? How? On Satoko's mark, Mion, Satoko, and I all compressed the cotton candy with our bare hands. This time it took the stick the whole thing in our mouths. 3 seconds. I expected Satoko to figure it out, but I didn't think Keiichi would too. All these sound like horrible ways to eat food. None of it's like, if you're gonna eat food, enjoy the food. Can't have you treat me like I'm a newbie forever, can I? It won't taste very good. Rika-chan had also crushed it between her hands and stuck it into her mouth. This is probably the only place in Japan where people eat cotton candy like this. I think only Renda's cotton candy was happy with how it was eaten. I feel like we ended up doing stuff like eat noodles through nose contest, or human water pump the goldfish scoop at the rate we were thinking it's going. This old man will probably still win too. I am simply no match for Mion-san when it comes to eating repulsive things. So yeah, seriously. What's up with you guys? Are you telling me you don't want to have a blue Hawaii-topped yakisoba eating contest? Shake, shake. Both Satoko and I shook our heads in unison. Can we have a game that doesn't involve food this time, can we? Yeah, everyone should actually be very sick at this point. Rena's proposal was kind of a godsend. It was about time we played a different type of game. It all seemed like neither Rena nor Rika-chan were any good at speed eating contests or gorging themselves. Okay, Rena, I'll let you pick out the next game. Anything is fine. Well then. I'm going to be the judge. Find cute things on the festival grounds. You have 1 minute. Fine by me. I know exactly what Rena likes. Alright. I think I can win that. Ready? Go. Oh? Why aren't Keiichiro and Rika-chan starting? Why not? Mio and Satoko dashed off badly. Rika-chan and I calmly stayed right where we were. Could it be you've already found it? The cute thing? We've already found it. Keiichi too? Yeah. What is it? I can't wait. Both Rika and I-chan stood motionless for those few moments where Mion and Satoko returned. This is probably the first time we've gone head-to-head like this. It will be the first. Rika-chan? You expect to win with that, huh? I am a member of this club as well. Win by any means is our society's third rule. Rika-chan sneered to the best of her ability. You're on. Both Mion and Satoko came back, each with their own plan of attack stuffed in their arms. Okay then, let's go in order. Let's start with the club president, Mi-chan. Too bad, you guys, I'm ending this now. This old man brought this. Where did she get those? They were old tin diamond-shaped signs. Pleb curry, snake oil incense, and Oranono sea. How about this? It's very understated, a little too understated, Mion. I used to see those stuck up on barbed wire fences. They were more nostalgic than cute. Can you explain what part of that is cute? But there were puffs of smoke shooting out of Rena's ears and nose, almost like a steam train. I didn't get it. I shall be up next. It is this. It was a hand-drawn poster of the Ladies' Society roasted corn stall. It was a really bad sketch done by a housewife. An anthropomorphic roasted corn, drawn without any sort of real plan. Its very existence invited a sense of sorrow to the viewer. Bleep! That was the sound of blood jetting out of Rena's nose. It seemed to have been rated higher than Mion's. I really didn't get it. It feels like your artistic sense is a little avant-garde about 5 eons. Oh ho ho! Those are nothing but mass-produced signs, after all. They had no chance against something hand-drawn. I couldn't even begin to follow the way those guys were thinking. Then I will be next. Next is Rika-chan, is it? What can you even do about anything, without anything? Did you and Satoko both forget? If Rika-chan felt like it, she could simply... After moving about 10 yards, she began waddling up to Rena. Seeing that, both Mion and Satoko gasped. Oh no! Too late. Rika-chan tripped over nothing and lay motionless, falling down. Rena hurried over to her. Rika, are you alright? Alright? Rika-chan held up on her forehead and tears welled up in her eyes. Only her fingers peeked out of her sleeves. This was the vital part. The palms of her hands were covered by her sleeves. She just made a single sound. Mew! How cute! Cute! Going to take you home. I'd completely forgotten that. The play that I personally had to use. Rena's face went completely red, her head bobbing back and forth with excitement. She embraced Rika-chan and began rubbing her cheek against her. I'd expect no less from her. Not a single element was overlooked. Lolly, Shrine Maiden, brink of crying, Mew, it was perfect. A simple trip transcended into pure moe. Now this is what you call art. Kei-chan has a pretty weird definition of art. I'll just pretend the sharp sting of those words cutting through me like a razor was a figment of my imagination. Rika-chan turned her gaze to me with a daunting smile, and she was caressed by Rena, who was in full cute mode. Now, Keiichi, can you beat me? That cold smile is frightening, Rika-chan. It must just be my imagination, but I see a demon inside her sometimes. Kei-chan seems to have his own plan of attack. I wonder what he's going to show her. I also wish to observe the play Keiichi-san will make. Could it be Kei-chan is also going to give a performance? I basked in their pointed stares. I pulled Rena, who gave no sign of canceling out of cute mode, away from Rika-chan. How? A cute thing. Cute thing. Keiichi-kun, let go. I'll show you something even cuter, so just hold on for now. Huh? Oh? Something even cuter? But it's a bit too crowded here. Let's go back there. Rena looked very surprised as I pulled her behind the shrine. I cannot fathom what Keiichi-kun could possibly be planning. This is Keiichi-kun after all. No, it couldn't be. Keep on fighting. Yeah! After a bit, I returned. And after a bit after that, so did Rena, dragging her feet. There's no way that scoundrel Keiichi-kun did something to innocent little Rena. Mion and Satoko passed by me, heading straight to Rena. Well, what exactly did he do to you? For a moment, Rena was too dazed to realize someone was talking to her. Gasp? It's me, Chan. Oh. Rena, are you alright? Did Kei-chan do anything to you? No, he didn't do anything strange to me. This is quite severe. Exactly what did Keiichi-san show you? It was so cute. Oh. Cute. What did he show you, Rena? Rena let out a really long howl. It's supposed to be like a wolf howling. Howl! Like, I can't do it. Her eyes sparkled as she spoke. Cute. So cute. It was Keiichi-kun's furry little seal. Whamp. Womp. In the blink of an eye, Mion and Satoko's elbows smashed into my face. Huh? How? What? What? Showing Rena something so dirty. You sick pervert. I think that's the first time we've seen this actual expression out of Mion. I shall have you beaten into oblivion. Wait, you got it all wrong. A dark, billowing arrow flowed from Mion and Satoko. It was no good. They're going to kill me. Mi-chan, I'm not sure what's going on, but you got it all wrong. You see, Keiichi-kun had... It's a fur seal chain. Rika-chan stuck her hand into my pocket and pulled out the keychain. Eh? He said he made it long ago for one of his summer school assignments. He said he doesn't show it others often because it's embarrassing. Yeah, so small and cute. He tried his best to make it... It's so wonderful. Oh. This old man thought you meant it was Keiichi's cute little fur seal. Oh, I'd expect no less from Mion-san. You misconstrues things in the wildest ways. They slung insults at each other and looked like they were ready to tear at each other at any second. I beg of you, if I'm in the clear, would you mind getting off of me? Hello? We were interrupted by the flash of a camera. Hey guys! You all seem energetic as usual. It was Tomogatake-san. As I lay crumpled in the ground, Mion and Satoko continued to bicker above me. Rika-chan was patting me on the head, and Rena was still in cute mode. It was probably quite a lively scene. It's a fine evening indeed, although it's rather poor etiquette to photograph a lady without her permission. That's right. At least you don't really need Satoko's permission, huh? Satoko dug her heel into me. Good evening. Ah, you're heading back tomorrow, aren't you? Were you able to take lots of good photos? Thanks to you, I got plenty of good shots. Tonight's the last we can see of old Tomotaki-san, isn't it? It's such a shame. Hurry up and have your major breakout soon. You're just as rude as ever, aren't you? I really am sad I won't be able to hear that voice of yours for almost half a year. Be sure to have as much fun as you can tonight. You'll be back in Tokyo tomorrow after all. That's true. It will be another 6 months. Until I can enjoy another night where I can see the stars. Tomotaki-san looked up at the night sky cheerfully. At that moment, even though he was smiling, I sensed a bit of sadness. Why don't you move here, Tomotaki-san? In Hinamazawa. Tomotaki-san was speechless. It's not very convenient here. No shops or recreational spots. There might not be anything really here. But you know, everyone knew what I was trying to say. Tomotaki-san was also well aware. So Rena, Mion, Satoko, Rika-chan, none of them butted in. I've only been here for less than a month, so I don't really know everything about it. Normally I'm a really talkative guy, but in situations like this I'm at a loss for words. Even though this is all happening in such a boisterous setting, it felt like all the background noise was fading into the distance. This place is probably... Tomotaki-san rested his hand on me gently, silencing me. Thank you. Keiichi-kun. Mion-chan and Rena-chan, Satoko-chan and Rika-chan. Tomotaki-san's smile was so slight, it looked as if it was going to crumble at any minute, but it was warm. I also think it would be great if I could live here. Those might have been cruel words, coming from a kid who didn't need to worry about working to feed himself. A hand touched my back. It was Rena. Keiichi-kun, you shouldn't pick on adults. It's not nice. The background clamor of the festival returned. We won't be seeing him for a while after all. We need to make sure Tomotaki-san also enjoys tonight. When Rena smiled, the mood instantly got better. That's true. I think I'll do just fine. Ah! Hey, Mi-chan? How about it? Can we let Tomotaki-san in our club activities? That's a great idea. Or so I thought, but Mion had a snobbish look on her face. One of the requirements for membership is residence in Hinamazawa, you see. Come on, Mi-chan, just for today. Don't be mean. Well, he does come around often every year. I'll make him an honorary citizen. Whoa, yay! Now then, I wonder if this aged fellow, well past his prime, will be a match for me. Let's have him show us the wisdom of a mature adult. Heh, can you keep up with us, young'uns? Tomotaki-san stepped back slightly at our audacious grins. I, Mion Sanazaki, Club President, do hereby authorize the honorary citizen Tomotaki's entry into our club. Her words were quickly drowned out by our cheers. But what do you mean by club? What our club does, you see, in order to cope with our complicated society, we perform various activities with various rules. Sometimes they are in your favor, and sometimes they work against you. I'm pretty weak, so I'd prefer you not to single me out. Let's try to get along. If you wish to mock our childish games, then this will be the perfect opportunity. We'll leave you with nothing. We won't even leave the hairs on your butt. So, it's a club where we play games together. Of course, Rika-chan was the only one to give an answer that made sense. Alright, just what I wanted. I'll take you up on that challenge. Don't be too rough on me, my mentors. Tomotaki-san got riled up and did a victory pose, like he was 10 years younger. That's perfect. We continued walking through the festival with Mion in the front. Now we looked like a family of 6. It had some intensity to it. Same rules as always. The loser will of course be subject to a penalty. Tomotaki-san was a bit surprised, but to us it was just the same as always. Regardless of how terrible a penalty it was. Just don't lose. Rena was also brimming with determination. She didn't have any intention of losing. That's true. I tousled Rena's hair to lighten the mood. She giggled to hide her embarrassment. I see. This is what it means to feel like a kid again. Tomotaki-san whispered that to nobody in particular. At that moment, we heard an old man call out in a strong voice. Looking over, I realized it was the man Mion had greeted right before the festival. You're here. Little Miss Sonozaki. Seems you brought quite the crowd. We came to eradicate your entire stall. His stall was a shooting gallery. It was the usual setup where you had to knock down the prize you won with a cork gun. The rules are simple. 3 shots, the winner is whoever gets the bigger prize. Everybody shouted their agreement. There was no need to consider how to win, since the condition for victory was simply size. The biggest prize of the stall, it went without question. It was the one, wasn't it? Whoa, that teddy bear, cute. Rena was gazing longingly at a large stuffed animal. It was intentionally placed on an unsteady platform, so it was possible to get it if you hit the right spot. It magnificently set up to make someone think that. Not bad, Keiichi-sun. I figured you would see through the scam instantly. The most logical course of action would be to aim for the cotton candy or a doll. The intent analysis had already begun. In this club, you'll get eaten alive if you don't come prepared. Everything hinges on what you plan you can come up with before the main event. At some point, a large crowd gathered around us making a big fuss. There was this much of a following for our club's infamous event. Knocking down the bear ensures a win. Only 3 shots. To use them all just trying, that'd be rough. Hey, I have other customers waiting, you know. Who's up first? The first one has an advantage as being able to aim for the easier prizes, but it's dangerous to compete without knowing the gun's quirks. Tomotaki-san's take on the situation was pretty good. He gets what our club is about. Well then, to be fair, how about using rock, paper, scissors to decide? How about it? That's really the only way. Rock, paper, scissors. After a couple of matches, it ended with Mion being first. I didn't want to end up first. Ah, well, I'll just think of it as a handicap, Gramps, gun, here you go. When the shooting range guy handed her a rifle, Mion looked it over intently. She didn't forget to check the cork bullet either. Okay, this gun's brand new, isn't it? No faults, not bad. Mion raised the gun in one swift motion. It was completely different from her casual inspection. She was shooting from the hip. Fire. Reload. Fire. Reload. Fire. Flop. Flop, flop. 3 candy boxes fell one after another. A big haul. The crowd paused in a moment of awe and then erupted in cheers. Whoa! Awesome! That was quite good. Tomotaki-san was also lost for words after seeing such shooting prowess. Amazing, Mi-chan. 3-3. Her accuracy was incredible. Her choice of targets wasn't bad either. The 3 Mion had gone over were fairly large and pretty easy knockover. They were all targets with a very high return on investment. Who's up next? Satoko? Careful, the bullets are light. The next was Satoko. The rifle looked a bit big for her little body, but it didn't seem like she had any problem with the weight. Of course, I shall aim for the grand prize. She proclaimed that she was going after the teddy bear. Damn, Satoko, such a bold move. The moment she knocks it over, she's guaranteed to be in first. Good luck, Satoko-chan. Satoko was the opposite of Mion. She aimed at the target quite carefully and squeezed the trigger. Bah, these bullets are too light. The first 2 bullets struck the bear in the torso, but it only shifted a bit. You need to aim higher toward the head or it won't work. Satoko's 3rd bullet was aimed at the bear, wasn't aimed at the bear, but the candy box below its arm. I hate to say it, but it appears the bear is just too much for me. She went boldly after the big catch, but since she switched over to less impressive prey at the last second, the crowd only gave a strained laugh. Were they laughing because she lacked the courage? These fools know nothing. A fine attempt, Satoko. You've gotten better. The palm of Mion's outstretched hand went pump as it tapped lightly down on Satoko. She appeared just to be taking a talk out air, but this was actually completely calculated. Damn that Satoko, just to avoid being in last place, she dared to switch over to an easy target, without shame or honor. Magnificent. I'll allow you to take the bear, Rena-san. I pray for your victory. Okay. Thanks so much, Sato-chan. Oh, bear-san, so cute. Rena was up next. She couldn't hit the broadside of a barn as a regular Rena, but she said the bear was cute. I wonder how Rena-chan will do. I hope she's able to hit at least one. You're underestimating Rena, Tomataki-san. Heh, it's Rena, you know. It's Rena Ryuga, you know. If it was able to get the teddy bear? Whoa. Tomataki-san wheeled around to see what all the commotion spectators were making about. If it was about to get the bear, she'd about to shoot through a pinhole. The one known as Rena Ryuga could do it. Shaking. It's shaking. How cute. Rena couldn't hide her excitement over the bear's slow rocking. Now Rena couldn't lose. Not bad, Rena-san. The less collected you become, the stronger you get. Whoa! Another big cheer. Rena's bullet hit the bear's forehead again. Not enough. The bear seemed to wobble more than before. But it might not be possible. You never know. Without Rena-chan's skill, with Rena-chan's it might be. While Tomataki-san was just as excited as the crowd as Rika-chan's analysis was not swayed by emotion. If Rena had 10 more shots, then she could surely knock it over. But with just one more, no matter how you looked at it, no go. Ow! The crowd let out a dejected groan. She had shot it right in the forehead 3 times. It was a bit late, but they gave her a good round of applause for the attempt. Aw, Bear-san, take him home. Aw. She should be praised for her valor, but she had no trophies to show for it. Then, at the moment, the old man flicked one of the candy boxes with his fingers and handed it to Rena. This for you, lady. Huh, you're giving this to me, huh? The gods wouldn't forgive me if I let you go home empty-handed after such a display. There was another shower of applause. Rena turned bright red, and I pulled her back over to her by hand. You did a good job. Your cute mode really surprised me. How? I really wanted Mr. Teddy Bear. Wah. It was easy to see that it only needed a little bit more to be knocked over. Rena had done quite a lot for me. I still needed to pay her back for that delicious picnic. Alright then, I'll get it and I'll give it to you. What? Tomataki-san had stolen the words right out of my mouth. Okay. Please, Tomataki-san. Good luck. Damn you, old man, Tomataki. Stealing the good parts for yourself. A small hand stretched over and fell gently on my head before I was overcome with frustration. You keep on fighting too, Keiichi-kun. Okay? Tomataki-san carefully studied the bear. Setting his sights, he shouldered the rifle while holding the other 2 shots in his hand. Why is he doing that? Yes, no doubt. Tomataki-san is aiming for... Plop! The time between shots was short. It was meaningless to shoot again once it stopped shaking. So Tomataki-san was relying on rapid fire to win the battle. It was visibly wobbling much more than it ever had before, but that was all. It still didn't fall over. Ah, too bad. All of Rena's momentary expectations from watching it sway violently turned into a dejected sigh. I really thought it would work. Oh ho ho. It seems that since you are a man, you will not be receiving any candy. That was it. It meant Tomataki-san had no spoils of war. So both Kei-chan and Rika-chan can just shoot down a small, easy prize and avoid being dead last. Avoid being the loser, huh? Oh, sorry about that. It's your turn, Keiichi-kun. Best of luck. I was the 5th shooter. I took the rifle from Tomataki-san. If I took the ruthless route as Mion had suggested, then I'd go for a small target, except when I picked up the rifle, I definitely got a feeling from it. It was a burning passion, passed down to me from Tomataki-san. The regret of not being man enough to fell the bear that Rena wanted. Yes, that's right. If I didn't aim for the bear, then I wouldn't be a man. After all, that was my promise to Rena. Huh? What promise? What? To shoot down that bear. Then give it to Rena, that one. Huh? You mean how? The crowd went wild when they saw our conversation. Whoa! Cool, Oni-chan! You got balls, man! That's not it. Fine, men of the crowd. If I didn't do this, then Rena might mug the old man running the stall on his way home. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. Why can't I just express my honest feelings? Keiichikun surely talks the talk, but how do you actually intend to bring down the bear? Just throw the fucking rifle across the stall! Rena and Tomotaki-san's shots did make it tilt a bit, but I think finishing the job will be difficult. Keiichikun, if only there was some way to shoot faster, I'd be able to pile more power on the sway from each hit. Good luck, Keiichikun. After taking 2 deep breaths, I shouted over to the guy. 2 more rifles. Huh? I'm gonna shoot all 3 guns at once. Huh? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. I wonder what Keiichikun-san is up to. One person can't handle 3 rifles at once. You haven't seen me. I get it. Nice thinking, Keiichikun. Kei-chan. Mion was able to figure out magnificently. Basically, what was taking the most time was reloading the shot. That's right. Then by putting 3 preloaded rifles next to each other, Tomotaki-san went quiet, silent, peering at me and then the bear through the lens. His photographer's blood predicted a miracle would occur, and then the crowd finally picked up on what I was planning. Then let out a great cheer. They chanted my name, Keiichi. Rapid fire's the key. If I miss, all is for naught. Phew. After letting out a deep breath, I paused. Relax. Now. That moment, it felt like time itself had stopped. I felt like I could see the trajectory of the bullets. Hit it, and knock it down. The first shot hit the bear on its head. The second, the third, the bear swayed hard, and then... Woo-hoo! Yeah! Oh! I don't know how to make that sound. The cheers began before the stuffed animal even finished falling off the shelf. The guy caught it before it hit the ground and tossed it over to me. You actually knocked it over. You got me. Amazing. Congratulations, Keiichikun. Keiichi-san has finally learned how to use his head. I see you in a slightly better light now. I didn't do it by myself. Everyone hit it, and those small bits together brought it down. This trophy belongs to all of us. Right. This is from all of us working together. Me didn't hit a single time. Irk. After holding up the teddy bear like it was a championship trophy, I handed it to Rena. Here. This is from me. No, from everyone. Thanks for always making your delicious lunches. Rena, thinking she was never actually going to get it, was momentarily speechless. I can't, Keiichi-kun. This is everyone's after all. Huh? Well, it just means gotta let the rest of us hug the bear sometimes. In that case, I was the one who knocked it down. And it's mine. It's mine, so I'm giving it to Rena. I pushed the stuffed animal towards her again. This time she embraced and accepted it. You've watched out for me ever since I moved here after all. I'm really grateful, you see. Thanks a lot. Ah, Keiichi-kun. Thanks so much. Rena dove at me. Mion told me a few days later that Rena kissed me, but I didn't realize it during all the excitement at the time. I remember what I was trying to say to Tomotaki-san earlier. There really isn't much of anything here, but there are lots of things you can't find anywhere else. I gained a lot from coming to Hinamizawa, especially at that moment. The crowd's cheers echoed on and on. From the altar set up at the front of the shrine, the drums sounded with a booming echo. It was the finale of the festival. I'll be going off ahead then. Oh. I need to go and get myself a good spot too. Uh-oh. Well then, everyone, see you in a bit. Both Rika-chan and Tomotaki-san gave their farewells and disappeared into the crowd. I wish both of you the best in your endeavors. Now, shall we be off? Yeah, might as well go see Rika-chan's charming figure. Let's go. Yeah. Huh? Where's Rena? What are you doing? Keiichi-kun, Mi-chan, save me! Since she was carrying such a ridiculously large stuffed animal, she was being carried by the flow of people. What is she doing? She must have her hands full taking care of that bear. So, I'll leave Rena in your care, Kei-chan. I have my handfuls taking care of Satoko. Who would want to be looked after by you, Mion-san? Ouch! Please don't pull on my arm! Man, she's not like she's gonna crucify you or something, Satoko. Before losing the sight of Mion, I grabbed the back of Rena's collar. Keiichi-kun, not there. Don't grab me there. Always so bossy. Where can I grab then? How? I didn't feel ashamed at all. Rena was ashamed enough for both of us. I grabbed onto Rena's hand and dashed after Mion and the others. We're gonna be late. Let's hurry up. Yeah. I hadn't realized Rena's hand was so delicate. Maybe she needed a bit more exercise in nutrition? Why do I feel like there'd be like an advertisement like if we're just like, now a sponsored ad from some protein bar place or something. I don't know. That wasn't what I meant. Not at all. My ears burned. I tried to keep calm. I repeated the phrase, keep it together, Keiichi Madara, in my mind, but it didn't look like I would be able to anytime soon. I really didn't want Rena to see my face right then, so I pushed onward, dragging her along without looking back even once. There was already a huge group of people gathered at the altar in front of the shrine. The fire at the altar made it bright as midday, and just as hot. There was a pile of futons, warded with sanctified rope, in front of the altar. Come to think of it, they did say that it was a festival where they did something with a cotton in the futons. Keiichi-san, Rena-san, we're over here. Satoko waved her hands from the front row. Sorry. Making our way through the mass of people, we reached the spot they'd saved. How was it? Were you able to have a little bit of excitement with Rena? You punk. So that's what your plan was. And instead of replying, Mion gave us a perverse grin. How was it, Rena? Was Kei-chan's hand bigger than you thought it would be? Ha. Rena turned bright red puffs of steam shooting out of her. I heard something slice through the air and turned around to see Mion on the ground with a welt on her face. Mion, when were you hit? Between the ha and the o, how, I think? Rena? It's not good to punch your friends to hide your embarrassment. I didn't hit her. Whatever, Thump, the thunderous beat of the drum. Thump. Echoed, silencing the crowd. You must all be quiet. It's beginning. It was a solemn ritual. Rika-chan entered dressed as a shrine maiden, followed by members of the municipal committee. The elders all looked at Rika-chan and clasped their hands in praise. The only thing allowed to disturb the profound silence was the flash from Tomotaki-san's camera. What's the big thing Rika-chan is holding? A hoe that's used for the festival. It's a sacred farming tool that's only a shrine maid may touch. It was an awkward shape for a piece of farm equipment, not uncommon for something used in rituals. After reciting a Shinto prayer, Rika-chan approached the pile of futons gathered at the altar. She swung the hoe skillfully, plowing it into the futons. Each and every little movement of this performance probably had to be done in a certain way. Without a doubt, this was a ritual. What's next? Airing out futons? She's purifying futons that absorb illnesses from people over the winter. So when Kei-chan said airing out futons, he wasn't completely wrong. Rika-chan's face was already dripping with sweat. That hoe was probably really heavy. She staggered side to side with the momentum of each swing. Satoko looked on, silently lending her support. Worried? Rika practiced every single day with a mochi hammer. She will certainly prevail. Satoko's hands were sweaty, and whenever Rika-chan started to sway a little, she held her breath. Why wasn't Mion a candidate to be a shrine maiden? It feels wrong having Rika-chan swing around something so heavy. I'd do it if they asked me to, you know. And well, it's not something just anyone could do. That's true. Shrine maidens need to be pure, after all. Gurk! Mion drove her elbow into my side. With a thud of the big drum, Rika-chan gave a solemn bow and descended from the altar. That triggered a round of generous applause. After the Shinto priest had raised up and cleansed the futons like a portable altar, all the spectators stood up. Following after the priest, we all marched on at a moderate pace. They descended the shrine's giant stairs in a line. What's happening now? Washing the futons in the river? Ha ha ha. Watanagashi means setting cotton adrift, you know. The procession continued right up to the bank of the stream. By the way, side note for real life world. Here in Ohio, I tend to walk on the bike trail quite a bit, and there's some spots where it like overlooks streams. We've been in a bit of a drought here in Ohio, so it's not been raining very much, and some farmers' fields are actually starting to catch fire a tiny bit in a couple spots. But I'll tell you this, the spots where the streams are, the bike trails, they're bone dry. If you wanted to, you could probably take your bike down in the place where the stream would normally be. All the water's gone. I'm sure it'll fill back up very soon. I mean, I've seen it flooded sometimes before, and I've talked to elderly men here where I live, and men in their 60s and 70s said that they don't remember it ever being this dry before. Thankfully, it's not super hot. And, like I said, rain should return at some point. I'm just saying right now we're in a bit of a drought, to the point that the stream that normally would have water, it's completely bone dry. Granted, it's not a river, it's just a stream, but still. I wonder how much the Ohio River or Lake Erie have possibly gone down this year. Like, I wonder how the condition of the full-on Mississippi River is. That being said, yeah, we're in a bit of a drought. It hasn't really been raining. If anything, I'll say this. Here in Ohio, it would really be a big blessing if it started raining cats and dogs. Because, like I said, you could just take your bike down in that stream and use the stream as a bike trail now. I mean, it's the first time I've ever seen that, stream be just a dirt path underneath a bridge. A fire was stoked high, and it was bright as day here too. People started crowding around it and clamoring. All right, get in line. Line up, Keiichi-kun. I wondered what was up. Maybe we'd get some holy wine? Red and white bean buns? Haha, it's not food. I said it was cotton. Ah, but of course, they didn't call it the Watanagashi for nothing. I finally understood. The municipal committee members pulled out the cotton from inside the futons and balled it like mochi and handing out to the people. Rena dove into the line and brought out some for me as well. Well, we then proceeded to the bank of the stream. Since it's your first time, Keiichi-kun, just copy what I do. She held the cotton in her right hand, waving it her hand as if to purify it. She then touched it to her forehead, chest, navel, and both thighs. You do this 3 times, and silently give thanks to Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama? What's that, the name of the shrine's god? Yes, it's the guardian deity of Hinamazawa. It brings about both miracles and curses, so you must be sure to show respect. That sounded like a pretty frightening god. But well, when in Rome, I was officially a resident of Hinamazawa now, after all. Doing as Rena showed me, I touched the cotton over myself 3 times. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Thank you, Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama. This way all the evil that possesses you is sucked out by the cotton. Then you let it gently drift away on the stream, and you're done. Together, Rena and I set our pieces of cotton afloat on the surface of the water. The flowers caught blooming in the water had sucked out all of the evil festering in Hinamizawa and drifted off, disappearing into the distance. It was wonderful, like those floating lantern festivals I'd seen on TV. The best part was the feeling like this rite of passage had made me a true resident of Hinamizawa. While staring off into the stream, I somehow got separated from Rena. I wasn't very lonely, though. I know this place now. This is where I live. My home. It's probably better if I just stay here instead of wandering around aimlessly. Someone would surely find me while I was enjoying the evening breeze. I heard a familiar voice. It was Tomotaki-san's. I headed towards it. How did it go, Tomotaki-san? Were you able to get some good shots? Yeah, fortunately. Tomotaki-san was with a girl. I felt a little like I was intruding. How was it, Keiichi-kun? Did you enjoy the festival? From the way she spoke, it seemed like she was a resident of Hinamizawa. I really should try harder to remember people's faces here. What was her name? Well, it was fun. My face must have given away how desperate I was trying to remember her name, because she gave a light-hearted chuckle. It's probably because it hasn't been long since you moved here. It's pretty hard to believe, seeing how friendly you've gotten with the other kids. If that's how it looked, it was probably all thanks to Rena and Mion. Perhaps you feel more like a resident of Hinamizawa after taking part in the festival today. I wonder about that. Oh, that's not like you. I had tried to get used to Hinamizawa, but there was still plenty of things I didn't know. The faces of people I'd met, for example. Things that had happened in the past as well. Oh, you're feeling left out because of something like that. It's not so much feeling left out, and it's just, I'm not sure how to say it. That incident at the dam construction site. The fighting over it, the other conflicts, the terrible incident they pretended that they didn't even know about. Whenever I brought it up. Even though it was in the past, as someone living in Hinamizawa, it wasn't wrong to want to know about both the good and bad what happened here. If it will put you at ease, then I'll tell you everything I know. Tomotaki-san's smile made me more relieved than I'd ever been. It was hard to think of what to ask when someone said, "Ask me anything," though. Even when there was so much I wanted to ask, then, could you tell me about what happened when the dam was being constructed? There was a big incident where Hinamizawa was going to be submerged, right? I think the locals would be more knowledgeable about the dam than I am. Well, if you don't mind, I'll tell you what I know. It's only what I read in the newspaper, though. Tomotaki-san's eyes entered an unfocused gaze as he searched through his memory. Then he spoke. The decision to start the dam project was finalized 7 or 8 years ago. I heard it was the next major project after Kurobe. There was 3 major issues in Japan at that time. Improving inter-island transportation infrastructure, meeting the higher demand for electricity, and flood control. There was a boom of dam building due to the massive economic stimulus they provided on top of the generating electricity and flood control. Hinamizawa had the right conditions to support the dam construction, so it was singled out. The dam reservoir would have covered quite a lot of the ground when it was completed. The entire area right up to Yagauchi, way upstream, would be underwater. But why did they have to pick a populated area like Hinamizawa? Couldn't they have instead picked a place where nobody lived? I'm not really sure why, but I heard that it was just the right terrain for building a dam. Of course, there were protests here in Hinamizawa. Riga-chan said there was a battle. In that choice of words, I had to guess things had turned violent. There was a trial, and even brought up before the National Diet. It was covered up in the Tokyo newspapers, too. Mion had told me all about that as well. I'm sure every resident of Hinamizawa had united to fight together. The feeling of solidarity found here, which could not be expressed properly with mere words, was likely brought about by that battle. As a result, bribery and scandals were brought to light. As things got more and more complicated, they eventually halted construction. If I wanted to know, now was my only chance to ask. It was certainly a bizarre incident that boys my age would be curious about. I felt a little shame from the fact that I was petty enough to have my curiosity piqued by Rena and Mion's refusal to talk about the event, but I figured I might as well ask since I had the chance, just so I would stop thinking about it so much. So, there was a dismemberment, right? There was. I happened to be here in Hinamizawa at the time, so I remember it well. Tomotaki-san's answer was nonchalant in contrast to my hesitantly forced-out question. It was about this time 4 years ago. It was the day of the Tanagashi, if I recall correctly. The debate on whether to continue construction on the dam was in disarray. Scandal after scandal rocked the project near the end. The incident that was the final nail in the coffin for the dam project. A fight at the dam construction site ended in the victim being murdered. Fearing prosecution, the 6 assailants divided the remains into 6 pieces, and each hid one. 5 of the 6 criminals turned themselves in out of guilt, but 1 was still on the run. The right arm he'd hidden had yet to be found. The major details lined up with what was in the tabloid I'd read earlier. It certainly was a tragic incident, but it wasn't so terrible that Rena and Mion needed to hide it from me. I guess they didn't want someone who just moved here to have a negative impression of Hinamizawa. I felt grateful for having friends who worried so much about me, as well as shame for still being so interested in it. It was near the end of the trouble with the dam, You see, so everyone was saying that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. Oyashiro-sama's curse, huh? Oyashiro-sama was the name of the god at the shrine that was held at the festival day, if I recalled correctly. I see. Their guardian deity rained divine punishment down on the evil dam construction who were trying to flood Hinamizawa. Apparently the younger ones didn't think so, but it seems the elderly in the village never doubted that it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman with Tomotaki-san stayed with a mischievous chuckle. Tomotaki-san began laughing with her. It was so infectious, I ended up laughing as well. But I wonder about now. There are quite a few, I think. Amongst the youth, too. A few what? People who believe in Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman's lips were still curled into a smile, but her expression turned stern. Then after that, it continued every year. Always around this time. Continued. What continued? Tomotaki-san paused for a second as if to build up some suspense. Then he whispered to me as if someone might have been listening. Every year, on the day of the Watanagashi, somebody dies. The year following the dismemberment on the day of the Watanagashi. A man from Hinamizawa, who had supported the dam, fell off a cliff, overlooking some rapids and died while he was on vacation. Unfortunately for his wife, the body was never recovered. He supported the dam construction where he lived in Hinamizawa. At the time, there were whispers amongst the elderly saying it was Oyashiro-sama's curse. The woman chuckled mischievously again. Then the next year, the night of the Watanagashi, the shrine's Shinto priest died, suddenly from an unknown illness. His wife drowned herself in the bog that night. The shrine's Shinto priest, you mean he was from the shrine here? The woman nodded. There was a rumor amongst the villagers that they weren't able to quell Shiro-sama's anger. Then the year after that, again on the night of Watanagashi, they discovered the battered body of a local housewife. Up until now, all these mysterious deaths were people involved with the dam who had connections with Oyashiro-sama. With that in mind, could the housewife have been involved in some way too? Exactly. The woman stated slyly. No, it was more menacingly. One of the victim's relatives, you see, was connected to the younger brother of the dam supporter who fell to his death 2 years before. The younger brother is still alive, it seems. But it did bother him quite a bit, so he moved to a neighboring town. For a while I stood there with my mouth agape. The battle over the dam construction with the Hinamizawa's future at stake. And the murder at the center of it all. That was all I knew, and that's all I wanted to ask about. But that wasn't all there was to the story. Homicide, body disposal, accidental deaths, terminal illness, suicide, fatal beatings. I'm a pretty level-headed person. I don't really want to believe in curses. But the freakish deaths happened every year. On the day of the Watanagashi, and all of them were related to the dam construction. It was easy to dismiss each of them as coincidences by themselves, but when you put them all together, dismissing all of them as coincidence would then defy logic. I don't believe in curses. But, every single year, on the day of the Watanagashi, somebody or something makes it happen, without fail. The woman chuckled again, as if she picked up on what I was thinking. It felt like she was saying, maybe there was. Maybe we frightened him. Stuff like that. I felt embarrassed at being read so easily. I pressed Tomotaki-san to continue, a bit of impatience and irritation in my tone. Then, so someone died the next year, right? Who was it that time? I wonder, who do you think, Keiichi-kun? The hell. The way he said it didn't agree with me. The sarcastic tone ticked me off. Don't avoid the question. I'm serious here. Hey, calm down, Keiichi-kun. I realized when she tried to calm me down that I had been panicking. We aren't trying to avoid the question, Keiichi-kun. It's just when you say the next year, that's today. When she hesitated to say it, Tomotaki-san finished for her. I broke into a cold sweat. I really didn't like the direction this was headed. Nobody wants to speak of it, but they all think it's going to happen again tonight. The festival is so cheerful, though. Well, the victim last year, the housewife, she was a non-believer. Turns out she didn't even attend the Watanagashi festival. There was a rumor going around that if you didn't participate in the festival, you would incur Oshiro-sama's wrath. Didn't you hear anything about this, Keiichi-kun? I never even heard a whisper of that rumor. Then the reason everyone was at the festival was they were afraid of the curse. I figured that must have been the reason. There were a lot more people at Watanagashi than usual. I guess everyone was just afraid after all. About Yushiro-sama's curse. But my parents didn't come. Is that an issue? I couldn't utter a single word. In this modern age, where we've made progress into all scientific fields, shedding lights on the unknown and misunderstood, where black and white television had been eradicated, we've sent men to the moon. Even with all of our accomplishments. Remember, this game takes place in the 80s. Late 80s, but still. This can exist in a modern society. Tons of innovations were sent out to neighboring towns. Youth groups to help pad the numbers. But after that string of events, few decided to join. The municipal committee members were complaining about how hard it was to gather participants. Also, the police retreat each case is isolated. They don't believe they're connected. I'll say this. I believe in God. I believe in supernatural. I believe in ghosts. I believe in angels and demons. And I'm not opposed to the possibility of aliens existing. I just don't know. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I'd be like, okay. Now, the nature of such beings, I have no idea. I would hope for the best. Because, I would prefer good situations as opposed to bad, scary ones. It's finally begun to dawn on me what ran me on reluctant to talk. If nothing happened during the Watanagashi, everything would have been over with, and I'd be none the wiser. If nothing happened, all would be well. In that case, it would all end up just being crazy talk. I should have just pretended like I knew nothing from the beginning. Then they wouldn't have had to act like nothing happened, and we would have all gotten back to life as usual. Maybe it was just too much for him after all. The woman ran her fingers through her hair as she sighed. No, it wasn't. Not at all. I tried to act strong, but that just served to emphasize how much the information had unsettled me. After seeing how I looked, Tomotaki-san appeared to regret saying anything. Letting out a sigh, he then spoke, forcing an awkward, upbeat demeanor. Keiichi-kun, surely you don't believe in such things as curses. Well, no. If the causes of all the crimes were unknown, With the perpetrators and their methods all mysteries, then I would think it's the work of a curse. But that's not how things are in reality. The police are investigating evidence and suspects to uncover the truth. Hearing him say police made me feel a lot better. It was perfect for repelling the word curse. The first one, the dismemberment, for example. I told you, didn't I? All but one of the perpetrators was arrested. It only mattered of time for the last one. The motive turned out to be an argument they had were intoxicated. There is no curse. Don't you agree? That was true. If it didn't happen on the day that were Tanagashi, then I wouldn't think it was related to the curse at all. The accidental death of man who supported the dam is the same. He was in a position that made others hate him. The police made a point of investigating from that angle. They concluded it was an accident, not foul play. But they both happened on the day of the festival, right? Just think about Keiichi-kun. Do you think people with a lot of enemies here in Imazawa could participate easily in a local festival? It would be especially hard for them to be around during the Watanagashi. So they probably left Hinamizawa intentionally, around the time to travel, don't you think? It wasn't a very clear explanation, but I sort of understood Tomotaki was getting at. So I pressed on earnestly, asking more questions so that I could convince myself. Then, Tomotaki-san, what about the priest who died after that, the one with the unknown illness? That also happened the day of the festival. It's even easier to explain what happened to the Shinto priest. Watanagashi is a really big event that happens once a year. It was probably from all the build-up stress, or maybe because of the pre-existing condition, or around a lot of people that had some sort of germs. But it was an unknown illness. It's hard to believe something with an unknown cause would exist all over advanced. It's just an exaggeration. Rumors making rumors. Anyone would get worked up over having incidents happen 2 years in a row. The sudden deaths are quite unnatural, though. Of course, the police ordered autopsy because of the strange way he died. But there wasn't enough for them to open full investigation, you know. Turns out it was just a sudden death due to illness. The priest's wife committed suicide, correct? What about that? I believe I already explained that. Everyone was shaken by the incidents happening for a third year. Those who were in strong favor quick to believe that was worth the curse. Of course, that included the priest's wife. Apparently they found a suicide note that said something like that my death will quell Oyashiro-sama's anger. Well then, how about the next incident with the housewife? That happened on the day of the Watanagashi too. The perpetrator had already been caught, and the case has been closed. Turns out it was just some nut job trying to continue the legacy of the Hinamizawa curse. And then, how about the incident the next year? Oh yeah, this year. This year is the next year. Tomi-san gave a hearty laugh. Nothing will happen. Not this year. There was no curse, never a curse to begin with. It was just a group of people that believed it was an explanation for a strange coincidence. My internal computer finally got itself back on track. I felt a bit embarrassed by how childish I'd become after losing control and panicking. I can see how clearly, now that Keiichi-kun really does love Hinamizawa, even though Oyashiro-sama's curse really actually does exist, Keiichi-kun can bring himself to believe that such a thing existed. I felt very relieved. I should probably forget everything I heard tonight. I'll greet Rena and Mion tomorrow with the same smile as always. They'd probably also like tonight to end without incident, so they can continue on tomorrow without having worried me. Perhaps seeing my change in attitude, the woman who had been listening and stretched and she got up from the rock she was sitting on. Well then, I should be getting back. Goodness, I think I may have gone a bit too long. There was a few people compared to the crowd before. I could only make out a few groups of families enjoying the cool evening air. I looked at my watch. It seemed we talked for a better part of an hour. Didn't you come along with your friends, Keiichi-kun? Not going to look for them? Oh yeah, they might be all looking for me. Ha ha. You're quite the scoundrel making the girls look for you. See you, Keiichi-kun. Have a nice night. You too. Jaro-san. I'll see you a bit later. Tomotaki-san seems to be quite the scoundrel himself, so his name is Jiro. After dusting off her backside, she disappeared in the crowd of people still busy cleaning up after the shrine grounds. Keiichi-kun! So sorry. In her place, Rena came running over. I could see all the others behind her. Speak of the devil. My bad, Kei-chan! We got so caught up in our discussion, I'd completely forgotten about them while caught up in my own conversation, so we were even. My, Tomotaki-san was with you. This works out perfectly. We still need to settle the shooting gallery competition. Ah, that's right. So I guess I'm gonna end up dead last. In the end, after my dramatic victory, Rika-chan was the last challengers. But there weren't many targets left. The ones remaining were all tiny and difficult to hit. She did her time and aim, but all 3 shots completely missed. She was to end up sharing the loser's crown with Tomataki-san. However, she did her little mewing cry in front of the owner, and he turned to mush instantly. She was given a pack of gum as a consolation prize. Her methods were a bit audacious, but she did avoid being the loser rather magnificently. Come to think of it, Rika-chan is quite the trickster. I have no idea what Keiichi is talking about. Now then, it is decided Tomataki-san is dead last. Everyone cheered and applauded. Tomataki-san smiled wryly, slightly bewildered. So, Tomataki-san, are you ready? Penalty time! Huh? Oh, I completely forgot about that. You're too naive, Tomataki-san. This is why our club can never lose. Mion pulled out a felt-tip marker from her pocket. Oh, it's that. Show him some mercy, Mion. At least use a washable marker. A permanent one is too harsh. It just has to be permanent. It comes off when you do the laundry anyway. Whoa, what's this? Please take it easy on me. All of us pinned his arms behind his back, and Mion approached him with the marker in her hand. And scrip. But she didn't write on Tomataki-san's face. She wrote on the shirt he was wearing. You'd better have your big break this year, Mion. Rena took up the marker next. Show me your photos next time, okay? Rena. It was a little heartwarming, I just had to laugh. This is more like a farewell card than a penalty. Oh, I'm not as soft as the rest. I'll make sure this is a proper penalty. Dead last. Satoko. Try harder next time, Rika. Here you go, Keiichi-san. I couldn't decide what to write, but based on what kind of penalty this was probably the most appropriate. Come back and play again. Keiichi. Tomataki-san was silent the entire time. At first he was quite bewildered, but now he had a different look on his face. So I have to wear this all the way back to Tokyo as part of the penalty? Of course. You'd better wear it all the way home. You could wear it when you come back. It would be nice. He appeared deeply moved. Embarrassment mixed with a wealth of other emotions made him turn a bright red. Understood. I'll wear this next time I come up here. I promise. Everyone cheered and applauded. It was the finest parting gift possible for a buddy heading out tonight. I saw the woman who was with Tomataki-san standing near the festival grounds. It seemed Tomataki-san noticed her too and knew it was time to leave. Seems like your guest is waiting. Isn't it about time? Yeah, that's certainly how it seems. Tomataki-san headed off towards her and seemed to apologize for making her wait. We all shouted stuff at Tomataki-san. Each time we did, he looked back and waved his hand. Eventually he faded into the darkness of the night and out of sight. It was quite the casual farewell. It was quite the casual farewell. This wasn't the first time any of us had seen someone off. They had done the same thing many times before. He's gone. Well, it's about time we take off too. Rika-chan had to stay behind with the other committee members, since they were having a meeting. Satoko was tagging along with her. I headed back home with the usual suspects. The walk back was quite lively, with talk of the day's war stories. Should have done this, should have done that kind of stuff. Ren and I parted ways with Mion, and then it was just the two of us. Then we got to my house and I parted ways with Rena as well. It's already pretty late. Are you all right by yourself? Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. It's close. I'm going to run too. If you run into some weirdo, just yell. If someone does come, will you come and save me, maybe? Maybe. If I hear you. Oh, okay. I'll scream loud enough so you can hear me. Merrily spinning her arms around at high speed, Rena dashed off. She was fine. In that mode, not even an adult could stand against her. Rena's cheerful presence disappeared, and it finally became quiet again. The curse that not a single person even whispered about. The more I learned about it tonight, the more unsettling it became. It didn't show any sign in their faces, but they were probably all quite concerned about it as well. But if nothing happens tonight, then it all ends up being just crazy talk. Nothing will happen. Nothing bad. Nothing at all. What's wrong, Keiichi? Why are you standing in a place like that? Come inside. You'll catch a cold. It was my mom. Did you go, Mom? To the Watanagashi festival. In the end, your father didn't wake up, so I missed it. A little disappointing. Mom stuck her tongue out with a little bit of an embarrassed look on her face. You have received new tips, Mr. and Mrs. Zhao. Couples falling incident. Terminal illness, death of the Shinto priest. Furude. Housewife murder. Radio log. From June 1980 edition. On the afternoon, 2 p.m. office employee, his wife, Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone Prefecture, disappeared after falling 27 meters from the observatory platform. In Shirakawa Prefecture, police and firefighters searched downstream and discovered the body of, at around 7 p.m. that evening. His wife is yet to be found. The search has run into difficulties due to the effects of the Typhoon 3 from the previous day. It appeared a railing at the observatory that leaned and had broken, causing him to fall. The groundskeeping staff was questioned by the police in regards to the facility deterioration, and if the park maintenance was performed properly. From June 1981 edition. On the afternoon of 10 p.m. in the district of Hinamizawa Village, Shishibone Prefecture, the Shinto priest of Furude Shrine passed away after an existing condition he was recovering from suddenly worsened. Parties close to the deceased said he was suffering from anxiety issues concerning the festival, which was to be held that day. Also, after death, his wife went missing, leaving behind a farewell note. The police and local youth association continued the search, however, given the presence of the farewell message and the fact that the Onagafushi Marsh is said to be bottomless, they have run into difficulties. It wasn't reported in the newspaper. Okay, Coach! It's like, okay, click to read story. This story wasn't written. Okay? This is Okinomiya. Okinomiya? Okinomiya or Okinomiya Station. Calling Unit 3. Unit 3, please respond. This is Unit 3. Loud and clear. Backup is headed your way. Hold position until further instructions. Over. Roger. Unit 3 acknowledged. Requesting no headlights. Requesting radio silence. Station. The doctor has arrived. They want to carry it away. What's the order? Over. Acknowledged. Leave it to the doctor. Affirmative. Understood. Backup has arrived. Shouldn't we let them take a photo first? I think the Vic is done for. Good morning. Nice job yesterday, K-Chen. You didn't do so badly yourself, Mion. Yesterday was fun. Oh, that's right, K-kun. Thank you very much. For Mr. Bear! I'm glad you like it. Don't use it as a pincushion, though. I wouldn't. Still chatting happily, we entered the classroom, but the moment I stepped in the room, a splashing sound and a nasty sensation. It was a bucket filled to the brim with water, and unfortunately for me, my foot stepped right into me. My now, how diligent of you to help mop the floor this morning. Clump, 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 whip, 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 whip. Bwah! Catching and flicked my forehead. You should set a more brutal trap next time. Seeing that, Rena began to swoon as Mion looked on dejectedly. Everything was the same as always. Everybody was there, and nothing felt out of place. The uncertainties I had in the back of my mind since yesterday had vanished. What is it, Keiichi-kun? Didn't get enough sleep, maybe? Maybe? I slept like a log, but if you want, I'll do a reenactment during class. You shouldn't do that. Mion alerted us that the teacher was coming, and everyone shuffled to their seats. Good morning, everyone. So yesterday was the festival. Thank you to all the people who stayed until the very end to help clean up. We were all slackers, so none of us actually stayed to help clean up. Actually, I had a feeling that the only thing we did was run around the festival and cause a ruckus. Okay then, this time of year you might see some people from the festival, doing some interviews at the festival for magazines. I thought it was usual stuff, so I was going to tune it out, but then I noticed a different tone in her voice and started paying attention. You may be asked questions. Please don't say anything silly or something that will be taken the wrong way. Do you understand? In unison, everyone replied, Yes, ma'am. What she'd said was really vague, but I understood what she was trying to say. After all, this was the 5th year. There were probably lots of third-rate reporters pouring in, hoping something regarding the curse had happened. It did nothing but perpetuate the village's bad image. She was saying, don't spout stupid shit you think is funny. And now I was one of the ones who needed to keep their mouths shut. I found it rather cute how I felt a sense of unity from such a trite thing, if I do say so myself. I was summoned to the club activities after school. Since everybody was still pretty tired from yesterday, we just spent the day relaxing. Yeah, that wasn't happening. Today, let's play a classic game of deduction. How about this one? Ooh, a game from overseas. Looks interesting. The instructions are in English, but the rules don't seem that hard. I won't lose, you hear? I'm not too bad at this game. It seemed that Rena didn't handle this kind of game very well. The rules are the person who can match the murderer, weapon, and the scene of the crime wins. Oh, so it's Clue. There were 3 kinds of cards composed: subjects, weapons, and locations. I could see the names Mion and Rika were written on the suspects' cards. That doesn't matter. You guys remember there was a movie called Clue? It had Tim Curry in it. Tim Curry was in a lot of movies. Oh, a card with my name on it as well. There are plenty of different weapons too, like knives, axes, and poison. The locations are pretty nice too, like the living room, the study, and the courtyard. So basically, you take out one of each of the cards. These are the answer cards. So we shuffle the remaining cards and hand them out. We ask each other about the cards and figure out the right ones. I see. So the cards nobody has are the true perpetrators. Then you raise your hand if you know the answer. This game ends if we check the answer is correct. If you're right, you get a point. If you're wrong, you lose a point. Since the game ends, even if no one gets it right, all the cards are gathered up and redistributed or redistributed? You'll learn as you go. You really have to use your brain. You'll get confused if you don't take notes. The rest of you can figure out by playing. So, Mion, what's the penalty this time? Everyone directed their attention to Mion. Let's see. We're all still a little tired from yesterday, so maybe we'll take it easy with a go for a penalty. You'll be asked to go rush out and buy stuff for everyone. So just being asked to buy stuff like drinks and candy, I guess. I feel like the penalty today is pretty simple. I wonder, is it really? Is Ketchikan thinking what I'm thinking? Yeah, you don't know what you'll have to go buy. I'm betting Mion would send out whoever to hemorrhoid cream or happy family planning manual or other crazy stuff. The cards were lightly shuffled and passed out to each player. The real perpetrator, the correct weapon, and the scene of the murder have been taken out. So that means all the cards I have in my hand are innocent cards. Then I'll go first, since I'm club president, I guess. Well then, Mion, knife, study. You pick one suspect, weapon, and murder scene and ask each person. If you have any of these cards, then you must say I have one. However, you don't need to say which one you have. Yeah, I got it. Me too. I have one. Oh my. All of them are here. 3 people answered when she asked if they had Mion, Knife, and Study. So that means Mion, Knife, and Study are all in the clear. Gotta jot that down. Then I'll go. Rena, Axe, Lounge. Only 2 people said they had one. So it means out of Rena, Axe, Lounge, one of them is correct and is part of the crime. No, wait, even if they say they have one, they don't have to say how many. It's possible either Satoko or Rika-chan has 2 of the cards. Well, then, Kei-chan is next. Go ahead. Wait, just a little. I'm still sorting things out. The game has me thinking more than I thought. Oh man, this feels like it's going to be tough. Alright, now I have the criminal. What? Already? Here, I am spinning around in circles and Mion just raised her hand. The murderer is Rika-chan, in the infirmary with the poison. Well, Mion drew the cards from the box to check to see if her deduction was right. You were right. All I needed was one more hand. I couldn't tell whether it was poison or a pistol. I'd never use a pistol. I like killing them slowly with poison. Rika-chan said such a hugely terrifying thing with such a sweet little face. Everyone was making a commotion about how they almost had it. Rick and I were left out of the cold, though. How did you do, Keiichi-kun? I couldn't get at it at all. Don't worry. I had no idea either. How can you both be so unsure? You'll both end up in last place together at this rate. That's even worse. Going off to buy groceries together as a couple. What if we ended up having to buy the Happy Family Planning Guide? I can tell from Keiichi's expression that he's not very good at this game. What? That's not true. I'll show you the true power of Sherlock Mabra during the next round. My, that sounds just wonderful. I shall give you quite the thrashing. After that I managed to somewhat grasp the trick behind the game, but I was always a step or 2 behind. I saw that Mion was somehow gleaming information from how the others were asking their questions. That level of experience was just too much. The only way I could stage a comeback was that I became ruthless. I tossed out the simple concept of deduction and switched over to the thought process needed to win. The important thing isn't to find out the criminal, it's to win at the game. Eureka. Sorry, need to go to the bathroom. Take your time and squeeze out a nice one. Mi-chan, that's gross. I had them hold off the game and headed down the hall. The air was crisp. It showed just how stagnant the air in the classroom was for her body heat. On the school grounds, some of their classmates were still playing around. After spending some time cooling my head, Rena had made her way over towards me. Keiichi-kun, did you call for me? Yeah, I did. As I got up from my seat, I winked at Rena. I'm glad it worked out. I don't want to waste time, so I'll get right to the point. Rena, what's your record at this game playing today? She was taken aback after a moment. She had to open her mouth. Well, all losses. Why do you ask? I wonder. I could tell from how apprehensive she was playing the game. The things are going well as well. I can't figure out how to way to pull off a last-minute comeback with this one. So I guess both of us will be taking that penalty? Hey, don't accept defeat already. How about we win this? Both of us. But how can we? I brought my lips to Rena's ear. Whisper, 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 whisper. Huh? Is that allowed? Did you forget, Rena, the second rule of our society? Do everything in your power to obtain victory. Yeah, I'll try my best. Our plan of attack was quite a rudimentary one. At the beginning of the game, everyone would be focused on their own hand for a while, taking notes or whatnot. Since our seats were right next to each other, we'd reveal our hands to each other. If we did it under the desk, nobody would know. We'd begin the game with twice as much information as everyone else. Having this information would mean we'd need to investigate less. With this sort of plan of attack, we start off with a big lead over the other guys. Yeah, with this, we can probably win. Mion, since she's taller than Rika and Shio, and she could probably just see their cards from the angle she's at. We both smirked at each other. If I was a shady businessman and Rina was a corrupt senator, haha, pleasure doing business with you. Then let's hurry back. We'll work as a duo to surprise everyone. Hey now, there's no point if we go back together. It would be a flat out telling that we made a little arrangement. Oh, sorry, then what should we do? Go back ahead of me, Rena. I'll take my time coming back after washing my face or something. Okay, got it. Rena turned around and headed back to the classroom. I guess I should wait a bit longer before going back. If I went too soon, it wouldn't seem like I went to the bathroom. If Mion or one of them suspected something, then there could be problems. Well, then they'd figure it out sooner or later, because both Ren and I would start winning over and over again. Both Ren and I will have earned enough points to avoid being the loser by that time Mion realized what was happening. Excellent. Not bad at all. Mabara-kun, may I have a moment? Huh? It's the teacher. Man, things are just getting good. What is it? I'm a bit... You have a guest. Please make your way to the entrance. A guest? It's not like I own a hotel. They have been waiting. Please hurry. It was rather unfortunate that I have someone waiting right before a big match, but I was more interested in this unexpected guest. I didn't want to waste any time, so I decided to take care of it quickly. The entryway was a heavy contrast in the hot sunlight and deep shadows. Waiting there, looking uncomfortably warm, was a middle-aged man, his tie sloppily loosened, and his jacket tucked underneath his arm. Are you Mabara-san? Keiichi Mabara-san? There was no question that he wasn't a resident of Hinamizawa, and that this was without a doubt the first time he had met me. Ever since I met Tomotaki-san, I've been running into so many middle-aged men. That's right. Who might you be? I have the AC on in my car. Let's talk there. It's a bit hot here, don't you think? The man, completely ignoring my question, pointed over to his car, parked near the gate, and began walking. You've got to be kidding me. I had no intention of going along with some geezer I didn't even know. And he was asking me to get in his car with him? Who else feels this is a red flag? Heck, red flag is actually a term in a lot of video games. Games that have choices. The red flag choice is where you make something that ensures that your character is going to die. But so far I've had no choices in this game, so... yeah. Not going to bite. Well, that's just creepy now. Come on now. He opened the back door of his car and called me over. I didn't like this old man, but I wanted to know what this was about, even while knowing the conversations that start like this have never led to anything good. The inside of his car was pretty cool. Cars with air conditioners were supposed to be a luxury. Remember, this is the 80s. My dad didn't have one in his car, at least. Please let me know if it's too cold for you, okay? I have a habit of cranking it up all the way. So what business do you have with me? Out of spite, I decided to ignore his remark in the same way he did to me and start my own line of questioning. He pulled out a notepad from his pocket and took out a picture that was stuck between the pages. On it was the face of a pretty goofy-looking guy. If you know anything related to this individual, then please tell me. Who the heck is this? I doubt even his close friends would be able to recognize who he was from this expressionless picture that looked like he was taken at the DMV. There were scribbles on his shirt done in permanent marker, starting with yours, Mabara-san, and quite a few of your classmates as well. Huh? This is Tomotaki-san? There was no hint of his usual unreliable and easygoing personality in this photo. It was an expressionless, half-asleep face. And how do you know this woman? Even before seeing it, I had a good idea who it was. I don't remember her name, but she's some lady who was with Tomotaki-san last night. I didn't know what her name was, but I did know she was a resident of Hinamizawa. When was the last time you saw these two? I saw them last night. I talked to them for like an hour. The night of the Watanagashi we spoke. They seemed pretty close, I guess. Did anything bother you about them? Anything is fine. Go ahead and say it. Being asked for every little detail is very troubling. Honestly. I had a pretty good idea of who this guy was by now. Did something happen to them? There was no response to my inquiry. Thus I replied, that silence in kind. I was pretty sure certain that this guy was a cop. Then why? Why was he asking about Tomotaki-san? Did something happen to him? More importantly, why me? Shouldn't there have been plenty of other people who knew more about him than I did? The roar of the air conditioner felt unbearably loud. After a long pause, he spoke again. You've moved here just recently, isn't that right, Mabara-san? Are you aware, I wonder, about the stories of Oyashiro-sama? My heart began to race. I'm pretty terrible at hiding things. It probably showed on my face. Not at all. If you don't ask, then that's fine. Well, I have heard of it. Tomotaki-san told me, actually. How much do you know about it? The dismemberment killing, the accidental death, the death by illness, followed by suicide, and the lady who was beaten to death. I don't know about that one, because it wasn't written down. The incidents that always happened the day the Watanagashi, ending in suspicious deaths. I didn't think Tomotaki-san would have kept anything from me. I think that was everything. No, rather, I didn't want to think there was anything more than that. Do you know of that, well, curse, Mabara-san? Feel free to speak openly about it. I don't believe in it. My answer was instant. It wasn't so much that I didn't believe in it, as I was on the verge of believing. I wanted to clear away my own doubts. That was the more prominent feeling. Really? Then that's great. Guess you really are one of those city-raised boys. So what if I don't believe? I have friends waiting. So, could you get to the point? The man in this picture is dead. My mind went blank. Huh, what happened to Tomotaki-san? It would seem that he died last night. That was the night of the Watanagashi. Do you understand the implications behind that, Mabara-san? Implications, not any for the cause of his death or the reasons behind it. The real problem is that he died on the day of the Watanagashi, meaning this year the curse of the Oyashiro-sama had once again. The death of Jiro Tomotaki is still confidential. You can understand why that is, right? I didn't want to understand why. Please tell me. Tell me what happened. It was rather peculiar. It might be a little too graphic for someone born and raised in Hinamizawa. It was a roundabout way of saying it, but it caused me to doubt whether or not I wanted to hear the rest. I would only regret forcing myself to learn of something I shouldn't, or at least that's how I figured I would feel if I listened to the rest. One of our patrol cars discovered the body on the way back from security detail at the festival. It was late, about 5 till midnight. The location was, where the road into town becomes paved, right? Down past the slope, on the shoulder over there. There are a few streetlights on that road. It was pitch black darkness. It was only broken by the lights of passing cars and the moon. It was a stroke of luck that Tomotaki-san was spotted, collapsed on the shoulder of the road. Tomotaki-san was face down, covered in blood. Blood and muck covered the asphalt. We thought it was a hit and run at first, but when the officer checked to see if he was still alive, he quickly noticed something abnormal. His throat had been ripped open. From a knife or something? No. Nails. Nails? As in fingernails? With those? He clawed through? From the coroner's report, it was revealed that it was with his own nails. Huh? What? What does that mean? Basically, it means it wasn't a murder. It was a suicide. Tomotaki-san thought there was a reason to tear open his own throat, as hard as he could with his own nails, tore through the skin until he started to bleed, and even then Tomotaki-san didn't stop. He continued clawing. With enough intensity that it could have peeled off his nails. Still clawing, still clawing. Then as his nails reached those vital arteries that you should never damage, he continued clawing. Splurt. Blood splattered on the ground around him. As he bled, while gasping for breath, he collapsed. His body spasmed, and he died in agony. We thought drugs were to blame, but nothing of that nature was detected. But this, it was a suicide. I have never heard of such a thing. This unnatural way of dying. This wasn't a mysterious death. Then what was? The way he died. In these 5 years, his death must resemble that of a curse, as if to show both myself and Tomotaki-san, who proclaimed there was no such thing as a curse, that we were wrong. There were a few more suspicious details. From his body chemistry, perspiration, epilation, and so on, we concluded that he was in a state of hysteria right before his death. That was a given. It's hard to believe someone could be in a sound state of mind while clawing out their own throat. Wounds on his hands matched a discarded piece of lumber nearby. There are traces where he struck trees and guardrails within. Tomotaki-san's blood was found all over the place, meaning that while tearing at his own throat, he was swinging around a piece of lumber. There were external injuries, which were not self-inflicted, discovered on Tomotaki-san. There is a high probability Tomotaki-san was assaulted. The external injuries suggest there may have been multiple suspects. To summarize, Tomotaki-san was surrounded and attacked. While wandering the night roads in a state of panic, after being cornered, he picked up a piece of lumber and tried fighting back. Somewhere in there he began madly tearing at his own throat, clawing at it. Then he died. The presumed time of death was around 9:23 p.m. Okay, so I was still probably awake. Like watching DBZ or something before bed. Meaning it occurred right after you finished talking to Tomotaki-san at the festival. Everyone signed Tomotaki-san's shirt, then parted ways. Right after that, oh yeah, he should have been with a woman. What about her? She's missing. She hasn't shown up to work, and she hasn't returned home either. There is a very high probability that she was involved in this incident. For a while I could only gaze off into space. I never would have thought that something unfortunate happened to somebody close to me could affect me this deeply. The time I had spent with Tomotaki-san was short, but we went to the same festival, spent time together, and took part in the same competition. He was one of us. We have been continuing this investigation on various fronts, but when it comes to Oishiro-sama's curse, the villagers here aren't very cooperative. That I knew well. I would have been none the wiser if not for Tomotaki-san, the outsider, telling me. So that's why you came to me. Because I'm not originally from Hinamizawa. I should have been angry that was the reason he wanted to hear from me what happened. If things go the way they have been, the conclusion would be that Jiro Tomotaki died from Oishiro-sama's curse. He turned away from me and gazed off far into the distance. The night of Watanagashi during the sacred ritual. He callously snapped off photos angering Oishiro-sama. That's how it's going to turn out. There's no way Oishiro-sama would inflict divine punishment on Tomotaki-san. Tomotaki-san had been killed by humans, and a cowardly group no less. There's no way I'm going to let this end up being the fault of some curse. I think so as well. There's no such thing as divine punishment or curses. The tense mood was cut with the man's hearty laugh. That's how this must be, Mabara-san. Cooperation from individuals in Hinamizawa who don't believe in the curse is indispensable. Understand, neither Tomotaki-san nor I believed in curses, but with the way things were going, it would just end up with Tomotaki-san's death, marking the 5th year, which would mean Hinamizawa had rejected Tomotaki-san. There was something I couldn't allow. Tomotaki-san was one of us. He didn't live in Hinamizawa, but he came every single year. In a sense, he was more a resident than I was. There was no way that Tomotaki-san could have been cursed by Oishiro-sama. But there is nothing I can do to help. I have no idea what happened that night either. No, if you see or hear something that draws your attention, then that is enough. If I see or hear, he was talking to the future tense. Things or people or rumors? Anything is fine. I don't care if they're unfounded. Here, this is my number. If I'm not there, then just leave a message with whoever picks up. He handed me a piece of paper with this number on it, but I hesitated for a second. If I took it, then whether I wanted to or not, I'd be mired knee-deep in this matter. Please help me solve these questions surrounding Tomotaki-san's unfortunate death. That's right. Why was I hesitating? I needed to find the murderer who killed my friend. I snatched up the piece of paper as a satisfied grin spread across my face. Everything we spoke of today is a secret. Please keep this confidential. Understood. From your friends as well, especially from Sonozaki-san and Furuta-san. Please do not inform them. So you mean Sonozaki? You mean Mion? Why? Are you saying that they have something to do with the incident? When my friends' names were brought up so abruptly and being told to keep it a secret from them, I became rather angry. This is what you call investigative privilege, I suppose. Don't play games with me. Mion is a close friend of mine. I snapped at him, but he didn't seem to be especially offended. I wouldn't mind telling you, but it may just upset you. Say it! He hesitated a little. Turning his gaze to the outside of the car, he began to speak after thinking for a bit. There is a possibility that the string of incidents happening in Hirasawa are a result of a village conspiracy. There's no way that could be right. Give me a break. First of all, is there any proof of that? No evidence. Also, each of the cases were resolved. None of the perpetrators had any direct connection with the village. Then how did you come to that conclusion? Every year, the enemies of the village die on the day of the Watanagashi. Don't you think that's enough reason to suspect something? Only the residents in Hirasawa felt that day of the Watanagashi was sacred. So basically, because the incidents happening on that day, it was somehow related to Hirasawa. First, it was the dam construction foreman. Then it was the villager that supported it. Then there was the village that held a grudge against Dion. Then those that hold a grudge against the village die one after another for mysterious causes. The means are different, but the end result is the same, unfounded and reasonable suspicion. But it could just be shrugged off. So the victims after that, what about Shinto priest and his wife's death? They weren't enemies of the village. The villagers had expected leadership from Shinto priest at the time of the dam dispute, but he wasn't proactive, so there was a fraction of the villagers who harbored ill will toward him as a result. Yeah, well, it's not like he did anything bad to the village. What about the housewife after that? Did she die because she was the wife of a brother of a supporter? That's such a trivial reason to kill someone. What about Tomotaki-san? He's not affiliated with the dam project at all. Was he just killed because he was an outsider? In the beginning, it fell on those related to the dam project. You're on the enemy threshold of vengeance and become much lower. Well, I mean, Kira did the same thing. It's like, oh, we'll kill murderers and rapists. And it's like, well, this person doesn't recycle. This person doesn't work enough overtime. So, like, more like, oh, this person has a parking ticket. This person went out back for a fourth plate of all-you-can-eat buffet. This person doesn't drink tea. The bar keeps getting lower. What's scary about that? It means it's not just enemies of the village anymore, just being an outsider is reason enough. And then next year's victim that's going to be picked out of the village outsider pool? It might be a person that just moved here. What do you mean by... I swallowed by... Here in Hirasawa, the ones who would be considered the most outside would be my family. I was proof enough of that, wasn't I? I still couldn't really remember the names of the people I passed by. Then the next victim's my family. Was he saying he was going to be me? But what does that have to do with Mion? Can't go details, but Sonozaki family led the damn protests. Quite fervently so. This is also true of Mion Sonozaki herself. She has quite a few misdemeanor and obstruction charges of public worker offenses on her record because of the protests. I knew Mion knew what it meant to fight. This is the first I heard of her family leading the protests, though. Then, well, what did it all mean? Are you saying that Mion's family is involved with this string of incidents? I wouldn't go that far. I'm just saying that if it's a conspiracy, then they'd have the highest probability of being behind it. Not a very clear explanation. It felt like he'd magnificently avoid the details I really wanted to know. We don't know who or how involved anyone is right now. That is exactly why I don't want you to say anything to the villagers. Instead of answering, I gave a very bitter expression. It seemed that he understood it well enough. Now think of it like this. I don't want to worry the villagers who blindly believe it's a curse. How about that? What do you mean by how about that? How should I know? But the reason behind wanting me not to carelessly open my mouth about it wasn't too hard to comprehend. The perpetrator was here. It had nothing to do with a curse. It was definitely going to be caught by police and made to pay for crimes. And none of the villagers should have anything to do with the process. It may be cause sensitive to the curse. Should just worry needlessly. Just like everyone kept it from me, so I wouldn't worry about it. Is it now my turn to keep it from them? So they didn't have to worry? I was just talking to myself. Unlike me, everyone else had been worrying over these mysterious incidents. Purely, and the incident this time probably means a lot more to them. I didn't want to burden them anymore. In the end, everything went as the man had wanted. As inspired as it was. But it couldn't be helped. I understand, I'll keep it to myself. Is that fine? I'm Mr. Oyushi, from the Okinawa police station. You can call me Kuro-chan if you want. Ah, no. Oshi-san is fine. The way he said it was unpleasant, yet retained hints of politeness. He was the spitting image of a vulgar police officer. Though, I've never seen one this bulky before, in the cop shows I watch. I've taken up too much time. Your friends are waiting, aren't they? I should probably let you get back to them. The door opened with a click, and in streamed the oppressive heat. It was blistering outside of the car. Was it really this hot a day? And almost in a cruel heat, as opposed to the mechanical coolness inside the car. It was as if the land of Hinazawa itself suddenly hated me. I felt a little sad at the thought that crossed my mind. I didn't mean to suspect your friends. Please don't misunderstand that. I refrained from telling him that it was too late to say something that is self-serving. It's fine if you don't see or hear anything, Labra-san. There is enough proof that the village is not involved. I'll contact you if I hear or see anything, but I'm no detective. Please don't expect too much from me. I won't. You don't have to become a detective. Just go on living as you have up until now. Just let me know if you notice anything. I hastily made my way back to the school building, after giving a quick bow. See you later. Farewell, Malboro-kun. I returned to the school building without looking back. I don't know how much time had passed. I did feel bad for keeping them waiting, but right now there was not a lot on my mind. Tomotaki-san's death was hard enough as it was, but I think there was a possibility of a village conspiracy. Worse still, there was a chance Mion was involved. Nonsense. Impossible not Mion. Rena, Satoko, Rika-chan. It was a group that attacked Tomotaki-san. Who could be the perpetrators? Could it be that they were hiding somewhere in Hinazawa? I didn't know. All I could say for certain was that I knew that Mion couldn't be the perpetrator. It's me-chan, the perpetrator. Huh? I started to hear Rena's voice. With the rope in the, lounge? Bwaha. Nope. No. Rena clutched her head while flailing about. Looks like you're just self-destructing over here. Wow. Ah, Kei-chan, you're quite late. As you may well know, I'm seething with anger. Ah, sorry about that. I was called into the staff room, you see. You were reprimanded for bad behavior? That's a shame. Well, it's been pretty heated over here. Since it's getting pretty late, let's make the next game the last one. Right, I had 0 points. Isn't it pretty much decided that I'm going to be finishing last place? Don't worry, Keiichi-kun. I'm at -1 points. The heck? Their score is lower than mine and I wasn't even playing. This is the final match to decide the penalty is going to be carried out by Rena alone, or by both Kei-chan and Rena. I could get a 1. Yeah, right. Just let Rena do the penalty by herself. We made a promise, Keiichi-kun, that we would both win. I waited all this time, you know? You know? Ugh, I'm sorry about that. I followed my initial plan showing around my cards, but I didn't say who was the criminal, and just waited for her to call. I got it. The murderer is me! Wet the poison at the entrance. Is it? Is it? My Rena was quite a quick answer. Another stab in the dark? Oh. Rena's correct. Oh, then it's decided that Keiichi-san take part in the penalty as well. Hooray! Keiichi, let's both do our best. Yeah, let's do our best, haha. It's my fault, so I have no choice. Then that's the game. It's me, Mion, and Samasaki ring first. And dead last are Keiichi, Mabara, and Ryuga. Everyone applauded and the game ended. The problem now was the penalty. Now that I ring first, I'll decide what you'll be buying for our gopher penalty. What will she make us buy, I wonder. Let's blacklist the drugstore. That wasn't your aim, was it? Huh? I don't have any business in the drugstore. This old man's already got a list prepared with a piece of paper. Whoa, there's a lot written here. A lot? Damn it, what should make us buy? 2 blocks of tofu, shampoo and conditioner, apple vinegar, fried tofu. The heck is this? Looks more like a shopping list than a penalty. Mi was certain she was going to win today. Rule 7 of our society. You cannot refuse any penalty. Here's some money. The shampoo I usually get is Fruit Fable. Thanks. This is just your grocery list. I promised myself that I won next time. I'm gonna go buy hemorrhoid cream. Hypovolemic shock induced by clawing out their own throat. Tissue is packed under the nails, not someone else's nails. It's undoubtedly by the individual's own nails. The shape of the scars also matches. Yeah, I know the immediate cause of death was suicide, I get it. You're saying the cause of death is unnatural, right? It's kind of like when your back itches and you scratch a little hard and draw blood. Someone told like his fingernails have been burnt out. It's actually quite simple to pull out one's own nails, but it really hurts. Under normal circumstances, the pain would prevent you from completely pulling them out. Also, there was a lot of bruises to Matake-san's body. It's clear from the ship that he was assaulted by someone, or a group of people. According to the toxicology report, the deceased was in an extreme state of hysteria right before death. Then he fought back and clawed his own throat because of the hysterical he had become. The guys attacking him certainly would have been surprised with that. It is possible that such an abnormal, violent person could perform acts that a sane individual couldn't possibly imagine. Of course, those are very rare cases. Actually, Oshikun, that wood plank from the deceased used as a weapon. They only found sand and paint from the guardrail on it. What about the clothes fibers or skin? Nothing. The deceased didn't strike the assailants, or it could be they took the plank he was fighting back with. In that case, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to replace it with another. They had taken them all. Har har har. That's true. Tomo-san was pretty built and tanned. He was quite athletic. That's right. He was pretty active. Can't imagine what kind of sports he did when he was alive, but I think his physical strength would be on a higher side, meaning he would be difficult to overpower in a brawl. If a man with such physique sensed he was in danger and swung the plank around quickly, it's just unthinkable that it wouldn't even nick the perpetrator. And his opponent was unarmed. This guy had a wooden plank so you'd think he'd hit him at least once. To surround and take down someone of his physique? I wonder how many people it would take. You dimwit? You should know better than anyone. Have you forgotten your bad cop days? If I was to take down this guy, how many would I need? When a group wants to take down a big prey, it's fundamental attack with numbers. I'd guess about 4. Even if there was a gap in their strength, they'd manage. Then there was quite a few perpetrators. So any drunken, disorderly groups of more than 4 are suspicious. A group of 4 or more. Just if they had that many, then couldn't they have hidden the body in a less obvious location? Or did he somehow break away from that fatal predicament? Then there would be no reason to commit suicide. Moreover, I still can't comprehend the irregular way he died. It's full of mysteries. That's under serious consideration on my end, too. I'll be examining it as thoroughly as possible. But don't get your hopes up. After all, we've never encountered a death like this before. I'm not hoping for much, but I am looking forward to the results. Oishi-san, the chief is calling for you. Thanks, see you around. Yeah, best wishes. Jiro Tomataki, deceased. Residing in a cheap hotel in Shishibona City. Registered under the name Jiro Tomataki, pen name. Travels via a folding bike. No license. The bicycle was found 300 meters away, abandoned at the side of the forest path. Present on the day of the festival, accompanied by the missing Miyoto Kana. Was seen around 9 p.m. by police, location afterwards unknown. Held residence in Mizawa for 1 week each season for the last 5-6 years. Freelance photographer, specializing in wild birds. Check with magazine companies. Nothing suspicious in the film located among the articles of the deceased. Wallet was among the particles of the deceased. Mere act of violence. In the contents of wallets, he spent most of his time around Tokyo and Chiba, along the Sobu National Railroad line. No individuals matching the name Jiro Tomataki in the residence records of any Tokyo wards. Compare teeth to dental records. Send to Metro Police. Attach a photo. Send to Metro Police. Contacted magazines regarding Jiro Tomataki. Miyoto Kana missing. Nurse at Ira Clinic. Became close to Tomataki through her passion for wild bird photography. Resides in Okinami. Single. Witnessed to accompany Tomataki on the festival grounds. Currently missing. Abducted? Or maybe a suspect. An important person of interest. Had no motive to kill the deceased. Squabble from jealousy. Need to thoroughly investigate their relationship. Place of work, etc. Need to get information of the police on scene again. I want some cream puffs. 4 jumbo ones. Ooshi. Sleepy. Whoa, that was really big. Yawn, Kaijin. You should wake once it's time to eat, but doesn't look like I can do it today. I was watching TV until late last night, so I'm so tired right now. Was one of those raunchy TV shows you loved so much last night? How extremely vile. Don't jump to conclusions. It's perfectly normal for boys. Nothing to be ashamed about. Rika not patting my head only made me feel worse. Could you just let me pass on this lunch break? No, seriously. My, you think I would just sit here and allow that? I'll get really angry if you disturb me. Really angry. Yawn. This was just dreadful. Just so sleepy. I slumped my head on the desk and drifted off in an afternoon nap. It seemed that Sotoko responded, but I pretended not to hear. Cut it out, Sotoko-chan. Keiichi-kun fell asleep. His sleeping face so cute. You can take him home later. Let him be for now. Let's move over there. It'd be rude to Keiichi if we bothered him now. Rika-chan really is a good girl. Let's not wake him up even if the teacher comes back. I take that back. The excuse that I didn't sleep that much last night because I was watching TV was a lie. I was in bed at the usual time, but because of the conversation Oshi saw in the afternoon, I didn't get much sleep. Just spending the day like this, it's almost as if the incident with Tomataki-san didn't happen at all. It made me think, was Oshi-san just trying to deceive me? but it was probably the truth. One thing was certain. I couldn't speak to anyone about it. I think in this situation I might have done the same at first, but at this point I probably would have got up and got next to them and hey guys, yeah, I wasn't able to sleep well because I was thinking about something bad that happened, and I wasn't sure how to tell you guys about it. I wasn't even sure if I should. Like, I didn't want you guys to freak out or get sad. But I just want to brace you guys for this. So, I mean, we're all sitting down, and we have food to eat to console ourselves. Granted, there's not Dairy Queen anywhere nearby, but still. So I have some really bad news. And, well, there's a lot of bad news. And some of the worst parts of the bad news are really, really weird. So I'm only going to mention the first part of the bad news at first. And I will gradually tell you the rest after a while. But I want you to have time to process this, okay? It's like, what's the bad news, Cage-kun? Remember I took a while to get back from the bathroom? I was stopped by the principal, and I was told to go outside. I had a guest. It was a cop. He talked to me about the Watanagashi, and he showed me a picture of Toмотaki-san, who had been found dead shortly after I had got done talking to him. He apparently had died shortly after I got done talking to him. And the girl that was with him, they have no idea where she is, or if she's alive, or what. You said there was worse news. Yeah, there's worse things that go along with this, but I want to give you guys time to process that. So I'm going to start eating some of this lunch. Maybe take a nap while you guys freak out a little bit. He wanted my assistance, but I really didn't know anything about it. If I knew I wasn't going to be of any help, I probably wouldn't have listened in the first place. It ended up with me again, regretting learning something I didn't need to know. If I had never learned about it, I would, without a doubt, be going off the rest of them right now. I couldn't help but resent Ryodashi's-san for this. Huh? When was that? I heard he wasn't there that next day. It appears he vanished out on the night of the Watanagashi. Mion whispered to the others to keep from listening, but I could hear it clearer. On the other hand, Renet's voice was even harder to pick up, but I could still tell that she was quite upset. It couldn't be. Are they talking about Toмотaki-san? Not sure. That's all I know. I would have to feign ignorance about this topic because I needed to keep it a secret. Rather than waking up and being forced to lie to join the conversation, it was much easier just to sit here and pretend I was asleep and listen on the discussion. Wait, why did I have to pretend to be asleep while eavesdropping on my friend's conversation? The guilt stung. So, and me and the others, right? Too? But they didn't know if it's from the curse, or if this was an Onikakushi. Onikakushi? Onikakushi? To be hidden away by a demon? What a mysterious phrase. I did, however, get the feeling it meant nothing good. There was another, right? Right? If it's always Shirosama's, then yeah. But this year, that all? Grandma and the mayor talked about it. Seems they only talked to police about it beforehand. They said to take care of whatever happens without causing commotion. And without us knowing it, someone had meant, You mean, next could be me, I wonder. Don't worry. You got home safely. But is not allowed, right? That was a long time ago. Let's stop talking about this. It made it sound like both of them went silent. The entirety of the conversation was built and clear, but a few parts caught my attention. First off, the term Onikushi, to be demoned away. By the context, it was used in a way I guessed similar to being spirited away. I suspected that this was meant to be because Toмотaki-san, the one really bugged me. I didn't get to read that. Said there was another one, right? Me on side of his Oyushi's curse, yeah. Responding to something. So much some of the curse, then there had to be 2 victims. Is that what she meant? Come to think of it, I remember Mion saying at the beginning that they didn't know the curse or Onofukushi. It seems that the curse and being demon away are different things, and they were phenomena that were paired together. Quote Tomokaki's terrible end. That wasn't something as elegant as disappearing. The horrendous end would be best described as cursed. Then this one with him, it means she vanished because she was demoned away. What I do know is that there's normally an even number of victims of the curse's power. And the last point bothered me was Rena. Rena was frightened. For what reason, I didn't know. However, she knew something that made her a potential target of Ushiro-sama's curse. Ushiro-sama should be the guardian deity Hinamasawa. Isn't a guardian deity supposed to defend citizens, drive out invaders? Yesterday, Ushiro-sama said the Ushiro enemies of the village, but recently there was no longer any distinction between them or regular outsiders. If that was the case, then I would think I'd be the more likely target. I moved here worse than the Rena. From her composure, I can infer that she was grimly certain that she would be next. I should probably relay that I had heard just now to Oshi-san. Informing the police of what I heard by eavesdropping with friends, pretending to be asleep. It made me feel terrible. I raised a few questions that left me with bad taste in my mouth. It would be better not to seek answers to those questions. As I continued to learn more and more, I felt like I had fallen past the point of no return. I would definitely regret this one day. I would definitely regret having learned of these events. The teacher approaches. Keiichi-san, you must awaken. In the distance I could hear the ring of the handbell, signaling the start of the Manfred class. Yeah, I couldn't sleep at all. I hastily opened my eyes and raised my head up. It was in that moment when I leaned against the back of my seat. Ow! There was a thumbtack stuck on the back of my chair with tape. Circumstantial evidence was enough. Satoko! Guilty without trial. Capital punishment. I furiously jumped up from my seat, and I tripped as if my feet were tangled up. My shoelaces had been tied together. Not bad, Satoko. While sleeping, you were able to conceal your presence and to pull off this fine piece of work. The teacher came in right as I went to pull off my shoe off tackle Satoko. Oh ho ho! Did you not notice that our teacher has arrived, Keiichi-san? Take your seat. Clomp clomp, wish wish, poof. Not carrying one bed made a flicker in the forehead. Bwah! Keiichi-san's being mean. Hey, don't pick on your younger kids, Mabara-san. Apologize to her. I saw Satoko stick her tongue out at me. I saw Satoko stick her tongue out at me, that little brat. Come on, Mabara-kan. Yeah, I'll apologize. Sorry, Tataka-san. Hey guys, I apologize even if it wasn't a completely insincere tone of voice. Damn her, I'll remember this. Kei-chan. Get your revenge at the club meeting. Take your seat. I sat down and Mion told me she switched the class representative mode. With the boring classes finished, school was finally over for the day. Now then, what should we do for our club today? Personally, I would like to play the deduction game one more time. I was hardly able to play it because of the Oshi-san. Ren and I weren't even able to test out the strategy. That's right, today Keiichi and I will be victorious. What should we do? I didn't get to read that. Why not try us? We never played the same game 2 days. Why not ask me? Mia looked over her shoulder as we made eye contact. She slowly tapped her palm over her fist, as her face suddenly lit up. Oops. I completely forgot I need to help my uncle today. Sorry guys, not today. Helping your uncle? Aren't you a little goody two-shoes? Sorry, really. I really did forget. Well then, sorry guys. This old man is heading back home now. Mion left us with that and rushed off the exit, patching up her bag. See Mi-chan, she sometimes goes to help out her uncle shop in town. I thought she wasn't the type to get caught up such bothersome stuff. She said that she gets paid for it. It is quite a bit of spending money from what I hear. I see. She was able to pay for that mountain of games with what she saved up from there. But wouldn't you call that a part-time job? Isn't that against school policy? There's a clause that states family businesses are excluded. Is that what she's calling it? So what now? Pass on the club today? So, we're done today, I guess. Want to be fine even without a club president? Let's do this. Open the club locker and began searching for the deduction game. The ever-growing pile of games. Ah, here it is. The deduction game from yesterday. Man, I had to stop just as I was getting the hang of it. At the very least, I wanted to play Satoko for what she did after the break. I do not mind, but is it fine for Renaissance and Rika? If Keiichi wants to so badly, I wouldn't mind playing for a bit. I think it's better if we do it. We have everyone together. When she says like that, I wanted to go shopping if there wasn't a club meeting today. Going to buy soy sauce and other things. Oh, that's right. I completely forgot. Well, I guess since it's been a while, I should go treasure hunting. What's this now? Everyone's no longer in the mood for club activities? If I kept on trying to push the matter, it may make them realize I had a trick up my sleeve. Oh well, I'll give up this time. Man, I really was looking forward to play it. I shuffled through the cards I still caught up on. Next up, I should give you a sound thrashing a hole. The murderer is Satoko. The murder weapon is pistol. It was you, after all. What did you say? Then I'll just... Satoko looked through the cards and the desk stuck out regarding me. The murderer is Keiichi. In the lounge with the rope. I don't need no rope. I'll just strangle you like this. No, Keiichi-san is such a beast. Phew. Well, I guess it's good that I got out of that system. Wah! I remember this, Keiichi-san. She was used as a plaything for quite a while. How unfortunate. Cute. Everyone got ready to go back home. I also helped gather up scattered cards. I suddenly paused. They were just the suspect cards. But I noticed something strange. Rena, Satoko, Rika, Keiichi, Mion, Satoshi. Satoshi. Not all the cards are made by us. Or at least every card, besides the ones, has the name of club members. Does this mean Satoshi Fellow is a member? Was there someone in the class named Satoshi? I couldn't find anyone named Satoshi in the class roster that's stuck on the wall. Keiichi, let's hurry and finish cleaning. Being rushed around, I fished up quickly. Satoko and Rika had already headed Mary from their lockers, so we were the only ones left in the classroom. Right now, Rena had already gotten her bag and ready to leave. Rena? There must be quite a few people who transferred to school. Right? I tried asking Rena in a bit of a roundabout way. Rena made a troubled face and then answered. Yeah? Inamizawa is a rural town, right? Some people transfer out every now and then. Then is Satoshi another one of those transferees? Sorry. I don't really know. There was a bit of a pause, but the answer was pretty much immediate. I'm not saying it to be mean. Just last year, I transferred in, so maybe I just missed him. So I didn't hear much about him. Sorry. I am not sure. Sorry. Her answer was a lot like when she refused to tell me about the murder at the dam. I was saddened by her denial, and I felt a little bit of anger. I'm their friend, aren't I? Friends don't keep secrets from their friends, do they? Though I do appreciate that they kept the unsettling curse from me. But if everyone is worried about it, I'd rather be worried with them. That's what it means to be friends, right? For a moment I wondered what just kind of face I was making just then, with these mixed feelings of sadness and annoyance. Keiichi-kun, you're making a scary face. Why is it? Why? It was probably exactly the kind of face Rena said it was. It appeared my grim expression had frightened her. Sorry. I was really looking forward to the club today. I'm just feeling down about it. I rustled Rena's hair. Let's go home. Dragging that awkward mood with us, we headed home. I wonder why. Why have I been getting this dumb feeling lately? I didn't know anything. I had nothing to worry about. I was just enjoying my everyday life. My long outstretched shadow gave no answer to my naive inquiry. Keiichi-kun, are you tired, maybe? Maybe. Remember timidly I questioned the reason behind my mood. I'm sure my expression made the situation even more unsettling. You think so? Yeah. You seem to have been a little out of it ever since this morning. Maybe a cold. Physically, I was pretty sure I was in perfect health. It may not seem like it, but I've had a perfect attendance since elementary school. Rena continued on since I didn't give her an answer. It could be that fatigue from moving has finally caught up with you. It's completely different from where you used to live, after all. Of course, you've gotten tired since there's so much you need to get used to. And remember. Maybe that's it. Yeah. It has to be. Rena was also like that at first, too, yeah. I can tell, you know. I wondered if Rena would also experience a slight bit of alienation last year that I was feeling right now. Thinking so, I felt she was the only one who could understand how I felt. I'd like to hear about when you first came to Hinamizawa. How was it? Feeling I had been drawn to conversation with her, face suddenly brightened. Huh? It was the same as Keiichi-kun. I didn't know the villagers' names at all. Michan and the rest were all very kind, so I wasn't lonely. But I did still feel a little out of place. Rena told me all the details when she moved here. All of her first acquaintances and surprises, worries and good times. So Satoko got you too? Yeah. There was a thumbtack on my chair. Poke. Then with that that really takes me back. When you were invited into the club, the first day. Nah, there wasn't a club at the beginning. It was formed partway through. One day she said she would stay over and hold a big game tournament. Come to think of it, Mion did say she was the first club president. Now I get it. This is a secret, but Michan used to be really bad at the beginning. She'd never win, huh? Mion, really? I can't even imagine that. She had to do most of the penalties that she came up with. Seriously, don't tell. I can't believe Mion was like that. So she gradually transformed into a monster who used any means necessary to win during that time. Mion is at her best when she's fighting dirty. I began making more friends besides Michan after that, but yeah, it might have only been since you moved here that I had finally felt like I'd gotten used to it here. I guess Ren had also been left in the dark about the Oshiro-sama when she had just moved here. I guess that's when they finally told the Oshiro-sama I'd be considered one of them. I wonder when I'll finally be considered one of them. Did you say something? No, sorry. Just talking to myself. Keiichi-kun, you're so silly. Ryan was poking fun and laughing at me, and I couldn't help but laugh as well. But I suddenly stopped. Then after making up my mind, I spoke. Hey, Rena. Is there something that everyone is keeping from me? Huh? No, not at all. You're lying, aren't you? Rena suddenly stopped. Her expression was cold and intense. What do you mean by that, Keiichi-kun? Her tone was still the same cheery, light-hearted one as before. You are, aren't you, keeping something from me? After understanding what I meant, her expression grew even more intense. Seeing that face, I regretted saying something so rash, but she came back at me in a way I didn't expect. Well then, Keiichi-kun. Aren't you keeping something from us? Huh. Her tone didn't change, but it was the first time I'd seen this expression from Rena. With her gaze pierced through me, I couldn't believe this was the same Rena. Aren't you? Lies or secrets? Aren't you? You are. Secrets. She didn't actually say that part, but she looked as if she did. The incident with Tomotaki-san and how I felt, even without having to think about it. There were things I knew that I felt guilty about, but I didn't tell everyone what happened with Tomotaki-san to be considerate. I was keeping a secret just the same way they didn't tell me what was Shiro-sama's. Then, aren't we even? No, I'm not. No lies. Nor secrets. Liar. Her answer was instant, and it shook me. Rena stared, as if burrowing through me, watching me like a hawk. Why would you say I'm lying? Didn't you say that you recall into the teacher's room yesterday during the club meeting, Keiichi-kun? I know. You didn't go to the teacher's room. I swallowed hard. It clearly wasn't a bluff. She knew what would happen. The teacher said you had a guest, didn't she? But you didn't talk at the entrance. You talked inside the car near the school gate. With some man we don't know. Rena knew everything. She knew that I was called out by Oshi-san, and that I heard that the incident with Tomotaki-san as well. Did she know all of it? Exactly who was that man? I don't know him. Why did someone you don't know have business with you? I want to know that myself. Then what did you talk about? It was nothing to do with you guys. It was a lie. Lies. Rena's scream echoed through the trees, sending frightened birds into the air. I couldn't exhale the deep breath I had just taken. No, it was like I wasn't allowed to exhale. It was here, I first realized. The person in front of me, she wasn't Rena Ryuga. Then who was it that was standing before me now? Who had assumed Rena Ryuga's appearance? I had held my breath for so long I could feel myself suffocating. Right? And then she made a facial expression Rena normally made. It didn't matter that it was Rena's usual smile. It chilled me to the bone. She drew closer to me. I felt her breath against my face. It wasn't the least bit exciting. Whoever this was with Rena's face was going to choose my nose off. I cowered as I imagined that. Then she smirked as if she was able to see right through me. We also have secrets, just like how Keiichi-kun has secrets. It was Rena's usual smile, but her eyes were still like that of a hawk's. Bringing her face close enough to mine, to almost bump into my nose, she kindly persuaded me. I couldn't nod or shake my head. This person standing in front of me, this person looked like Rena, frightened me to my core. I was terrified knowing that she could hear the sound of my swallowing nervously. After what felt like eternity, after a long empty silence, she finally spoke. Let's go. It's getting chilly. It was Rena again, smiling at me once more. She started walking as if nothing had happened. When I was released from her gaze, my legs gave out from under me, and I slumped onto the ground. I wasn't about to lift a finger until Rena was out of sight. Who was that? I felt cold. My body was drenched in sweat. I was finally able to form a coherent thought and asked myself once again, who was that person? Who looked like Rena Ryuga? I was out of it and couldn't bring myself to do anything until dinner, except stare blankly into space. Was I terrified from Rena going off on me? No, that's not right. That was someone else who only looked like Rena. Then who could it have been? It was a dreadful feeling, knowing that was someone else, not Rena, so tomorrow I shouldn't have a problem talking to Rena like I usually do. That thought was strangely comforting. It concluded that I should just calm down and clear my head, though those thoughts continued swirling around my mind. Finally I returned to my senses, as I heard my mother calling out to me from the bottom of the steps. Keiichi, it's a call from the bookstore. Bookstore. Can't think of why they'd be calling me. I went downstairs and picked up the receiver anyway. My apologies for calling so late. It's me, Oshi, from the Okinawa bookshop. Oshi-san. Oh, it's Oshi-san. Sorry, since your parents picked up, I said I was from the bookstore. It puts people off when I say I'm a police officer. Oh, was in his own way rather courteous. Even so, I didn't want my parents hearing me talk to the police. I brought the cordless phone with me as I dashed back to my room on the second floor. Sorry for calling so late. That phone number on the piece of paper I gave you yesterday was the old number. My apologies. Can you copy down the number I'm about to give you? Ah, yeah. Okay. He gave the number of his direct line as I wrote it down. I thought that was the end of it, but he began making pointless small talk. It was pretty hard to hang up. So how's it been, Marlborough-san? Did anything strange happen recently? I see. This was the real reason. He really beat around the bush there. His adult conversational skills left me slack-jawed. Are you from around here, Oishi-san? Yeah, I am. Born and raised in Okinawa. If he's from around here, he might know. Oishi-san? Do you know what this Oni Kakushi thing is about? I believe that's when somebody suddenly vanishes because they've been abducted by a demon. It's a special saying from around here. It has the same meaning as spirited away like everyone else says. Whereas my friends would say they didn't know when I asked, this older man gave me a direct answer. It made me a bit happy that he answered me directly without trying to hide anything. Hinamizawa was, I'm not sure if I should tell you this, Mamoru-san. Don't try to play this off. If you're not going to talk, then I'm not going to tell you anything. No. That's not what I meant. It's just that it may make you feel bad. You see, long ago Hinamizawa was feared it's a village where demons reside. Demons? By demons you mean those with pitchfork-carrying into hell? More like human-eating monsters. They'd go down to villages snatching people up and gobbling them down, that kind of tale. Demons snatch people up. What's the Zona Kuhushi really means? They said that the curse being demoned away happened together. What does that mean? I already knew about the mysterious deaths happening 5 years ago, but I didn't know that there were people disappearing for the same 5 years. The curse and the demon away happened together? First time I heard of that. Is that how Mabura-san? That's what I want to know. I heard Rena and Mion talking. They said if there really was Oishi's curse, then both the curse and demon away would happen. Oishi began humming and hawing. Receiver. Maybe something about that came to mind. Mabura-san, do you know the first incident? The murder by dismemberment? Yeah. One of the 6 perpetrators is still on the run, right? Hypothetically, what if he isn't on the run but was demoned away? Huh? It was an outrageous hypothesis. The incident 4 years ago was a particularly ghastly one. The police already knew the perpetrators, so they posted tons of wanted posters with the face on them. They stalked out various locations investigating a possible escape route he had. But for 4 years, there wasn't even a hint of where he might be, unless the police were completely incompetent. Even if it was an outrageous hypothesis, I couldn't simply laugh it off. And what about the incident next year? The man supported the project and both died in the incident. Well, actually, it was only the husband who died in the insects. His wife's body never surfaced. Unless we found the body, then it considered a missing person by law. At the time of the incident, the river below the cliff was muddy rapids. The police drove a search branch to where to find her body, but that just not being a time of the body, it's still dead, right? Isn't it different from being driven away? We cannot say someone is dead without a body. Until a certain number of years pass, by law, she's still treated as alive. I'm not sure if it was right to call that being demoned away. The wife is still missing. At least that part is reality. How about 3rd year? The Shinto priest died of an illness, and his wife committed suicide. Mabura-san, that's actually the exact same scenario. The wife had supposedly thrown herself into the bottomless bush, meaning it's all circumstantial evidence. They simply found her suicide note in front of the marsh. A diver was able to recover a few remnants, but they weren't able to find a body. The investigative headquarters believed that she had faked her death and was still alive somewhere. I'm not sure if we could still call these cases as being demoned away, just as if you said every year one person does go missing. Incident this year, the woman with the tomataki has gone missing. Then what about the incident with the housewife being beaten to death? Who went missing? The perpetrator was caught, right? Yeah, we arrested him. He was just a miscreant with a record of narcotics abuse. He admitted the crime while being questioned about a different incident. But, well, you see, after he was arrested, a child from the victim's home went missing. It's still under an investigation, as to whether the disappearance had anything to do with the crime. But you said you caught him, right? Did he have an accomplice? No idea. It's considered a separate case. Or we can't even check now. Because while under investigation of the man, he died in his holding cell. He swallowed a spork and choked to death. It's not known whether it was accident or suicide. I mean, for the last 5 years, there's always been one person who dies and one person who goes missing. That's about right. No, actually, I'm surprised as well. I never realized that I had much in common. I couldn't believe this could help lead to the closing of incidents. It was just something they had in common. Could it be that those demoned away have something in common? Oishi-san mumbled as he seemed to be thinking about it. So I summarized the events. The first year was the dam employee. Second year was the wife of the dam project supervisor. Third year was the wife of the Shinto priest. The fourth year was the victim's family's child. The fifth year was the victim's girlfriend. It doesn't sound like there's anything that connects them, with the exception of the first year, the wives and girlfriends. Those two stand out. It does seem like there are a lot. Then that means the fourth year's victim's child was different. It would really have stood out if it was all married couples. So it's not just married couples, but parents and children as well. Come to think of it, I believe Tomotaki-san also told me younger brother is alive and has moved, if I recall correctly. The child that went missing in the fourth year. Who were they? Apparently he was quite mature, 1 year older than you. His name was Satoshi Hago-san. Huh? Satoshi? I remember that name. Didn't they tell you Satoshi's transfer out last year? He was at your school up until last year. Didn't they tell you anything about him? Come to think of it, when I transferred in, I believe they said my seat belonged to a recent transfer student. Then, where I sat once belonged to the one who demoned away. It was his seat. I recalled the cold sensation that came from the desk. It made my hair stand on end. This string of mysterious deaths, no, it was Shirasama's curse. I now knew how it connected to me. The chilling sensation it was feeling, it was Shirasama's, caressing back on my neck. Oh, Shirasama's curse, huh? Could Shirasama's curse really exist? In all honesty, I was beginning to believe it. I was scared. That was why I wanted to say it was a plot crafted by a man, and not the work of a curse. But the more I dug into it, the less likely that seemed. The more I dug into it, the more mysterious it became. I kept digging eventually. I had reached the point where I had learned something I really shouldn't know. To either be none the wiser or seek an answer I may regret. Which one would I be happier with? Maybe it'll be me next time. My execution could only be delayed for 1 year. That was when I remembered Rena. Rena said she may be the next victim of the curse. You mean Rena Ryuga-san. She transferred in last year, and she's your classmate, isn't she? These incidents really might be a bit too disturbing for a girl. She's not just scared, is she? It wasn't that. She said it might be her next. She said it in a way that made me think she had a concrete reason behind it. It felt like she was convinced. Almost as if you could say she was frightened. Her sudden change in demeanor. Someone who looked like Rena but wasn't Rena. That might be unrelated. All the strange things I felt around today came back to me. I see. Then I'll be doing a bit of investigation on this end. Please continue your observation, Ryuga-san. Mabara-san. Are you asking me to keep Rena under surveillance? That's not what I meant, Mabara-san. I just want you to watch out for your friend, so she doesn't end up the next victim. At that moment, just as my mouth was agape because I was so impressed with his mature, clever way of words. Knock, knock. A sudden knock at the door sent my heart racing in an instant. Keiichi, get the door, please. On the other side of the door, I heard my father's oddly upbeat voice. What could it be? It's so late. Sorry, my dad just came in. Can we leave it at that for this night? Yeah. My apologies. Again for calling cause late. If you find anything else, please let me know. I'll tell you if I make any progress on this end. Well then, have a pleasant evening. Keiichi, hurry in, hurry up. Daddy's got his hands full. What is Dad doing? I had stayed in the same position while on the phone, the whole time so my joints were aching. When I opened the door, I saw my father was standing there with a tray. On the tray were cookies and 2 cups of black tea, and a fairly fancy spread for our household. There was even sugar and lemon slices on the side. Everything you could ask for. This was quite a show of hospitality. What's going on, Dad? What's all this for? Come on, Dad. Don't play around, Keiichi. I'm coming in. Dad was in high spirits and had a smirk on his face. But for my entire life, I've never seen him act like this hospitable. What had gotten into him? So, what were you talking about? I jumped. It's not something I had to keep from my father. But how could I explain to him I was talking to a detective? Assuming it was this late night? No, not very much. Just a friend. I don't mean the phone. She was here, wasn't she? Rena-chan. Huh? She wasn't here? Come now, don't try to keep it from me. She just came over to play. You two were chatting away, so I thought I'd bring some tea. It looks like I just missed her. I had no idea Dad was talking about, but a cold sweat dripped on my back. How long were we talking? Rena-chan went upstairs about half after, so it was close to an hour, I guess. You saw her come up to the second floor? Yeah, I did. I also told her that your room was the door down the hall up the stairs. Rena came to my house about an hour ago. Dad met her at the door and called out to me on the second floor. I probably didn't hear him because I was so focused on the conversation. I didn't reply, but he knew I was in my room, so he had her come inside, and told her my room was on the second floor. She thanked my dad and went upstairs. Then about an hour passed. She passed by my dad, just as he was bringing up the tea and left. She came upstairs, and about an hour passed. Then passed by my dad and returned home. Then after that she came upstairs, and until she left, there was Rena. There's only a short hallway between my room and the stairs, meaning Rena had, for about an hour, in the hall. No, she couldn't have been standing in front of my door the whole time. The door to my room wasn't particularly thick. You could easily hear everything that was being said. All of the ominous things and all the nonsense I spoke to Oshi-san about began rushing through my head. Honey, don't tease him. More importantly, you need to clean up your studio. It's a mess again. Mom yelled up Dad from downstairs. Dad left the ashtray with me and then went downstairs to disappoint Joro. I followed my dad out of the room with my eyes. I looked down at the floor around the doorway where Rena might have stood the whole time. Just now, as I was talking to Oshi-san with my back turned, Rena was standing mere 6 feet away the whole time. All the time in this dimly lit doorway. What did she see? What did she hear? For what reason? As the steam from the 2 teacups ominously wafted and twisted, the aroma of black tea filled my room. July 1st, 1982, to Departments 1 through 12, Prefecture Police Headquarters. Director General, to the Chief Constable and all facility managers, regarding cases situated in Himasawa Village, notice. As cases in Shishibana City and Himasawa Village have been reported by certain sections of mass media, it's drawing global attention, which is causing serious repercussions for local residents. This has become a very situation. To protect the livelihood and prosperity of the residents, the following notice has been issued. 1. Designate the following criminal investigations as classified. Okinawa Station 92, class number X. Himasawa Village housewife murdered, dated June XX. Station 1982, case number. Himasawa Village student spirits. Non-disclosure of information. Okinawa Station, 1979, case number. Village site foreman murdered, dated. Shira Station, 1980, case number. Natural Park failing incident. 91, Himasawa Village Shindo priest wife. Requesting self-restraint from each organization concerning the release of sensitive information. Please see attached reference materials 1, 2, and 3. Management, XX Prefecture Police Headquarters. Internal line, Police Affairs Department. Weariness and a headache. Not a very nice way to start the day. What's wrong, Keiichi? You don't look so well. When did you go to sleep? It seemed that my mom had noticed my sullen state. Yesterday I kept on waking up in the middle of the night. Without a doubt I felt a presence. I felt the presence of someone standing in front of my door. I told myself repeatedly that it was my imagination and forced myself to try to sleep. As I would not be able to stand, I gathered up my courage and opened the door. Of course, there's no one there. I think I did this 3 times throughout the night. Or maybe I just don't remember doing any more than that. Even though I now was able to get to the breakfast table without incident, I still didn't feel at ease. It might be a cold. I don't really have an appetite. You do seem a little warm. Well, can you make it to school? Technically, I did go to school, but it was mostly self-study. It wouldn't matter much if I missed a day, would it? It could have been. I just been feeling well for the last few days because I really did have a cold. If I took some medicine and got a good day's rest, I might be able to greet everyone with a smile tomorrow. Ding dong! Star looked back and forth between the entrance and the clock. It's 10 minutes later than when I usually met with Rena. It was Rena. Rena Shane came to get you. What are you going to do? Are you going to take the day off? Rena was a good girl. She might be somewhat quirky, but she was certainly cute. The lunches she made were delicious, and she always looked out for me. Why should I be so scared of something like that? It wasn't Rena's fault. It was probably mine. It had to have been a cold. It just had to be. I'll rest. Sorry. Then I'll go send her off for you. Mom headed off to the door. I would have to pass the entrance to get back to my room. I didn't have the nerve to meet Rena, so I wrapped myself in a blanket on the sofa and closed my eyes. I was so sleep deprived I quickly fell into a deep slumber. I had only intended to lie down for a bit, but it was almost noon when I woke up. I called up my parents, but they didn't seem to be around. On the table, I found lunch and prepared a note. Mom and Dad had apparently driven off to somewhere far away. It likely had to do with Dad's work. This happened every so often, so it wasn't that unusual. They would probably be back sometime after dinner. On the note it said, "The insurance card is in the cabinet. Take it and go to the hospital." There was also a well-drawn map to the hospital. That's right. I hadn't been there before, so I didn't know exactly where it was. I had a light lunch, although I really thought it was just leftovers in the morning, in just case I went to the hospital. Normally I'd never been here in the middle of the weekday. Just walking around like this had me feeling guilty. It was an odd feeling. If only Mom sped but took a road usually never used. After walking for a bit, the hospital sign came to view. Eye Clinic was written rather stylishly on the sign. The clinic wasn't very big, but based on the scale of the rest of Mizawa, it was far too grand. There was a parking lot and even a reserved spot for buses. They must be making a mint. I spaced out in the air-conditioned waiting room till it was my turn to be seen. Mabara-san, please make your way to the examination room. After properly answering all the chatty doctor's questions, he responded with the old "it's probably a cold." They gave me a shot and 3 days' worth of medicine. I thought it was a little overboard, but if it would be clear away the gloomy feeling I've had lately, then it was worth it. I settled the bill and took quite a quick trip to the washroom. As I was leaving, I heard a conversation with some elderly people who seemed regular. Of course, I had no intention of eavesdropping. If it was just for their word. Must have been the Aoki Makushi. I wonder. She was still pretty young. Might have just eloped. With whom? The man from Tokyo who visits every season. The young one that played the big camera. Didn't you know they were getting along pretty well? Were they talking about Tomotaki-san? I can feel my ears perking up. I don't know about that. But you would have to make preparations before you elope. Leave a note or quit the job or something. It's an elopement because they didn't leave a note or a message. Though the thought I see the young nurse's face again makes me rather sad. Takano-san is a rather upstanding woman. She'll be fine wherever she goes. So her name was Takano-san. The woman that was Tomotaki-san, and she worked at this clinic. Oshiro-sama's shadow was following me wherever I went. I started listening more closely, but they began talking about fishing. It didn't seem like they were going to revisit the topic, so I gave up and left. Thus, even though I was separated from the daily monotony of school, I wasn't able to escape from Oshiro-sama's shadow. But of course, Oshiro-sama was the guardian deity of this place, of Hinamizawa. As long as I was in Hinamizawa, I wouldn't be able to escape. Maybe it was because I was walking outside when my appetite had suddenly returned. I might as well buy a snack with a change in examination fee. On the way home, contemplating that, I turned into a familiar street. At that moment, I heard a car horn abruptly honk behind me. Was I really walking so far in the middle of the road where I'd be on a car's way? I moved farther aside, but the horn was still honking at me. I turned around, peeved. Mabara-san, good day to you. Oh, it was Oshi-san. He stepped out of the car, AC full blast, and waved at me. What's up today? School on break? Just not feeling well, so I took the day off. I was just about to buy lunch and head back home. That's great. I'm just about to get lunch myself. Would you mind getting together? If you're not feeling up for it, then don't mind. I was just gonna lay down after going home anyway. I didn't really have a cold. I doubt you'd want to eat at one of these local places. Let's go into town. It's a bit of a drive, is that alright? I know a pretty good place. I'd finally begun to understand Oishi's roundabout way of saying things. He probably wouldn't talk to me about stuff that would be difficult to discuss while in Hinamizawa. Oh, she I'm riding in his frigid car. It was almost as if the bright sunlight outside was a lie. I'm sorry about calling you so late last night. Did your parents get angry at you? No. I recalled Rena, who had been listening to the phone conversation at the time, step at the door. Even now, in the brightness of the sunlight, that only creeped me out. The big bump that jolted the car connected the city changed dirt to pavement. My head swiveled back to the sudden realization. That's right. This is where Tomasaki-san died. They hit a snag on the investigation regarding Tomasaki-san. Spoke while peering at me from the corner eye. They believe it was caused by hallucinogens, given how he was clawing at his own throat. But a drug that could cause that to happen so suddenly is extremely hard to come by. Bear in mind, of course, that autopsy was done with the premise in mind, but we didn't find any leads. You know, the thing you see in comics all the time? Where there's a drug that if you put it in them, it doesn't leave any traces. There actually are drugs like that, but most of them are very rare. And most of them are technically research chemicals. Basically stuff done by scientific reasons. Like there's a drug called salvia. It's technically illegal, but for a while it was legal. But it wasn't really a good time for people that used it. That being said, technically, I would say I don't think it's that dangerous. Because I had known people that had, mixed it in with their marijuana and smoked it. But it definitely gave them a very weird reaction. Now, me, I don't smoke at all anything. And the reason I bring this up is because there's technically a different form of it. That's technically a research chemical. That is much, 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 much more potent. And usually the people that wind up taking that tend to die or have very severe psychotic issues. There are also, of course, other drugs that will have strong reactions on people, but most of them will cause brain damage, if not death. But yeah, in general, there's supposed to be chemicals that wouldn't naturally exist. And of course, there's plenty of other chemicals that are actually, not considered recreational in the slightest bit. Things that have very unethical uses. Whether you're talking about like types of ecstasy or scopolamine, or things that are meant for other purposes, such as like DPH or whatever that stuff is in like the DMX. But usually these are things that cause severe harm to the human body. So, usually the effects of these drugs would be considered something akin to a horror movie. So I don't know why anybody would want to mess with that stuff. But also the fact that it's likely to do severe brain damage, if not outright kill you. Just saying, there's a lot of chemicals that can have both naturally occurring and artificial. Heck, there's also plenty of chemicals that can exist via either fungus or parasitic or some sort of venoms that can have a very unusual effect on humans. So yeah, it's possible for humans to be exposed to things without even knowing it. It exists. Well, it's pretty common. You see, there doesn't seem to be any kind of drug that would cause to react like that. Then you're saying the police concluded to decide from the curse? I couldn't help but feel the police were worthless. I just wanted the idea of the curse to be associated from Taki's mysterious death. Unfortunately, that's how it looks right now. But putting aside the cause of death, without a doubt, he was surrounded by a group of people who had taken a beating before he died. That was no curse, but an incident unquestionably involved other humans. That made me a bit relieved. We passed in front of a rather desolate, but still busier than Hinamizawa train station. The car pulled into a restaurant parking lot, and I followed Oshi-san into the shop. It was pretty crowded, but there was only adults at this hour. Of course, there wouldn't be children in here in the middle of the weekday. 2, please, non-smoking. This way, please. When you are ready to order, please come me over. We were led by a peculiarly dressed waitress to a table. I sat with Oshi-san to the booth. So what do you think? Aren't the waitresses out here outfits cute? Here? Cute? Huh. Well, I guess. This shop is always quite busy. It's more about the waitresses than the food, you see. Uh-huh. Oshi-san, you're leering. Am I really? Mwahaha. Regardless of how the waitresses looked, the food was decent enough. Finishing our meals while talking about some inane topic, Oshi-san's cup of coffee arrived at the table. Yesterday we talked to him as those past, didn't we? Yeah, that was the village man eating demons or something like that. I didn't know much about it myself, so I asked her grandmother about it this morning. Oshi-san took out a notepad, and that was stuffed in his breast pocket. Turns out Hinamizawa used to be called Onagafushi Ogre's Abyss. Onagafushi. That's quite the name. The name's still around. The marsh where the Shinto priest's wife drowned herself is still Ogre's Abyss. They said the depths of the marsh connects to the realm of the demons. Of course, nobody had told me anything about such an ominous marsh. You see, it appears they were both feared and revered. A respect born of fear. I guess you could say it was a kind of deification. A village of inhuman creatures. Seems the demons were ascending, or mountain-dwelling mystics of sort. Taking villagers with incurable illnesses into the Ogre's Abyss and healing them, for example. Even if we're calling them demons, Tengu long-nosed goblins ascending would be a more apt description. They don't seem like such terrible people even when they called demons. But they were still man-eating demons. According to the story my grandma told me, as payment for treating the son's illness, let us eat the mother who brought him here, was apparently how things went. The price of curing her son was herself. That's unsettling. Of course, the mother took her son and ran. Then, you see, all the people who lived in Onagafushi, the demons chased them down, rounded them up and captured them. The entire village, apparently. That's quite a frightening thing to imagine. In the end, it seems both the mother and son were caught and eaten. The end. There's a problem with this story. Both witnesses in the story were eaten, so nobody would be able to tell the tale. Huh? Well, there are plenty of old fables like this. In contrast to Ghastly Tale, Oshi-san laughed heartily while sipping his coffee. But, well, there are quite a few other tales, where the demons of Onagafushi band together to capture their prey. I recalled that Mion said all the villagers united and fought against the dam construction. I saw similarities of how the part about unification overlapped. Normally they hunted down a single person, and they chose who it was going to be beforehand. Huh? That caught my attention. Oshi-san was appeared. Pondering what it meant. My grandmother told me you must never interfere with the demon's hunt. You should just hole up your house and hide under the covers, she said. So what does this all mean? It means you mustn't ever help or protect the prey. As long as you don't disturb the demon's hunt, no harm will fall upon the villagers. It seems that's kind of rule. Basically, don't help the victims. Pretend you didn't see the atrocities, in other words. What happens if you break the rule? Well, they're man-eating demons after all. Many parts of that tale caught my attention. Parts of the story he told me overlapped with his theory that the perpetrators were all village families. Even if it wasn't the whole village, it was conceivable the villagers were hiding under the covers and leaving them to die when there's a group that was on their hunt, wasn't it? I didn't dare speak it. Then Oshi-san. I guess it looks like either the village families or group's villagers perpetrating crimes? What do you think, Mabara-san? Ah, excuse me. Another cup of coffee, please. That's what I wanted to know. It seemed that we were both waiting for the other to say the last part. I waited for the waitress to finish pouring the coffee before speaking. Last year I had a nagging feeling when Satoshi-kun disappeared. Ocean muttered as he watched the milk swirl around his coffee. So this friend Satoshi meaning your group of friends, Mabara-san. I had a bit. Really just a little bit. Of background checking done on them. If Oshi-san had said this to me before, I would have been furious, since he told me earlier not to suspect my friends. But as I was now, I couldn't. This might sound pretty stupid. Mabara-san, if you feel that way, it's stupid, please say so. I'll just stop. Oshi-san was wearing the most serious expression I'd ever seen from him. It was as if he was telling me to prepare myself and listen. There were quite a few things I regretted hearing from Oshi-san, but none of them were threatening as this. A little voice inside me was screaming like an alarm. Stop, Keiichi, this was probably the last one. I took a deep breath and silenced that voice. I would not run from the truth. Please. That was all I could utter. Oshi-san stared at my eyes silently for a few moments. After he was certain I was ready, he began. The victim of the incident for the first year was the overseer. A few weeks prior, he had an altercation with Mion-san and Saki-san. Multiple altercations. Oshi-san had before that Mion had defied the damn project vehemently. Well, it wasn't hard to imagine how she'd be if she got worked up. In the second year, the married couple who supported the project died in an accident, right? They had a daughter. Her name was Satoko Hajo-san. Huh? Satoko meaning Satoko? Oshi-san told me that the voice was too loud. I realized as well and quickly quieted down. The Shinto priest and his wife who died in the third year, you see. Their daughter is Rika Furude-san. Rika-chan was the housewife who died the fourth year. You know already, don't you? It was the step-aunt of Satoko Hajo-san. She was in her aunt and uncle's custody, and she had lost both her parents in an accident. She lived in the victim's house. I could tell my lips were getting dry. I didn't even have the wits to keep my mouth. One that easily distanced myself from, but clicking and clacking and snuck all the way to my feet. The one who disappeared the fourth year, by the way. He was Satoko-san's older brother. Wait a second. Took everything I had to say that. I gulped down a glass of water and once again wiped my face with a napkin. Calm down, Keiichi, But Oshi-san was relentless. Instead of waiting for me to finish sorting through my feelings, he started speaking again. The last one of the things I should have heard. All these victims seem to be connected to your group of friends. That has to be just a coincidence. Mabara-san, keep it down. Everyone's looking. Mion, Satoko, Rika-chan. So what if they're connected? You're telling me all my friends are? It couldn't be. It just couldn't be. Oh, Rena's different, isn't she? Rena isn't connected to the victims at all. Rena Ryuka's living on Silver Rock last year. Well, if it's true, she hasn't directly met any victims. He said in a roundabout way. Is he saying something? She's also connected? Actually, I looked into her. Before Ryuga-san moved away, Himizawa, she was suspended from school. It seems she went through her school's building and broke all the windows. But Rena did that? She broke all the windows at her school. That same silly Rena had. I couldn't even imagine it. It seems that after 3 days suspension, she didn't return to school. She went to a neurologist and was diagnosed with a dysautonomia. She was given weeks of counseling and medication. I wonder if it was something like a nervous breakdown. Heard that it happens to people who are really methodical or overly sensitive. Neither of those matched Rena's easygoing personality. In the counselor's medical report, he recorded all of the conversations he had with Rena-san. It shows up, and quite a bit at that. What did? I pressed forward carelessly. There couldn't be anything more for me to regret. She mentioned the word Oyashira-sama. It felt like someone's stone-cold hand caressing my back. Why would Ren have spoken to Oyashira-sama before she even came to Hinamizawa? It seems that Oyashira-sama spoke of like a ghost appearing in the house every night, standing over her pillow, looking down at her. My mind froze. I couldn't help process what I was being told. A while after that, she moved to Hinamizawa. Ah, that's right, she's not an outsider. Huh? According to the residency register, the Ryuga family used to reside in Himizawa. Renaissance moved to Ibaraki right after she finished elementary school. My mind went completely blank. It was similar to the static you see on a blank TV channel. My ears began ringing as I lost all sense of comprehension. Mabra-san, are you right? Shall we stop? Those words brought me back. I just couldn't let it end here. Now I understand, Rena. Then, how about the last victim, Tomotaki-san? Who was he connected with? Irritated, let out one final reprisal. All of them. Have you forgotten, Mabra-san? Didn't you all spend the night of the festival together quite merrily? Quite a few of the officers saw you enjoy yourself. Now there was nothing I could respond with. I fell silent and rained into mush. We should get going. Ah, Mabra-san, did you take your afternoon medicine? I had completely forgotten about the medicine I had gotten today until Oshi-san said that. I got her a glass of water and we left the shop after I checked it down. We got in the car and returned to Himizawa via the rough road. I probably do need to take another dose of the medicine the doctor gave me. The new job I'm working at, it's physical manual labor like I'm used to, but it's like a lot of stuff I'm not used to doing. So, like operating a reciprocating handsaw and stuff like that. So, I sprained quite a few things across my body, but particularly I sprained and strained my right arm, elbow, and shoulder, but also when I saw the doctor, they told me I have tendonitis, so they gave me some prescriptions to help me recover. So, yeah. My body falls apart all the time. What can I say? I'm a failure, defective person. I can't get stronger, I keep getting fatter, and just existing, I seem to get hurt all the time. I always seem to be ill and falling apart. We got in the car and returned to Himizawa via the rough road. I never really paid attention when I was on my bike, but did cars normally shake this much? It was almost as if the road was desperately trying to tell me something. Ba-dump. That big jolt was from the different elevation of the road when it changed from cement to dirt. I was certain that I heard Tomotaki-san scream. I sat in silence, just letting myself be shaken by the car. I'll drop you off at your house. You missed school because you were ill, correct? My apologies for the long conversation. Why did you talk to me? I blurted out the question. Really just blurted out. I didn't even expect an answer. I did check with you first, didn't I? We should just stop. Not that. Why did you reach out to me? I understood quite well. I was almost investigating the string of. But why was he telling me all this? I knew nothing. I couldn't help. Everything Oshi-san spoke was news to me. First of all, what could I have just moved here? No. By chance, if there was any reason for Oshi-san to reach out to me, then it would have to be that I looked suspicious, Oshi-san, as I was part of Mion's circles of friend. I'm retiring this year. I plan on moving away after retiring, as my grandma wants. So while I'm still on this case, I want to bring the truth behind this incident to light. So Oshi-san, you suspect them, don't you? All of them? Oshi-san really didn't give a response. I felt a little late, but I thought it was a way of showing a bit of consideration for my feelings. This is mostly my intuition for 30 years of the job. Mabra-san, you're the one that's in danger. Huh? I wanted to reply if that was absurd, but in my downtrodden state I couldn't bring myself to say it. I'll be retiring this year, so I won't be at the Watanagashi next year, so I want to settle things. In other words, he was insinuating that on the next Watanagashi, I might be the victim. I've been warned by the chief as well. Each incident in the string of cases has been solved, so don't bring it up again, or so I was told. This is the pressure that I'm facing. Pressure? From what? Someone in Hinazawa. We've arrived. Is this fine? After some time, the car finally reached the path to my house. The clock read 2 p.m. I was surprised so little time had passed since we ate. It was hot outside the car. The chirping of Higurashi hurt my ears. I won't mind if you just forgot everything I told you today, but I'm still going to keep investigating. I'll end Oyashiro-sama's curse this year, so you're saying I should contact you if anything happens. It's fine. Just contact me when you feel you have to, Mabura-san. I wasn't collected enough to understand what Oshi-san's roundabout way of saying it. Be sure to take it easy. I'm sorry for throwing all this at you while you're taking the day off because you're sick. I didn't really give any sort of response. Always be on your side. If anything, believe that. I'll be off now. The tires crunched over the dirt as the road made a U-turn and disappeared into a cloud of kicked-up dust. I felt like I was watching a boat. Only throw me a lifesaver in shark-infested waters. Throw me a lifesaver before disappearing in the distance. That was the first time I thought Ochi-san was being unfair, telling me I was going to be the next victim, and then just saying to contact me if something happened. This wasn't a criminal investigation. He was fishing, and I was just the bait dangling off the line. Would the fish be the perpetrator? Or was it really just Oyashiro-sama's curse? Either way, the bait would be swallowed whole. Damn it, I don't want to die. For some time, I could be nothing but stare at the puddle of water left behind the AC of the call. I wonder how much time had passed since I lay down. It was getting dark outside and my body was soaked in sweat. It would probably be a good idea to change my sheets. At that moment the phone downstairs rang. It was probably Mom. Mom was quite a worrywart. Maybe she'd called many times, but I didn't notice it. Hello, this is the Mabara Essence. Oh, he's alive, hello. This is Mion. How you doing? Is this one of Keiichi's friends? Keiichi's resting now, but... Should I put him on? Huh? Is this his dad? Sorry. Bwahaha. Idiot. You fell for it. Huh? Keiichi-chan. After our exchange, we both had a good laugh together. Except I was suspicious of her even after we were laughing. Was everybody really involved in the incidents? The fact that I couldn't say no saddened me. I'm relieved that you seem well. Rena was really worried, you know? Sachiko-chan was happy and said you got what you deserved. Riga-chan said, unfortunately, I was sick. Looks like everyone was making a big deal out of it. Well, you know, so, Kei-chan? It's now a bad time to come pay you a visit. A visit? No, it's okay. It's not like I'm dying. My grandma made a ton of mochi, you see. I was told to share them. So I'll bring you some. Hey now, you'll catch my cold. Not to worry, both Ren and I are too stupid to catch a cold. See you. Be there in a bit. Shing up cheerfully. Rena's coming too. That's what it sounded like. I was still concerned about meeting Rena, but I guess if she was with me on. I heard the doorbell 10 minutes later. How are you feeling? Did you take your medicine and rest? I did just that. Thank goodness you look well. I was worried. Sorry, I'll be fine by tomorrow. Mion showed a complete lack of concern for someone who's recovering, and Rena looked like she was worried about me from the bottom of her heart. It didn't look like there was anything behind those expressions. Thought we might hang out for a bit, but it looks like you're not quite in the condition for it. You don't say? I see my face appeared a bit sullen. Then here, Keiichi-kun. These are the mochi Michan's grandma made. Rena held a package wrapped in newspaper. There might be about 5 in here. That's quite hefty. Thanks. So regards to Grandma Mion. Yep. Oh, there's one I made in there as well. I wonder if Keiichi can guess which one it is. This is Kei-chan's homework since he missed the club meeting today. There are letters on each mochi, so I'll ask you tomorrow. Were you checking this while I was feeling better, or did you just come here to the club activities? Yep, looking fine. Guess you'll be able to make it tomorrow. Man, what are you going to do if my fever comes back because of your shenanigans? Mi-chan, we shouldn't be making such a racket. Let's go. The other people here will get angry. Both of them, my parents, were home. It was because the entranceway was a mess. You're right, let's get going. By the way, Kei-chan? Yeah. What did you eat for lunch? sudden question startled me, and I went wide-eyed when I saw Mion. I'd never seen her like that. It was a highly unsettling visage. But why is she asking about what I ate for lunch? What she said was so insane it was almost meaningless. The way she said it was almost like she didn't even care about all what I ate. I ate out. She must have suspected that was with Oshi-san. Anyway, I felt that if I hesitated, or tried to change the subject, then I would read too deep into it. So I tried answering as quickly as possible. Except contrary to efforts I had made, there was a pause before I replied. So you ate for lunch, like H-kun. The glimmer from Rena's eyes had changed at some point as well. It was now sharp, as if to make me feel the feigned ignorance behind her words even more. As if she already knew. That's how it looked to me. Well, was it good? Why are you asking me this? Mion was speaking in an unusually low tone, almost as if she knew that I eat at the restaurant in town. No, I'm overthinking this. I mean, both of them should have been in school at lunchtime. There was no way they could have known where I was. Seems you're a rather austere-looking older guy. Who was he? Flop. The package with the mochi I was holding slipped out of my hands. I could tell the blood had drained from my face, making me go pale. Oh? Keiichi-kun, who was he? Could it be the person from before, I wonder? I could feel the back of my throat going dry. This was no longer a bluff. They knew everything? How do you know that? It took everything I had to finally force those words from my throat. My knees were shaking. Because there's nothing this old man doesn't know. Mion sneered knowingly, and her laugh seemed to carry on forever. So, Kei-chan, what did you talk about? It seems like you got pretty worked up over it, too. We weren't talking about you guys. Didn't even have anything to do with you or Brenna. Isn't it a bit strange to hear our names come up, even though nobody asked about that? Brenna's unwavering gaze pierced through my eyes and peered further inside. I dug my own grave. My heart was throbbing so much, I felt like I was going to explode. Well, whatever you're trying to hide, this old man already sees through it all. Remember that. I couldn't even shake my head. It took everything I had to stop my teeth from chattering. She never let her gaze break from mine, even as she tilted her head slightly. I know this is slightly awkward and says more about me as a person, but if I'm being, full disclosure with people, I've had bad real life experiences. Some of it was bullying in school. Some of it was even my fucking marriage. And some of it was other things. I'm 37, and I could say that technically I have 4 decades to my life pretty much. And I would say there's quite a few incidences that are reminiscent of this from every single one of the 4 decades of my life. Maybe one day I actually should go on antidepressants. Because I'll tell you this. Granted, maybe therapy would be useful too. But even then, it's such an overwhelming amount of information. I don't even know where I would start. And even then, it's not like that would really change anything. I guess the main thing I'm trying to say is this. I have experiences that, like I said, from each and every decade of my... Like I said, I'm 37. So technically I have 4 decades of life experience. And I've had experiences during each and every one of those decades that each on their own have given me PTSD. And it's not like it was just like one thing per decade. Honestly, I could list 100 different things. Maybe even more. I guess the main thing I'm trying to say is that stuff sticks with you. And granted, I have seen the Higurashi anime and stuff, and I'm not exactly, surprised at the turn the story's taking. I mean, I know relatively the plot of the story. Granted, it's been quite a few years since I watched this anime. But I think the problem is this. And in anime, even though it's all animated and stuff, the show moves quickly. There's not really time to dwell on things and to ruminate on personal experiences. The anime just keeps going. There's not enough time to pause, and you just stay focused on the show. Whereas with this, we're just sort of left here with still figures that are just standing there. And in the lack of that chaos of an ever-changing atmosphere of a TV show, it forces you to pay attention to memories that are I don't want to use the word mirror. I don't think that's appropriate. But just saying, the feeling that this scene here is meant to convey to people, it's a different thing when you actually have real life experiences that you actually had the same feeling from. And granted, yes, I'd be the first to admit that I can be a bit paranoid and jaded, but with good reason. And I'll be the first to admit that I do have a degree of mental illness, but for the most part, my mental illness is at least nothing dangerous. It's just very low self-esteem, isolation, sadness, depression, PTSD, trauma stuff. I tend to be alone a lot. Now, granted, I do have a bit of paranoia about trusting other people, or basically being worried about how other people would treat me, or feeling like everyone hates me, or just feeling some way about own self-worth, or basically feeling that, like the way these two are feeling about K-kun right now, is how you feel other people feel about you. And like I said, granted it benefits the whole Let's Play style to a degree. But I will say this, I do talk to myself. Not in a crazy way, not like I'm talking to other people, like voices or some kind of shit, just as a coping mechanism for feelings of isolation and loneliness. I'll say this, I talk more in the course of doing these Let's Plays than I have in most of my fucking life. And most of my life, especially when bad things happen, I would just sort of bottle up how I feel and not really talk to anyone. And heck, there's people out there that think that I don't even have feelings or emotions. And heck, usually when I talk to people, I definitely won't seem like I have ADHD or autism or anything. I don't even know if I have that stuff or not. But it's definitely more noticeable the way I sort of talk about things when I'm sort of left to my own devices like this and able to just talk. But when I'm talking to other people IRL, I use them as a sounding board. I use them to keep myself on a single topic. And I tend to do more listening than I do talking. I hardly talk at all. And most of my life nowadays is I'm very isolated and withdrawn, and there really aren't very many people for me to talk to. And at any of the jobs I work at, it's not really a thing where you can be sociable. And it's not like I really see much value in myself as a person for other people to want to talk to me. Plus, there's always that feeling that if anybody did express a desire to talk to me, that there has to be an ulterior motive. That if they're saying something nice to me, they must be lying. And that it's just a matter of time before, well, as you see here, the hypothetical other shoe drops. Before they betray you. I mean, at best, a person will betray or abandon you. At worst, they'll be abusive or try to kill you. I shouldn't. I don't think it's normal. I don't think it's normal that I can look back and feel that there's 100 different memories where I felt like I was already in this exact same situation. And like I said, that shit sticks with you. And it does leave you a bit paranoid about things. I try to hide it. But like, anytime I'm in public, whether I'm walking through a Walmart, or even on the bike trail, I'll sometimes look behind me, I'll sometimes look around at other people, worried that they're going to try to hurt me. I enjoy ASMR, and here's the thing, even if it's an ASMR I've watched before, and I know the contents of the video, part of me will be scared that the person in the ASMR video is just going to start yelling at me. That they're suddenly going to have a hateful look on their face to me. That they might even reach through the screen and try to hit me. Heck, sometimes I'm looking at the mirror, I sometimes worry my reflection might try to, just reach forward and try to hurt me. Or you ever take a shower and wash your hair, and you just feel the need to have to dry your face real quick so you can look outside the shower to make sure no one's standing there? Or how about this? Even though I live on a second story, and the bedroom door is locked, the front door is locked, the back door is locked. There are alarms in place and all that stuff. My bedroom door, not only is it locked, but I don't think since living alone, because obviously I couldn't do this when there were other people here that also were in the same room, but at the same time that was also perhaps a bit of a trauma issue in itself. But here's the thing. My bedroom door, in addition to being locked, here's the thing, I'm on a second story, And in addition to, the house being locked and protected, my bedroom door is locked. I have iron dumbbells rolled in front of the door as a barricade. I even have a chair put over top of that. I basically barricade myself in my room, even though there technically should be no one even being able to get into my house at all. And it's not like I live in a place with a lot of crime. I live in a place that doesn't really have crime. My front and back door of the house are locked and there are alarms set. And my bedroom door itself is locked, and even then that's not enough. I literally build a barricade in front of my fucking door. I have weapons in my room. I don't have guns, mind you. But I have a compound bow, and I have other weapons for self-defense, just in case. I also have a baseball bat in the upstairs hallway, tucked behind the thing next to the washing machine. I even have a few knives and bats and stuff and hammer hidden in places downstairs if need be, in case something were to happen and I don't have time to go upstairs to get anything. I've never killed anyone. I hope I never do. And I've only ever hurt anyone in self-defense or defense of another. And it was always a situation where I felt backed into a corner. Heck, usually people's most common criticism of me is they feel I'm too much of a pussy. They feel I'm not reactive enough. I've been criticized by people that I don't respond to provocations. That if I'm in public and people start yelling at me or start trying to provoke me to violence, I don't react to it. I act very non-confrontational in all regards, whether it's a calm conversation or if someone's trying to provoke a violent situation. It's kind of like that meme to where, like, you have people joke about, like, oh, I've been through, violent things and confrontational things and abusive things, and so nothing you say can hurt me. But when it comes down to the reality of it, people who have actually been through things like that, they're hyper vigilant for anything that's a threat, anything that's going to hurt them, and they do everything they can to avoid fights and arguments. Like, here's the thing, in general, like, here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with a relationship, for example, having fights or arguments. But you should certainly never have extreme fights or feel like your life's in danger or have it very common. But it's normal for a relationship to have disagreements. But even then, there's a limit to how often it should happen, and it should also be a limitation of how severe it gets. I'll tell you this, at no point should you be with a partner who is abusive to you in any way, or who makes you feel unsafe. And again, like I said, the feeling that this scene here is meant to convey to people, in the 4 decades of life that I've had quite a few feelings like this from each and every decade of my life. And I feel I do a good job coping with it. Granted, to a degree, I'm always a nice person. And it's not like that whole stupid meme, oh, you're the nice guy. Like, no, it's legitimately, I like being kind to people. I value the idea of kindness from the time I was young. And I don't like, I don't like mean-spirited stuff. But I'll also say I'm no saint. I definitely feel a lot of anger and a lot of fear and a lot of pain and a lot of sadness from a lot of things that have happened. And a lot of times you feel like people have hurt you and you feel betrayed and abandoned and not cared about. And there are times where you do feel legitimately scared of people who are people you should legitimately be scared of. And like I said, people criticize me for being not confrontational enough. But it's just in general, I don't like it. But also it's just... it's just part of who I am for like my whole life, for as long as I can remember. And like I said, it carries with you to the point that you can be in situations where there is no reason to feel scared at all. There is no reason to feel, well, the feeling that this picture is meant to give you. And yet, like I said, I'll have this feeling sometimes I'm just going to a Walmart. In general, I tend to have this feeling at least once a day. Heck, sometimes I'm upstairs brushing my teeth in the upstairs bathroom. Not only will I be looking at my reflection out of concern, every now and then I have to look down the hallway at the stairs out of concern that something might be coming up down the stairs. If I'm in a restaurant, I'm constantly anytime I go into a restaurant or like a doctor's office or any type of store, the first thing I'll do is, and I'll try to be discreet about it, but I'll try to look all over the entire store to the best of my ability, like everything that's in sight, and particularly I'll look at all the people. And I guess one expression for it could be like looking for shadows in people's eyes. On the one hand, you could describe it as looking to see if they have any malevolent intentions, if there's any aggression in their eyes, if they're even aware that you exist. Seeing if those people, but more likely they're noticing, hey, a person walked in, noise has occurred, and they're just curious like I am. Heck, they could be the exact same as I am, and they have perhaps an anxiety response as well, and they're just doing the same. But just looking at people's eyes, their faces, seeing if there's somebody I know from the past who might want to hurt me. Seeing if somebody has like an expression on their face or in their eyes or body language that makes me feel like they would have an issue with me. And for the most part, of course, obviously most people really don't give a shit. Because here's the thing, most people really don't care. But it doesn't change the fact that you feel that way at times. Especially since there's been many situations where there's times where there really shouldn't have been anyone that cared, and, well, people decided they wanted to be aggressive for no reason. Or people decide they want to hate you for no reason at all. But I don't think it's normal for the feeling that this picture conveys to people for this to be relatable. Let alone relatable 100 times over from every decade of your life. Because like I said, looking at my bedroom door, my bedroom door is locked. I have iron dumbbells stacked in front of my door and a chair in front of it. So not only is my door locked, but I basically have my door barricaded so that even if someone could get past the lock, there's still stuff in the way. I go to a restaurant, I'll occasionally be looking at the people around me just to make sure they're not going to suddenly start, coming at me. Which again, I understand is an unhealthy level of paranoia. And I understand to a large degree it's just certain fight or flight cues that are part of the survival response of the human mind, sort of just having been triggered enough times that it's a self-defense mechanism. And like I said, for the most part, it's not like I can't cope with it very well. I mean, I'm always smiling and friendly to everybody. Though I tend to listen to music and stuff and sometimes cry. Heck, I'll say this, with exception of serious things like injuries or people dying, I don't think I've cried in front of people for the most part. I would say maybe about 14-ish years ago, I cried a bit in front of some of my friends. Heck, I'm not a drinker and I drink a little bit. Like, one of my friends, we were going to a concert. I originally had a girlfriend that was supposed to go with me to that concert with him, but, well, that relationship didn't work out. It was years before I met my future ex-wife anyway. But, so I was there with my friend and his girlfriend and another one of his friends and his girlfriend, and they mentioned it was a microbrewery. I'm like, okay, some good beer. I'll give it a try. Something like on Hefeweizen or something like that. And I think during those few months I tried a little bit of just a couple of shots of a few alcohols and stuff. But I'll tell you this, even during the times where I didn't drink anything at all, and like I said, for the most part, I can't remember last time I drank anything at all. I'm not an alcoholic, I'm not a drinker. I just don't really care for it. Heck, most of the time I go to the bars to hang out with friends and people and be sociable. I'll just buy a can of Red Bull, because it's considered more sociable to have some sort of drink, but in general, I don't like alcohol. Granted, when I was a child, I saw a lot of people that drink a lot more alcohol than they should, so I always had a bit of an aversion to it. But about 14-ish years ago, some stuff happened, and I felt kind of sad. I'd spent most of my life bottling up all my feelings, and then, well, I couldn't anymore. And my response was to talk to my friends. I talked to people. I talked about my feelings, and I talked about stuff, and I talked a lot. Heck, I have one friend who was working at a gas station as a attendant. They didn't have much business. And I'd go there, and there were several times, for several days, I spent his entire shift there. From about the time he started to the time he left at night. To the point that I sometimes even gave him a ride home from his own job. And I mean, rarely if there was a customer come in, I'd walk to another part of the store and just look at stuff, but for the most part it was a very out-of-the-place gas station. I even asked him a few times, hey, if I'm bothering you or anything, or if I'm getting in the way of your job, just let me know I can go home. And he said he was cool with it, and he seemed to generally enjoy the conversations we were having. I'd say maybe a third of the time, if not half, I was talking about my personal stuff, and the rest of it we were talking like anime and video games and stuff like that. But it's just, I really appreciated that he listened to me. I talked to a lot of my friends' ears off back then. I feel I must have annoyed them a lot. Granted, that's not why they don't talk to me now. They're just busy, they have their own lives. Many of them moved really far away. They have families. But I still miss them. I miss hanging out with them, playing Halo and drinking Code Red Mountain Dew and stuff like that. I miss hanging out with my friends. And as far as relationships, I'm not sure if I'm physically capable of trusting somebody else. My marriage was hell. I'm still grateful for my marriage, and the day my son was born is still the happiest day of my life. I love my son so very much, and I'm so proud of him. I'm happy to be his father. And I'll say this. I was happy to get married. Heck, when I proposed to my wife, she tackled me screaming yes. She was so overwhelmingly happy. She tackled me to the ground, screaming yes over and over. Now, looking back, maybe that was a bit too much of an enthusiastic yes. That I don't know if that's considered a red flag or not. I don't understand. And I understand not everybody is a certain way. And heck, it's kind of funny. Granted, the guy she left me for was even ugly. Here's the funny thing. The guy she left me for was even uglier and fatter and poorer than me. And even then, after our divorce, like 2 weeks after we were officially divorced, like 1 week after we were officially divorced, I basically had to sign my son over to her parents as guardians so that, she wouldn't be a danger to our child. A week after that, the guy she left me for ditched her. And a week after that, my ex-wife tried to beg me to remarry her. I told her no. I have a 3-inch scar on my right arm to remember my last Christmas being married my ex-wife by. She tried to kill me in my sleep a few times. She was psychotic. She was not very nice at the very end of our relationship. And that is such an understatement. Like, here's the thing. If I looked out my front door and I saw my ex-wife standing in front of my house, I would feel the same way any of you would feel in this situation in this video game right now. I tend to be a very lonely person who values, affection and companionship quite a bit, but I've also spent majority of my life in isolation. Heck, I'll tell you this. When I first met my ex-wife, I had no interest in her at all. I didn't even know she was going to be at the place where I was at. And then I went home, and later that day, I got a message on my phone from an unknown number. My first message was, "Who is this? How'd you get my number?" It was her. She had stolen my number out of somebody at that area. And basically we left that be at that, and maybe every few weeks I'd get a message from her. But there really wasn't much to it. And I just left it be. I didn't really think much of it. Then, over a year later, I got hit by a full-size Ford pickup truck, one of those big-ass fucking F3 or 450 some shits. Went right in the driver's side of my car, and it wasn't a very big car. For all intents and purposes, that crash should have killed me. It shouldn't have been possible for me to survive that. Then again, I have 1,000 different incidences of things that have happened to me where I shouldn't have been able to survive. I'm not Superman. Heck, my body's frail. I fall apart all the time. I get sick all the time. I get hurt all the time. And like I said, there's so many times things have happened to me that should have killed me. And yet I stayed alive for some reason. And I can't say it's divine protection, because why on earth would God want to protect me? I don't have any value. There's nothing special about me. But I'll tell you this. Before that accident, I had already given up. Because I had wanted a wife. I had wanted a child. I wanted a family. I was sick of being alone all the time. Just wanted someone to care about me. I desperately wanted to try to be a good father. But I had given up the hope that I'd ever even have a wife, let alone a child. And then I got hit by that truck, going at 75 miles per hour. T-boned me right into my driver's side. My car got smashed back and even went spinning. There shouldn't have been any chance of me surviving that. I had a dozen plus staples on the left side of my skull. All of my ribs were as bruised as they could be without being broken. I had a dozen plus staples on the left side. I had a dozen plus staples on the left side of my skull. I couldn't move my left arm. And my legs from my waist to my feet were covered in purple and black bruises that felt like the texture of a basketball. Doctor gave me some Vicodin, and even with that I was still in pain. If I was laying in bed, it would take me about a full minute to go from laying down to sitting up. If I was trying to walk, I'd be lightheaded. If I'd walk down like the hallway from my bedroom to the bathroom, I'd be putting my arm on the wall to support myself, otherwise I'd fall over. I got a phone call that same day, about an hour after I got home from the hospital. It was my future wife, who had stolen my phone number a year earlier. She told me she was glad I didn't die. She told me she cared about me, that she loved me. She even outright said that she wanted to marry me and be my wife and have my children. And yes, I understand. Given to everyone else who might be listening to this might be screaming, red flag, red flag, red flag. But, I can't blame it on the concussion or the huge blow to the head or the dozen plus staples in my skull or the Vicodin or the, life and death situation, or the fact that I had just been alone all the time, and every relationship I had had up to that point, which really was just an issue of numbers, because honestly I would say at that time I had been trying a lot to ask people out in person. And I understand there's an online dating stuff, which at one point I tried a bit too, which was terrible. But I would say in person I probably was rejected by over 9,000 women. But I don't blame people on that. I'm not rich, I'm not athletic. I definitely don't have confidence. And I'm sure the PTSD I have, even though I hide it, definitely makes me seem very insecure. Heck, I've had depression my whole fucking life. Doctors have been telling me to take antidepressants for a long time, and I have never once gone on antidepressants. I don't want to be dependent on chemicals. And everyone's like, well, you said earlier you have a prescription for a doctor. Yes, that's for tendinitis. It's from my body giving out on me from the job I'm doing. That's so I can recover from a physical injury. Taking a medication for a mental thing is a different thing, especially like, so what if I lose medical insurance? I can't afford it. That's the sort of medication you start taking, you have to keep taking it. And I understand part of it's a pride thing too. But it's just, I understand. I'm not exactly a very confident person. And I'm not exactly, well, I guess manly. I'm not rich. I don't have money. I don't have a six-pack. I'm getting fatter by the year. My health is more and more declining. My physical and mental health just keep deteriorating. And I understand I'm not pleasant to look at. I understand in general people find me very, very ugly. Now, don't get me wrong, I don't dislike my face. I look in the mirror and I just see me. I'm okay with me. I like me. But I understand that in general, nobody else does. And I do have a general feeling that that nobody could ever see any value in me or care about me. And then there's a concern that even if somebody were to ever express that they have an ulterior motive, that they're just lying, that There will come a day that no matter how nice or friendly the person is, that one day they will do this, followed by lots of very horrible said things, and them attempting physical harm on me. Which, yes, I understand. I am a boy. I am a man. I shouldn't feel sad or upset by things like this. You should be able to just walk it off, okay? And even then, a lot of the stuff, especially, like I said, I mentioned stuff from every decade of my life. You'd think stuff from 30 plus years ago wouldn't still bother me, but it does. You wouldn't think the stuff from 20 plus years ago wouldn't bother me. You would think the stuff from 10 plus years wouldn't bother me. But it does. It stays with you. It still bothers you. I suppose also that expression shadows in your eyes could refer to a non-malevolent thing too. It could refer to people that would be family and friends, or just people in general looking at you, not with malevolence, but so much as disappointment, shame, looking at you as if you're inferior or a failure. Someone looking at you like you're defective, or that you're someone that the person in question would feel ashamed just for associating with you or being seen with you. That there's something wrong with you. That they'd look at you like just being associated with you in any way lowers their status as a person. That you're such a bad person just for whatever it is that determines human value. That you're a detriment to their own status and happiness just for existing. And you even have a feeling that people that are friends and family will just decide that they don't love you anymore, that they hate you. They might even try to hurt you. Or that they would react very aggressively and malevolently in regard to any kind of disagreement. To a degree, and I know as unreasonable as it sounds, part of me feels that if I disagree with people, they will try to kill me. And yes, I know that sounds a bit disjointed, but given the fact that I've had real life situations where that's occurred, I'm just saying, circumstances of things like this should never be at an instance level more than 0. And yet I have memories of 100+ times stuff like this has occurred. And like I said, some of it was being bullied at school when I was back in school. Some of it when I was married, with how fucking fucked up my marriage got. My marriage got really fucking abusive and really fucked up wrong. And I understand there are people that have gone through much worse. But those people usually don't tend to be able to function. I can at least still get by day to day. Like I said, in general, I don't cry or anything in front of people. I tend to be very stoic. If I talk to people, I tend to do more listening than I do talking. And even then, I hardly even talk to people at all. And a lot of times I'll use them as a sounding board to stay on one subject. And I'll usually let them, drive the subject away into a certain, what they want to talk about. And in general, I will avoid talking about my own feelings. I will avoid talking about anything bad or personal with myself. And if the conversation starts heading in that direction, I try to gently nudge it away from that conversation, away from me or away from anything personal. Like I said, I definitely talked off a lot of my friends' ears when things, like I said, 14-ish years, some stuff went on, and I just needed to talk to people. So I talked my friends' ears off. I'm sure I annoyed them. Maybe they dislike the idea of ever hanging out with me ever again because of it. But I still appreciate that they listened to me, even if it may have changed their opinion of me negatively for the future, from how much I annoyed them. It still really meant a lot they listened to me, and it was still very kind of them to listen to me. They were there for me, they didn't have to do that. Like I said, I try my best to hide it. But I'm the kind of person that if someone raises their arm near me, I flinch, as if I'm expecting to get hit. Like I said, I enjoy ASMR. I find it relaxing to listen to stuff that's, people talking gently. And yet, even if it's an ASMR video I've already watched, part of me is always worried that they're going to suddenly start looking at me like this. That they're going to start saying horrible things to me. Calling me really bad things, threatening me. That the person in the video is just going to suddenly start yelling at me. Heck, that the fucking person's going to reach through the fucking phone screen of the ASMR I'm watching and try to hurt me. Occasionally I'm laying in bed. I'll use the light of my phone and I'll look around my room, even though I literally have my bedroom door barricaded. I will say this. I am grateful I was married, and I did make some happy memories. And I'll tell you this. The question is, why did I marry my ex-wife? And the answer is, because I loved her. Because she... Granted, it may have been a lie. It may have all just been flattery and manipulation. Yeah, it may have just been all flattery and manipulation. But even if her feelings for me weren't real at all, my feelings were still real. I was glad someone cared about me. I felt I finally had someone I could trust. I felt like there was somebody I could feel safe with. Somebody who would never make me feel like this. Someone I could trust. Someone I could feel safe with. Someone who would love me. Someone who could be my best friend. And I did my best to try to be the best husband I could be. I was never rich, and I had to work a lot just to support us. I was always the only income. She never made a single cent. She never worked at all. And I hardly had time for any video games or YouTube at all back then. Heck, I maybe watched a Team 4-Star video when the new episodes were coming out, which is once a month. And aside from that, I really didn't have time to watch any YouTube at all. Heck, my old YouTube channel where I never posted anything on my old YouTube channel, but I watched a lot of YouTube back before I got married. And then when I was married, I was just very busy with that to where I just never really hopped on YouTube, and eventually my channel just, ceased to exist for being inactive or for some reason. I don't know what reasons behind that. I just know the old channel doesn't exist anymore. I even tried searching it up. Not that I ever posted anything on it. But I had a few playlists saved of certain, Let's Players I liked. Heck, that was one thing. Let's Players. Well, I always enjoyed video games and the commentary stuff, and I enjoyed Let's Playing. Listening to people. It made me feel less alone. Listening to people like Ultra J-Man and Proton John and Freelance Astronauts, DDR Maniac 007, Sakana 13, Sir Eldrick IV, Zeta Plays, Rom Scout. It just made me feel a sense of comfort. In addition to the entertainment that it provided. But yeah, as far as marrying my ex-wife, like I said, I loved her. I trusted her. I married her because I loved her. Even if her feelings weren't real, mine were. And I also very much wanted to have a family. I wanted to have children. I wanted to be the best dad I could be in the world, and I did. I did my absolute best with that. Heck, even when he was still in the womb, I was reading him stories and singing him lullabies, putting my hand on her tummy and telling my son I loved him, even before he was born. I was there when he was born. I watched him be born. I held him the day he was born. I built his crib. I built his toddler bed. I took him to parks. I took him to doctor's appointments. I taught him to walk. I taught him to talk. His first word was Daddy. I changed his diapers. I gave him baths. I fed him bottles. I fed him food. Fed him both baby food and older food when he got to that point. I did pretty much all the cleaning. I was pretty much the one doing almost all of the child care for our son, and I was the only one going to work to make any money to provide for things. Like I said, I did try to be a good husband, but I would say I prioritized being a good father, trying to do everything I could for my son. Though there were times where my health got deteriorated more and more. I got the 3-inch scar on my arm about 6 months or so before my wife and I got divorced, with her committing adultery and all the other stuff she was doing. Granted, you might say, well, the scar was about 6 or so months before that. Why didn't you get divorced then? The answer is, I was still trying to make my marriage work. Heck, part of me was still blaming myself for everything. I know that sounds really stupid, but I'm used to a mindset of feeling, well, worthless, feeling like everyone hates me, and feeling like it's normal for people to not treat me the best. So when the person that I trusted and loved and thought would never be someone like this, when they became this, because there were so many times I would come home from work and she would literally look at me like this. And it's just the fact that it felt like it came out of the blue. Maybe I was just naive. Maybe I was just looking through rose-tinted glasses. Maybe I overlooked so many red flags, especially for someone that in normal circumstances I never should have been married to in the first place, because I was so desperate for any possibility that I could actually have a wife. And I can tell you this, in hindsight, I can tell you this 100%. Had I not married my ex-wife, I would have never had a wife at all. I would have never had a marriage. I would have never had a family. I would have never had a son. My options were my ex-wife or no one at all. Granted, I didn't see it quite that way in the past, even though I had already given up hope on. Like I said, when I married her, I felt happy. I felt like I had found the person God wanted me to find. That I actually found someone who appreciated me. Someone I could trust. Someone who respected me. Someone who would accept me as I am. Somebody who would be my best friend. Someone who would always be at my side, and I could trust them and I could feel safe with them. Maybe I was just looking at the world through rose-tinted glasses. Or maybe I was just so desperate for someone to be what I needed them to be, that I perhaps overlooked glaringly obvious red flags that may as well have been road flares, signaling this, what you're seeing on the screen right here. Because this is what my marriage became. The way they're looking at Keiichi-kun, the way they're talking, for someone... Because I'll tell you this, the start of our marriage, my wife was warm, affectionate, non-threatening. And people say, oh, you're a man, you shouldn't be a victim of domestic violence sort of stuff. The answer is this. Yes, I'm physically stronger than my ex-wife. Even now, as my body continues to deteriorate, I could tell you 100% I'd still be, physically stronger than her in every way. But I'm also a very non-violent person. And also at that point, the idea of hurting someone I care about, that's just such an unfathomable thing. Like, when I got the 3-inch scar on my arm, it wasn't the cut on my arm that hurt the most. It was barely even noticeable. What hurt most is who did it. It wasn't even that, a person attacked me. It was that the person who did it was supposed to be somebody I felt safe with. It was supposed to be somebody I trusted. Heck, even the circumstances in which it happened were so fucking insane. It was our son's second Christmas. Well, he was our 2-year-old son. Technically, it was third Christmas, but first Christmas he was technically 0 years old. But our son was 2 years old. He was playing with his Christmas presents. He was happy. He was cheerful. And, well, my ex-wife didn't feel happy about that. So she started screaming and yelling and cussing, picking up his toys, breaking his toys in her hand, slamming them into the wall, kicking some of his toys hard enough to break them. All while screaming and cussing and yelling. Obviously, this is upsetting to a 2-year-old. So he starts walking towards her. I see this and I feel a little bit concerned about the well-being of my child. So I step in between, because up to this point I was just sort of... yes, she had yelled sometimes, or occasionally thrown something, or made threats to burn down buildings, or said sometimes some very unsettling things. Actually, sometimes she said things that made me think she had schizophrenia. She might actually have schizophrenia. At least my mental illness is just I talk to myself because I get lonely. And I have trauma I try to work through by talking to myself about my own feelings, because I don't really have anyone else to talk to. Plus, I feel like I would bother anybody. But she would literally say things about seeing people that weren't there. And of course I didn't know any of this stuff till after I was married to her. So at that point you can't really I don't know what you do in that situation if the person you're married to suddenly is starting to display symptoms of schizophrenia and occasionally just getting angry or yelling at you or starting arguments with you over nothing. Heck, there were sometimes I'd be working a job and I'd be there 11 or 12 or 13-hour shifts. And I'd get off work and literally on the way from the front door of the building I was working at to try to walk to my car in the parking lot, my phone would, get a ring. And she'd be like wondering why I didn't call her right away when it was it's only been a few minutes after I got off work. And I'm like, I just got off work. I haven't even got a chance to get to my car yet. And so I had to have my phone off during work. And sometimes she'd be concerned I was talking to another woman or something. And then I tell her, hey, I gotta get off the phone so I can drive so I won't get in a car accident. And then as I turn on the car, I'd look through my phone and I'd see several missed voicemails as well as text messages, some of them being a bit aggressive and accusatory in tone of things. I think I must be cheating. I'm like, no, I've just spent 12 to 13 hours working in a factory, killing myself in order to pay to take care of you. Doing a job I hate, doing something that causes me physical and emotional pain. And it's just... like I said, she was our son's second birthday. I mean, his second Christmas. Sorry. Second Christmas. I said she was yelling and screaming, throwing his toys. I stepped in between them. After all, my son was walking towards her. He was crying, upset. He's a 2-year-old, and it's a very unusual circumstance. And I stepped in between them and I told her to please stop. She attacked me, and she didn't stop until she saw blood. I don't know if she was startled at the blood, or I don't know. I wore long sleeve shirts for 3 months and no one could tell. I didn't need stitches. It wasn't very deep. Heck, about 12 hours ago I took pictures. Even though it's been like, 8-ish years ago? 7-ish, 8-ish years ago at this point. It's hard to even keep track of time. But I took pictures of the scar. Maybe I should post those to the community post. I post them on Twitter, but most of my Twitter is like just futa hentai. But I posted some pictures of myself in a Hunter x Hunter shirt. And I posted some pictures of my arm showing the scar. I mean, it's mostly faded now, so it's barely noticeable. But I posted just 4 pictures of the scar. My ear itches. Sorry about that, my ears get sweaty under the headphones. But yeah. It's just... And here's the thing, I sometimes try to talk to some police about certain things, and it became very clear that even under those circumstances, if we got a divorce, if I wasn't careful how things went, she'd have almost full custody. And heck, even when we did get eventually divorced, we technically had shared custody, and after the incidents of the first week, it became clear that there was absolutely no chance of that working out. My son would die. So I signed him to live with his grandparents. And I can look back at the situations, the way life has gone since then, I can tell you this, I made the right choice. Even though I'm basically alienated from my son at this point to a degree. I pay the child support to them, but he was coming over on the weekends for a couple years. And then the COVID pandemics hit, and he wasn't really coming over. And then after that, I was going over there to see them for birthdays, Christmases, a few other times during the year, and to do face talk. And then back at the very August 4th, I was told he didn't want to see or talk to me for a while. And I took that really hard. There's like no reason for it. It was like literally every time I'd go over to see him, he would be saying, "Can Daddy come over again tomorrow? Can Daddy come over again next week? Can Dad come over again tomorrow? Can Dad come over again next week?" So I feel like that he was a bit manipulated to say that, but I really don't have any authority or power to do anything. It's the sacrifice I made to keep his mother from killing him. Because this was literally what I came home to toward the end of my marriage, even before the adultery really went. I'll tell you this, for the first couple weeks after the 3-inch scar on my arm, she at least tried to act a little bit kinder on some occasions, but not like at least half the time. And after that, the act sort of dropped away. And she was just this. Every time I'd come home from work, this is what was looking at me. these eyes, this was what was looking at me. And I'd usually get an insult and be told horrible things. And it's not like there's anything I could do about it. And at that point, I had concerns with my son's safety, but in a divorce, he'd be left alone with her all the time, and who knows who she'd bring around him. Whereas at least during a marriage, I could be there to at least protect him to the best of what the law allows, because most laws are misandrous and against men, so men don't really have power when it comes to marriage or divorce. So I had to I had to manage collateral damage. It was the only way to keep my son alive. It was the only way to keep either of us alive. But this is what I came home to. And like I said, not long after, I'd say, particularly after our son was born, is when certain red flags of this was starting to show up. As well as, let's be clear, I'm pretty sure she has schizophrenia. Or something. And at that point, it's like, well, you're married and you have a child with somebody already. What the fuck do you do? And part of me always felt, if I'm just a supportive husband and I do my best as a husband and a father, things will get better. And, whatever's starting to go on with her, I can help her. I was very, very wrong. And it only continued to get worse and worse and worse and worse. Like I said, I would honestly feel scared for my life. Like if there was a knock on my door, whether it was day or night, and it was my ex-wife at the door, I would literally feel scared for my life. Even if it was just her being outside the house, knocking on the door, even if she had a completely normal expression on her face, I would feel scared for my life. It's about 5 months before I got the 3-inch scar on my arm. Maybe 3, I'm not sure. It's hard to keep track of time. Might be 3 months, might be 5. Before I got the 3-inch scar on my arm. Technically, my wife had cheated on me with somebody else at that point, but I didn't know about that until, after the divorce was official. Heck, like I said, the guy she left me for was fatter, uglier, and poorer than me. A week after the divorce was official, our son went into custody of her parents, which I'm glad I did, because otherwise he would be dead now. He would never have survived his mother. Heck, as dumb as it sounds, the day me and my ex-wife got divorced, before we went in to see the judge to make it official, I told her, hey, we don't have to get divorced. As long as you agree to never cheat on me again, to stop talking to the guy you commit adultery with, and go get tested for diseases, we can continue being married. We can tell the judge we changed our minds. We can keep being husband and wife and be a family. And I can forgive and forget everything that ever happened. And she said no, and she laughed in my face. But I really meant it when I said it, as stupid as that is. I was completely sincere when I said that. Maybe something was just wrong with me then. But I understand how stupid it was of me to say that. But I meant it. But I'll tell you this, I'm glad she didn't take me up on the offer. I've even had dreams about it, where if we got back together, we would have wound up having another child. And then, sometime when that child is probably an infant, she would have probably murdered. No, she would have She would have murdered that child, that infant, and she would have murdered our son, and she would have murdered me. And I think the weirdest thing about that is just the fact that it's not a random stranger or an enemy or some like foreign soldier invading the country doing it. It's somebody I thought I could trust. It was the person I felt would be the one person that I could feel safe around. The person I thought would appreciate and respect me. Somebody I thought would love me. Somebody I thought I could trust. Somebody I thought I could be safe around. Turned into be somebody that if I were to see them in front of my house right now, I would be scared for my life. I'd be terrified. And I know that doesn't sound manly. I know that sounds pathetic. But I feel terrified of my ex-wife. This is what I came home to. This is what the last year of my marriage was like. But yeah, she cheated on me with somebody else. As far as I know, that's the only people that cheated on me with, 2 people. But like I said, the guy she left me for was even uglier and poorer and fatter than me. So I guess the benefit of that is it tells me one thing. She would have left me for anyone. So at least then I can't blame myself for being anything wrong. Because at that point it tells me she would have left me for literally anybody. Also, a few weeks after the divorce, because like I said, a week after the divorce, she had endangered our son so much to the point that I willingly signed my son to be in custody of her parents. Because, and again, given circumstances that happened for the next following years, it proved me right. Our son would have died. Had I not signed my son over to her parents, he'd be dead. It was the only way I could save him from his mother. But a week after the divorce, signed my son over to them in order to save his life. A week after that, the guy she left me for ditched her. A week after that, she literally was begging and groveling, begging me to remarry her, not just to be back together with her. She was begging me to remarry her. And then a matter of weeks after, and of course I said, 3 weeks after the divorce was official, she was begging me to remarry her. And I told her no. And a few weeks after I told her no, I was getting information from many people that there was at least 50 plus people that she was talking to, trying to cheat on me with. And at least thankfully most of those people didn't want anything to do with this person. After all, most people don't want to screw somebody else's wife. But the fact there were so many people that she was trying to. Then, of course, like I said, she did cheat on me with someone else briefly. About, it was either 3-ish or 5-ish months before I got the scar on my right arm. Let's see if I can remember. Let's say 5, maybe 4. But anyway, I had never been exposed to mono before, but both her and the person she cheated on me with had been exposed to it many times in the past when they were younger. But I'd never been exposed to it at all. And that's a very common thing, like 95% of people I think have. But most people get it when they're younger. But when you get it if you're older, your first time, it's much more dangerous. Plus, I had other underlying conditions, so that was a bit of a perfect storm, so to speak. I was in the ICU, the intensive care unit, for 3 days from it. I had swelling of the brain, swelling of the spinal cord. And that was even before they stuck me in the fucking spine, for a spinal tap, or is it called a lumbar puncture? Is there a difference? Is there a difference between the two? And I'll tell you this, it sucked. It hurts, and it's uncomfortable, and it caused a lot of pain afterward in terms of pressure. And it sucks, and it's horrible. Spinal taps suck. Is there a difference? I don't know if there's a difference between spinal tap and a lumbar puncture, though. All I can tell you is I got a spinal tap, and it really was very unpleasant. I hated it, and it was miserable. But yeah, I was in the ICU for 3 days. During that time, my ex-wife spent a lot of time with my parents and her parents, and I was told the whole time my son wouldn't stop asking, "Where's Daddy?" I had swelling of the brain, swelling of the spinal cord. I had meningitis, encephalitis. They pumped me full of so many chemicals to keep me from dying. About a month and a half before I was put in that situation, my mom had actually had 3 strokes and an aneurysm. It was a miracle she didn't die. And like half a year later, my mom's fully recovered. But, and also, during that last year, shortly after I got the 3-inch scar, my son had to have the adenoids removed. It's a thing in your throat and tubes put in his ears. Surgeries for that had already been scheduled before the 3-inch scar thing happened. So I was actually wearing long sleeve shirts when taking my son to the hospital for his surgery appointments, hiding that I had a 3-inch scar that was freshly made on my right arm. Toward the end of my marriage, when we were officially going through the divorce, but the divorce wasn't official yet, but we were going through all the paperwork and stuff, and it was basically everything had already been filed, but she was still living with me because the guy she's leaving me for didn't really have a place for me to live, and also I wanted my son to be with me so I could be there for my son. I didn't want to lose my family. And I was just trying to manage damage, But there was a day I came home from work because there were a lot of times where it just seems like she locked him up in his room and the police didn't care about shit. At the end of the day is this: even though she was mistreating him and being wrong about stuff, at the end of the day the law wouldn't have cared about it. Had I tried to actually get any help, the end result would have been I would have been removed from the situation, and she would have been given even more power over him. Which means if I had tried to ask anybody for help, my son would have died. There was a day I came home from work and I thought he was. She had locked him in his room the entire day I was at work. I came home, and he had literally taken his diaper off and smeared shit all over everything in his room. And he was laying on his floor covered in dried fucking shit. His eyes were face red from crying all day. And he didn't look like he was breathing. I kneeled over my son. I picked up my son, and he didn't feel like he was breathing. And I was kneeling on the ground in front of my son, who I thought was dead. And I was holding my son, my nearly 3-year-old son, whose birthday was just a month away, if not just a few weeks away. I'm just kneeling on the ground holding what I believe to be my dead child in my arms. Had he actually been dead, I was going to Minecraft everyone. But then he opens his eyes. He looks like he starts breathing. And he says, "Daddy, I love you, Daddy." I stand up, I take him to the bathroom. I give him a hug, tell him I love him. I wash him up in the bath. I get him dressed. I get a bucket, put some warm soapy water in it. I find a spot in his room that isn't dirty, and I set him down there and give him some clean toys to play with. And I ask him, about his day, and I tell him how much I love him and how much I missed him while I was at work. And I try to make a fun little story for him out of Sonic the Hedgehog and Brave Fencer Musashi and Mega Man and stuff. And I even throw in some Winnie the Pooh and Paw Patrol characters while I scrub up his room, knowing that it's only a few weeks till his 3rd birthday, knowing it's slightly over a month till the court date where we're in front of the judge to be officially divorced, that I have to deal with this. And like I said, every day for the last year of my marriage, this is what I was coming home to. This is what was looking at me. This is what the last year of my marriage was like. And I was sleeping next to this person every single day. She even tried to kill me in my sleep a few times. And the funny thing is this, even after the few times, I'm still going to bed and sleeping next to her at night, despite the fact there's already multiple attempts to kill me. That's my view on marriage. That's somebody you go into, you stand in an altar with a pastor to say I do to somebody that you love, somebody you trust, someone you think you feel more safe with than anyone else in the world, someone you think will be your best friend for life. And it devolves into this. And you're in a situation where you're hated and you're unsafe, and that hatred is from somebody you thought loved you. That danger and dread, that terror, is from somebody you thought you felt safe around. And you now understand that safety was just a lie. It never even existed at all. You were just lying to yourself. Heck, for a while after I was divorced and my son was living with his grandparents, I was still in denial about whether or not, I lost my family or not. I was always thinking one day my son will come back to live with me and we'll be father and son and everything will be normal again. It'll be better than ever. And after a while it became clear that that's not the case. When he first moved out, I would spend a few hours a day sitting in his bedroom, talking to his stuffed animals. I still go in there about 15 minutes a day. Though part of me worries, even though I do have a job again, with the way finances are going, the way my savings dwindled so fast, I'm worried I won't be able to keep this place to live. Maybe one day I won't be able to pay the rent. And even though he doesn't live in that room anymore, his bedroom is still set up the same way it was back when he was 2. It has been quite a few years since my divorce. His room's still set up the way it was, 8-ish years ago? Though I suppose that's something to be said for how long I've been alone. And like I said, in regard to my son, I'm just glad he's safe. I'm just glad he's happy. I'm just glad he's healthy. His grandparents take good care of him. Heck, they love him more than they did their own children. They take good care of him. And yes, it's come with certain alienations and inconveniences, but that's the sacrifice I made to keep him safe, to make sure that he had a happy, healthy upbringing, that he could have a good childhood, that his mother wouldn't kill him. And I know, looking back at the way things have unfolded, had I not signed that paper, she would have killed him. Heck, had we not gotten divorced, we would have had another child. And she would have killed him, the other child, and me. You hear something funny? Despite how fucking unhealthy our marriage was, we were still having sex like every fucking day. I mean, minus like when she gave birth, we didn't have sex for about a month. She had an episiotomy, so doctors said, physically wasn't safe for her to have sex. For the first month, we had to get doctor's approval. But as soon as we got doctor's approval, we went back to fucking. Like our whole relationship, we were basically fucking like every single day. Even every single day of her pregnancy, even up to the hours before, we went in for her to deliver the child. Like literally every single day we were fucking. The few exceptions is there were some days I was having a fever of 106 degrees. Yes, I understand how dangerous that is. But there were I've had a few fevers of 106 degrees, so I wasn't feeling well that day, so we didn't fuck. I also eventually did get in another car accident as well, so I was a little hurt that one day, but I wasn't as badly hurt as the other one I mentioned. I've actually been a half a dozen car accidents over the course of my life. Heck, when I was 12 or something, me, my mom, and my dad, technically stepdad, were in a little tiny blue Uzi truck. So a little tiny truck. My mom was in the middle and I was in the passenger side, and we got T-boned into the passenger side. My mom leaned over me to protect me. So it saved my life. And obviously my mom, survived as well, but she got a very nasty cut on her forehead. It still left a pretty big scar on her forehead. I could see her skull. No exaggeration, the white of her bone of her skull. So 12-year-old me is looking up at my mom, who for a moment is unconscious, possibly dead, and then she opens her eyes and she's awake, but of course she's not aware of the fact that I can see her skull. Part of her skin she got hit so hard it scraped part of her skull a little bit, and I could see the white of the bone of her skull. And granted, there's some time since then, both me and her have made some dark humor jokes about that, like a Bride of Frankenstein sort of joke about the scar. And I know that may sound insensitive for oh, well, she got that scar saving your life. And you have to understand, that's a bit of a normal thing with me and my mom in terms of sense of humor. But it's a coping mechanism to deal with certain emotions about things. But regardless of dark humor or not, it really, really bothered me, and it still does bother me. But in regard to my marriage, it's just, and people say, what about the thing about your son being in his room like that? Simple. I had tried to talk to police about certain things, and it became clear what would happen. And with things being like that, at least I was in a situation where I could come home and try to minimize the amount of time he was around her. I could at least try to deal with things long enough to at least make sure I had a favorable position in the divorce, allowing me to have shared custody, so I'd have as much rights to my son as possible. Because I didn't want to lose my son. I wanted to do everything I could to protect my son. But I also understood, essentially, when my wife walked out the door with my son, essentially kidnapping my child, that I had no legal rights to do anything, even though I was his father, even though I was married. That had I done anything to physically stop her, it would have basically, I would have been the one arrested for it. And then at which point, well, now I can't be there for him at all. In the same regard, if the issue, when he was in his room like that, I can't go to the police for help in that situation. Otherwise, what would have happened is I would have went to the police for help, and the end result would have been my son would have died. Which means every decision I made was correct. Every choice I made was the correct choice. Had I made any other decision, I would have never had a son to begin with. Like I said, had I not married my ex-wife, I would have never had a wife at all. And I never would have had a child. But I can tell you this in regard to things, the way the divorce was going, in regard to how she was to me or how she was to our child. Had I made any other choice, my son would have died. Every choice I made was the correct one, because it kept my son alive. Heck, even me trying to save my marriage, because I was still trying to save my marriage, it was stupid, but it saved us. Because had I been okay with the divorce, had I not been such a sentimental fucking wreck trying to save this marriage, she would have purposely stayed married to me just to spite me. If I had even for a moment been okay or wanting the divorce, she would have stayed married to me just to spite me. But because I so desperately wanted to save my marriage, she divorced me with a smile on her face, laughing at me. But like I said, we were still fucking our whole fucking marriage. Granted, we didn't fuck during the 3 days I was in the ICU. Or for at least 1, maybe 2 days after I got back from that. I was not feeling well. And then, of course, we didn't fuck the night of I got the 3-inch scar, because I was a bit upset. But after that, we just went back to fucking. Like I said, the last year of my marriage was this. This is what I came home to. Heck, there was sometimes she even said to me, hey, you should just go live with your mom. You know, when you go to work, when you leave work, don't even come home. Like, I don't need you. Your son doesn't need you. Nobody needs you. How about you just go live with your white trash mother? You just go leave work and go live with your white trash mother and just mail the money from your job to us so we can pay the rent. Basically, she was saying, like, oh, okay, you should just keep paying the rent and all the bills, but you shouldn't come home. There was a lot of yelling, there was a lot of arguing, and most of the time, I don't even know to this day what the yelling or arguing was about. And sometimes she would just purposely break things. Like, we'd have a phone charger, and she would just purposely dunk it in fucking apple juice or some shit. And then she'd be like, well, it's broken, you need to go buy another one. And then I'd be like, trying to have a conversation with her about it, about how fucking insane that is. And she'd act like I was, yelling at her or some shit and acting like I was being unreasonable. And I'm like, you're purposely breaking things. And then you're yelling at me. And it's like, we're very short on money as is. And you have no concern for like, okay, I'm basically working myself to death. And it's like, especially at that point, I was working a first shift job for a while. So I'd literally be waking up early to go wake up my son, change his diaper, take care of him. And then I'd even try to set things up to where maybe she could go to either one of our sets of parents. Because when it became more clear that she was not going to take care of our child, I was trying to make sure, okay, if you're not going to watch our child, do you want to go with our son to either of our parents or somebody else, or invite a babysitter over or something? And she's like, no. And it's like, okay, if you don't want to watch him, can I just take him over to one of our parents and drop him off so they can watch him, so you can just lay in bed and sleep or whatever? And she'd get pissed off at that. I'm like, I just want to do what's best for our son. I just want to make sure someone's watching and taking care of our child. And in that situation, it's not like there's anything I can do about it. Because whether I outright were to divorce her over that, or even at that point, even if I were to try to talk to the police about some of that, what's going to happen in that situation? Either they're going to take her side, despite the fact that she's the one mistreating him, or they're just going to decide that in general the household's not a good place for him at all. So either they're just going to take my son away in that situation, or they're going to just remove me from the situation. Heck, it was getting to the point that she was about ready to like... Because there are sometimes she made jokes about saying certain things, and it's like, at that point it's okay. It makes it very clear that, hey, if I go to the police for help, it's not me that's going to be punished. It's going to be our child. Which means at that point I literally can't go to anybody for help, or else it'll get my son killed. But yeah, the last year of my marriage, this is literally how she was looking at me. I'd come home and this is what's looking at me. And this is what would be looking at me. And I'll tell you this, we were still fucking. We were still fucking every single day. We were still having sex. Even after the times where she tried to kill me in my sleep, even after the fucking scar on my arm, we were still fucking. Even with the fact that this is what I came home to. Now, don't be wrong. I was making sure to use condoms every time. I was being absolutely certain the condoms never broke. I was making absolutely 100% certain that she never got pregnant again. After her showing me this side, as well as the way she was to me and our son, due to the neglect and all that shit. It's like, yeah, no, I'm not. Because here's the thing, when I initially got her pregnant the first time, I thought she'd be a good mom. And then when that became clear, then I was like, okay, fine. We're not having more children. Part of me always had the thought in my mind that, hey, maybe if things get better, maybe we'll have more children. You know, if it becomes apparent that, you know, whatever's gone on has changed. But like I said, eventually she just showed signs of schizophrenia. And at that point, I'll tell you this. I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do in that situation. I don't know, even to this day. I suppose most people would say you should just run and get the fuck out. But keep in mind, I'm legally married to a person, and we have a child together. And the child is small and unable to defend themselves. What the fuck am I supposed to do? And heck, if I go to the police in that situation, who gets punished in that situation? My son. Which means if I go to anybody for help, my child would die. So at that point, it's more so be a man, grit and bear it. You know, you have a wife that's negligent to your child and abusive to you. Well, be a man and just deal with it and try to make the marriage work. That's just how life is, and there are no other choices. There are no other options. But yeah, we were still fucking every single day. We didn't stop fucking until she started committing adultery on me with the guy that she wound up leaving me for. And then once there was open adultery, that was apparently the line that made me not want to fuck her anymore. I felt so fucking disgusted with her, I didn't even want her to touch me. And you think I should have felt the way after the fucking 3-inch scar on my arm. But yeah. And yeah, the issue with me coming home, my son being locked in the room like that, I was mentioning earlier, that was, well, I think about 2 months into the divorce process stuff going on. So we had already, and here's the thing, during the last few months of our marriage, we were still living together. We were still sleeping in the bed next to each other. Heck, even after the issue where I came home with my son being in his room like that, I was still, you know, laying in my bed next to her at night. But I wasn't touching her, I wasn't hugging her, I wasn't cuddling her. I was just wanting to stay the fuck away from her. I didn't want her to touch me. And even then, even despite that, here's something interesting to know. She was still trying to have sex with me. She still wanted to have sex with me. She was still begging me to have sex with her. She was even trying to force herself on me a few times. I don't know if that technically counts as rape at that point. Because at that point, I really don't know what fucking qualifies anymore. But there were several times where went from begging me to have sex with her, and I was telling her no over and over and telling her I didn't want her to touch me, to her then trying to physically force herself on me. And it's just... it's not a happy feeling either. Heck, toward the end of our relationship, she technically left me 3 times during that last few months. There was one time where she left for a week to go be at her affair partner's dad's house, 100 plus miles away. And then was with me again for a few weeks. Then left for another week. But this time they were at a fucking Roach Motel with my son. And at the 4-day mark, they called me saying he needed medicine and stuff. So I told him, hey, I'm only going to drive down there if I can bring my child back. And she promised. And so I drove down there with medicine. I went and stopped like Walgreens and CVS and stuff. And because technically I stopped CVS first. They didn't have all I wanted. And so I got to Walgreens. Then I drove down there, gave my son medicine, checked on him. I think it's the first time he'd seen sunlight in those 4 fucking days. And then I wanted to take him home, and she was like, no, you can't, like what you promised. And she's like, well, I lied to you. I don't know why you keep trusting me. And I'm like, but you promised. And she's like, yeah, I lied. What part of that do you not understand? So then I had to go back home without my son. Then came back the next day because they asked me to come pick him up. Came, got him, and then they stayed in that motel another 2 days. And then, well, technically 1.5 days, but still. Though later on I found out the main reason they wanted me to come get him is because they were getting complaints from the neighbors. Keep in mind, it's a fucking Roach Motel. This is a place where people are known for staying out of other people's business. Where people go there to do drugs or do illicit criminal activities. Or just, I don't know, cheat on their husbands or wives. Or fuck hookers or some shit. But anyway, the place where people are supposed to stay out of each other's business because everyone's just some sort of criminal for the most part. Or a weary traveler that's like drives all the time. But in general, for the most part, when it comes to Roach Motels like that, you don't really stay butt in other people's business. Apparently, they were complaining to the management, saying that my wife and the affair partner, that their dog was making a lot of noise and irritating them. Keep in mind, the dog in question was my son. Which makes me concerned about how my child was being treated. But of course, I don't have any legal authority or power, even being the father and the husband. And knowing if I even try to do anything to protect my own child, the end result will be losing all rights to my child, and my child being put in a dangerous situation that guarantees his death. Which means if I try to do anything, or if I ask for help, my son will die. And then, of course, at the end, a few days before the divorce was officially official, which is a couple weeks after his 3rd birthday. And I'll tell you this. I still have his 3rd it's a number 3 candle. I still have the candle and the decorations, which are Winnie the Pooh, by the way. I still have the candle and the decoration. Heck, next time I record stuff for a storm or something and the lunar watches rain, I'll show those off. Heck, I still have the little, like, stuff from his baby shower. Like I said, his bedroom's still set up the way it was when he was 2 years old. But my ear is itchy. But if you, I still have the candle, his third birthday candle, and his decorations of his third birthday cake. And I'll tell you this, it's not been a choice of my own. It's a choice that's out of my hands, and it's something that does make me sad. But the last time I was there to see him blow out the candles of a birthday cake was his third birthday. I haven't been able to be there for him on any of his birthday cake celebrations for his birthdays. Anytime I see him for his birthday, it's usually the day after that. I haven't been able to see him blow out his candles of his cake since he was 3 years old. And I know that's a petty thing for me to complain about, but it upsets me. Same way I want to see and talk to my son more. I want my son to know that, his dad loves him very much, that I'm very proud of him. Heck, I named him. I would give him 100 hugs a day when I basically, from the time he was born to the time that, a couple weeks after he was 3, when the divorce happened and he stopped living with me, I had to give him 100 hugs a day. I told him every day how much I loved him. Heck, I remember at the job I was at during the end part of my divorce, it wasn't nearly as graphic as that one issue I had with him being in his room, but there was a time where I had to go to work and I needed to lay down for a nap before work. And I woke up to my wife yelling that he basically had bought him a giant ass fucking teddy bear at one point, and he had, for some reason, pooped all over it. More I hear about certain things, his reactions to things and the way he's emotionally reacted to that stuff, as well as he eventually did develop problems with eyesight, which apparently that acute type of onset of eyesight issues is a reaction to stress. Apparently it's a psychological reaction to severe acute stress, which I guess would be a reaction to, hey, your parents went through a divorce. You basically were taken away from your dad. You were taken out of your home. Your mom's giving you a very unstable life. Your mom is constantly yelling and screaming, and there's constantly arguments between your mom and dad. And your mom is being criminally negligent to you. And your mom is just psychotic. And your dad is basically awake at all times between either being at work or just trying to constantly be there to take care of the child. And of course, most time, my son would be asleep while I'm at work, which means he'd be awake the entire time I'm at home, which means I usually would sleep between 1 and 4 hours a day, and that's not good for your health. I don't know if the issue of the sleep was the fact that I was so overworked or so overstressed, or the fact that I was constantly having to be the one taking care of my son, or the fact that I was legitimately terrified of my wife and she had already tried to kill me a couple times in my sleep. And I just didn't feel safe in my own home. Then again, she would do things like turn on TVs and lights and radios when I tried to sleep, to purposely make where I couldn't sleep. Or she felt like our son was making a bit of noise and she didn't watch him. She'd just wake me up and just drop him on top of me while I was laying in bed trying to get some kind of sleep so I could work. And don't get me wrong, I loved and cherished every moment I spent with my son. But when you're in an environment where you feel legitimately scared and unwell, and you're exhausted all the time, and you're always sick, and you're always tired, and you're always feeling like you're about to pass out, it's not exactly pleasant. But, yeah, his third birthday was a few weeks before we went before the judge to make it official. I was still in front of both sets of parents, putting a smile on and pretending like everything was fine. Because I needed to ensure I at least had shared custody of my son. She had made the threat many times that she would just run away and disappear with him. I needed to make sure I had every legal bit of right I could to him, so I wouldn't lose my child. So I'd be able to protect my child as much as the law would allow me to. And I know of all the fucking bullshit that occurred, I couldn't actually do anything. But yeah. The last year of my marriage was this. This is what I came home to. And we and her were still fucking. Like I said, it wasn't until the open adultery that I was like, no, I don't want to touch you anymore. You're having sex with another person. No. I didn't even want her to touch me anymore. And I'll tell you this, even before that point, I tend to be a lonely person, but even before the thing where the adultery was happening, I was never more alone than when I was married. I was never more miserable, and I was never more unhappy. Worried about my own well-being, worried about my son's. But yeah, a few days before the oh right, that was talking about the giant teddy bear thing. There was a thing where he pooped on one of his giant teddy bear, on his giant teddy bear. So I only had one call-off day for work at that point, and I used it. And I went to a 24-hour laundromat, and I took me and my son. And there was only one washing machine in the entire building that was big enough, because it was technically an industrial machine meant for like major corporations or some shit. But main thing is that there's no way you could fit that size teddy bear in a washing machine, even if you were to cut it up in thirds. So there was only one machine in the entire building that was big enough to fit that bear. And so it was like $5 just to run the washing machine once. And this was like, what, a decade ago about? Like 8-ish years ago? 7-ish years ago? I'd say 7-ish years. 7. It's like 7 years. And so, and of course he had to dry it too. But here's the thing. I brought him some snacks, and me and him just chilled out the laundromat by ourselves. There's nobody else in the laundromat. It was one of those things that was just left unattended. There were no people in it at all. And thankfully there was no crime in that area, but it was literally just me and my son by ourselves in the laundromat for a few hours. And you want to know something? The door of that machine, I don't know if it was the dryer. I think it was the dryer, not the washer. I think the washer was more of a vertical thing, so you couldn't see into it. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I think you could see into it, but either way, maybe it was both. But I know one of them had that see-through, clear like window thing at the front of the washer or dryer or whatever. And you could see the teddy bears spinning around in it. My 1 week from being 3-year-old son literally went up to the washing machine or dryer or whatever, and he started hugging the machine. His giant teddy bear was in the machine, spinning around, and he was trying to hug his bear through the washing machine, through the dryer. He also had a stuffed giraffe. Technically, he also had a stuffed white and black Bengal tiger at one point too. But, and heck, on my son's toddler bed in the room. Like I said, his bedroom is still set up the way it was back when he was 2 years old. And that was like 8-ish years ago. So, some people could say maybe that's a little unhealthy. That, you know, I haven't changed his room at all, but then again, they'd probably say the same thing about me spending 3 hours a day sitting in his room talking to stuffed animals for the first year or so. Um, but yeah, on that bed, there's a few of my old stuffed animals from when I was a child, including a little white teddy bear that's probably about 1.5 feet in length. That was my teddy bear when I was growing up. But I really wanted to be a good dad. I did everything I could to be a good dad. Every day I was grateful and happy to spend time with him. Through the good times and the bad. I always did everything I could to be the most kind, loving dad to him in the world. I wanted to protect him from everything in the world too. I just never thought I'd have to protect him from his own mother. Or to know that if shit's hitting the fan, that I can't do anything, or else, the law, the police, and shit would just, they wouldn't understand the situation. And they'd wind up taking the side of the person that's actually a danger to him. And by the time the police would figure anything out and understand their error, my son would already be dead. So you had to do what you have to do as a man and as a father, and just deal with having what's on the screen right now as your wife, so that you can keep your marriage together, keep your family together, and at least do everything in your power to try to be a good father. And I'll tell you this, I was still trying to be a good husband. Even though I was coming home to this as a wife, I was still trying to be a good husband. I still kept blaming myself that I should be able to do something to help her. That when it became clear that she was showing signs of schizophrenia, when she was becoming insane, even after that instance with the second Christmas where I got the 3-inch scar, I still thought I could save my wife from what she was becoming. I thought I could fix things. I thought I could make my marriage and my family work. I thought if I just tried harder, I thought if I was just supportive to her, that if she knew that I still loved her, because I still did. I still loved and cared about her, even though I was coming home to this as a wife. I still cared about her. I still loved her. I still wanted to save her. As stupid as that was. Don't worry, I don't have any of those feelings anymore. I never want to see or talk to her again. Heck, if I was up on a tower and I saw that she was being eaten by zombies and I could save her, I wouldn't lift a finger to save her. And if I heard a knock on my door day or night and I saw her, whether it's in front of my door, on the sidewalk, or in the middle of the fucking street, I would be literally scared for my life. Literally, if my ex-wife were to show up at my house and knock on my door, or to, heck, even if I were to get a phone call or message from her, I will feel scared. Thankfully, she doesn't really try to reach out to me anymore. But part of me always feels like it's only a matter of time. Any day now, she's just going to do it again. But yeah, if like one day I look out and I hear a knock and she's knocking on my front door, day or night, even if it's middle of broad daylight, even if I have guests over, which of course I don't, because, well, you guys know how fucking antisocial I am. But even in the hypothetical situation, I had friends that were coming over to spend time with me or something, or a partner or somebody, or even back when my son was coming to spend the weekends. If she were to suddenly be on my front porch knocking on my door, I would be terrified. I am terrified of my ex-wife. And to a degree, I feel she's ruined women for me in general. Who knows, maybe to some degree that influenced me to become bisexual and decide that, hey, I like guys, I like femboys, I like Bishonen, I like Futanari, I like women with dicks. Partly because, yeah, I do like dick. I like boobs and I like pretty face, I like women. But, and again, I don't hate women, I don't want to hurt anybody or take away anybody's rights. I just feel like maybe if there's a man in a domestic violence situation, maybe people should actually fucking care about him. Maybe if there's people that are losing their families and shit, maybe a little bit of compassion and empathy would be nice. Maybe if I didn't have to feel so fucking helpless and powerless during what went through in my marriage, that would have been appreciated. But yeah, I understand it's a not all women thing, and and like I said, maybe it's an Alex Jones thing, putting chemicals in the water to make the frogs gay. And who knows, whether it's the chemicals in the water, or the issue with the brain swelling I went through, or the spinal tap, or just my own general health fucking deteriorating, or trauma, or PTSD, or whatever. Or maybe it was just, I was always bisexual, and it was just, I was always in denial of it. Who knows? Like I said, even if it's the Alex Jones thing, then putting chemicals in the water to make the fucking frogs gay, I'm okay with that. Regardless of the reason I love dicks, and I love that I love dicks now. I like Futanari Bowsette, and I like Astolfo. Whether that's a result of PTSD and trauma, because maybe it's a degree of my testosterone levels have dropped ever since I had that, spinal tap and swelling of the brain, to the point that my testosterone levels are abnormally low. But that's caused ever since I went to the hospital for the swelling of the brain, and spinal tap, and meningitis, and encephalitis, and spinal tap. Spinal tap fucking sucked. Or it could be... let's be clear. My wife ruined women for me. Granted, I'll still actually ask women out. I've gone to restaurants and stuff, and I've flirted with women, and I've asked women for their phone numbers. I don't even plan to do it. I see a girl and I think she's cute, and I ask her out. Don't get me wrong, I still get rejected, but part of me is happy I get rejected. Because, I don't know how things are going, but I still try, which is weird. But then again, like I said, heck, last year of my marriage was coming home to this. And we were still fucking every day until the adultery started happening. And then that was the line. But... regardless of the reason. Regardless of the fact that maybe I was always closeted bisexual who was repressed due to the fact that, my dad is a deacon, and he's extraordinarily religious. Let's be clear. He drank alcohol quite a bit until I was 11 or 12-ish, and then he went completely sober, and has never touched alcohol since. And he is a deacon, and his life entirely revolves around the church. To the point that he has said that he feels Trump is he said absolute conviction that Trump is the Antichrist. Obviously, I think Trump is a good person, and I want to vote Trump. But, here's the thing. He has literally said Trump is the Antichrist. He has expressed a lot of very odd things. Heck, at one point he said dinosaurs weren't real. So... but here's the thing. Here's the thing. My last Christmas, just here a little while ago, he typed out a 6-page paper and made copies and gave it to everyone at the family Christmas, talking about how Christmas and Easter are of the devil. Don't get me wrong, I had normal Christmas and Easters growing up, so I don't know if he's just getting worse about it or what. Here's the thing. When I was in high school, he would get up at 3 o'clock in the morning, 3 a.m. in the morning when I'd have to be in high school. I had to wake up in the morning and go to school. And at 3 a.m. in the morning, he would be on an actual typewriter, not a computer, not a laptop, an actual straight up fucking typewriter. I'm pretty sure most people that are like Generation Z don't even know what a typewriter is. It was the precursor of computers. There was no computer, there was no screen. It was literally just super loud, noisy keys that you push that make hammers smash into paper with ink. Like, if you don't know what I'm pretty sure most people that are Generation Z or Alpha, like, I'm pretty sure anybody that was born after the year 2000 doesn't even know what a typewriter is. They probably don't even know what a payphone is. But my dad would get up at 3 o'clock in the morning and start just typing out the Bible for hours. And don't get me wrong, I'm glad that he's a deacon. I'm glad that he has a strong faith in God. That's good. That's great. That's awesome. That's a blessing. And I'm certainly very glad that he stopped drinking. That I really disliked that. And I'll tell you this, it's good that he believes in God. I believe in God very strongly too. Heck, but here's the thing. I don't think hell is justifiable. Even though I believe in Jesus and I think it's virtuous to be able to believe in Jesus, I don't think anyone should be forced to believe in God. And I don't think anyone should be punished in this world or the next for who they do or do not believe in. Because at that point, you're just punishing someone for a difference of opinion. People should have a right to have a belief. As long as their religious belief doesn't involve wanting to hurt or kill other people, as long as it's not, hurting people, that's fine. And even then, people have differences of opinions when it comes to religion and shit. I'll tell you this also, I've been baptized when I was younger. I have the Holy Ghost. I've spoken in tongues. And heck, I was raised in an apostolic church. My dad's technically my stepdad, but I consider him my dad. I respect him more as my father than I did my biological dad, and that says a lot. That I consider my stepdad more my dad than my biological dad, because my biological dad was a much, well, let's just say he set the bar a lot lower than what my stepdad did. And like I said, my stepdad's still married to my mom, and I respect him, and I have no ill will against him. I hope that he lives a long life. I hope that when he does die, he goes to heaven. But it's just the fact that I feel that he would be a bit judgmental about things. And I feel that he would have a very, very severe response to me being openly bisexual. Heck, there were many times as a child I was even told that being gay, by many adults, that being gay was being worse than being Hitler or being a murderer. Or that all gay people are like rapists and shit. So maybe not healthy things to tell a child. So maybe to a degree, maybe I just always suppressed being bisexual due to those kinds of environmental influences. But like I said, I want to make it clear I don't hate or disrespect my dad. But it's just the fact that I definitely do feel very paranoid about how he would respond if I were openly bisexual, if he would be accepting of all of me. Heck, part of me thinks he'd take me to church and have to give an exorcism. Part of me thinks that he might try to physically attack me. I don't know. I really don't know what's a reasonable thought in regard to this. Maybe he could be okay with it. I don't know. All I know is I feel very worried about being open about that stuff, and right now I see no reason to out myself on that, because honestly, lately my depression's bad enough that it's not like I would ever hurt myself. It's just that I just don't really feel the desire to go out and try to meet anybody. And even then, even if I did, regardless of gender, I don't think I'd really be able to trust anybody. I'm probably a bit too damaged to be even pursuing a relationship anyway. Besides, I'm old and I'm fat and I'm ugly. But yeah, I would say my wife basically ruined women for me, because part of me really does feel that anybody with a vagina will try to kill me in my sleep. And it's not like I would ever try to hurt a woman over this sort of thing. Heck, I'm still polite and friendly and kind to women, and I have no ill will toward anybody. I have no hate or ill will toward anyone. It's just that you can't feel attracted to people very easily if you're constantly worried that they might try to kill you. So it's not an issue of me hating women so much as me being concerned about, one, how much they probably hate me, and two, just being scared and hurt and jaded about being put in the same situation again. So it's just an issue of self-preservation. And the fact that in the day is this, regardless of how lonely you can be at times, one, it doesn't change the fact that nobody wants you at all to begin with, but also that even if there was, I'd be hesitant to try to date anybody. Maybe that's the main reason I'm willing to even try to ask out and flirt with people, because I already expect that I'm just going to get a no. That I already feel like it's a 0% chance of getting a acceptance or somebody actually saying they actually would want to date me. But even then, even if I were to get to the point of dating, I mean, I don't know if I'd ever be able to actually trust anybody. Because like I said, when I married my ex-wife, I trusted her. I loved her. I married her because I loved her, because I trusted her, because I felt safe with her. I never thought that this would be reality. And so obviously, I have a bit of a concern that even if I had people of any gender available that wanted to be with me and I thought they were cute and everything, I would still be hesitant. And of course, obviously I'm looking out for red flags like anybody I think might be like this. Or, obviously I'm not going to have sex with someone who has an STD. I don't want to catch anything like gonorrhea or something. Or, AIDS or syphilis or, what is it? What else is there? I think chlamydia? I'm not really familiar with STDs. Like I said, the only thing I've ever gotten was mono. And technically that's something that just about everybody has. I just somehow fluked out. Then again, most of my life was being alone, and then again, every relationship I had, every girlfriend I was with, it turned out poorly. So, me getting cheated on or dumped. So, also the constant streams of just rejection and betrayal and abandonment. So, that's a thing. And just the way I was treated in school and the rest of life. Because like I said, I had a lot of PTS situations in regard to my marriage, in regard to school, and in regard to other things. But yeah, I think my wife ruined women for me. I don't think, to a point that part of me feels, I understand it's illogical, but part of me feels a bit traumatized, the idea that anybody with a vagina is going to try to kill me. That if I try to sleep in a bed next to somebody that has a vagina, they will try to kill me. Heck, part of me feels that if I have sex with a woman, there's always that chance she's going to get pregnant, which then means I'm going to then have to worry about someone else who might try to kill our child. An illegal system that'll basically just tie my hands and tell me I'm not even allowed to protect my own child. And if I were to do anything, whether do anything to protect my child or to ask for help, it would probably just get my child killed. Like I said, I've had dreams about if I managed to say, like when I said that thing to my wife about, right before we saw the judge about, staying together, not getting divorced, about what if we had stayed together. And my dream seemed like it was long. Like I saw weeks, if not months go by, if not a whole year. And the dream, we basically got back together, she got tested, didn't have any diseases. We basically immediately had another child, and within a year, since the child's in there for 9 months, and then when the child's only a couple months old, keep in mind this is in a dream, she in the dream would fling the infant, who's a couple months old, down the staircase into the wall, to where its brains would come out and its limbs would snap, and it would cry briefly before dying. Our son would probably get beaten to death. And then the dream ended with her basically coming straight at me with a knife. Granted, at least the scar on my arm's from her fucking fingernails. Honestly, if my wife had had a fucking knife in her hands when the whole Christmas thing happened, I would have just been dead. And honestly, I don't know what happened to my 2-year-old, because at that point, that just goes bad to worse. You go from being a 2-year-old son playing with Christmas presents, and now your mom is just screaming and yelling and cussing for no reason, breaking your toys. And then your dad's dead, bleeding to death in front of you. Not that what it was already wasn't traumatizing for him. He still had to deal with his mom yelling and screaming and cussing and breaking his toys and throwing things. He still had to deal with the fact that she attacked his dad and Dad's arm started bleeding. I don't know if he could see the blood. I don't know if he remembers that at all. Like I said, he did eventually have to get glasses. His eyesight basically... Apparently about half a year after the divorce, my son's eyesight started to fail him. They had to take him to a doctor to get glasses. Actually, not even quite half a year. It was about 3 months after he stopped living with me, after the divorce. Basically 3 months after he started living with his grandparents. His eyesight started failing and he needed to get glasses. The doctor said that if he hadn't started wearing glasses when they did, he would have gone fully blind. And usually in that situation, not that anybody outwardly really talks about it, and everyone, including his grandparents, they avoid the topic. Heck, they even try to claim it as a bragging point that, hey, we caught his eyesight failing and got him the doctor. You should thank us for saving his eyesight. But I'm like, this happened 3 months after he didn't live with me anymore. Of course you should be the ones to catch it. He's not living with me. I'm seeing him on the weekends. But it's usually an acute stress reaction. So I imagine being taken away from your father, being taken out of your home, being, mistreated, neglected, potentially abused, being constantly around people that are yelling and screaming, dealing with your mom being psychotic and even attacking your dad, and having her and dad always having to argue and yell. And I'll say this, I still try to be happy, because don't get me wrong, I was always happy when my son came over to visit, but I always felt sad that even when he was, I miss my son every single day. And even back when he was coming to spend the night and spend the weekend, I would still feel like I missed him, even when he was there with me. Even when I would be giving him a hug, we'd be sitting on my lap, I'd be reading him like Winnie the Pooh, or a story called The Squirrel's Tale. And even though he'd be sitting on my lap and reading a story, I'd still feel like I was missing him. I'd be thinking about it all the time during the week. And don't get me wrong, I was still grateful and living in the moment and appreciating the time I had for him at that time. But I was still thinking about all the time during the week in which he wasn't there and I didn't have my son. I was still thinking about the bad memories of things that happened. And I was also still thinking about the good memories of, like, when I was 2 years old, I took him to the zoo. Or the times I taught him to walk, or when he was born. I still remember holding him the day he was born. I took 2 weeks off the job I had back then to take care of him and his mother. But I always did my best to try to always seem happy in front of him, to not seem sad at all. But I can't help but feel that even though he was so young, and even though I was trying my best to hide that I felt sad and hurt, I wonder if he could still tell. I wonder if all the trauma for all that caused him to start having that condition of his eyes, to where he needed glasses, to where he would have gone blind if he hadn't gotten the glasses to help his eyes. And his eyesight will never be normal. He'll always need the glasses, and they're pretty thick glasses at that. And don't get me wrong, I don't think any less of him for it. I love my son just as much. It bothers me that he could have gone fully blind. It bothers me that he has to be dependent on something like that. It bothers me the implication that problem he's experiencing is because of how his mother was. But yeah, part of me feels that if I give anybody a vagina, it's going to lead to me having another child who's going to be in a situation where I'm going to be at work and I'm going to be coming home to a child that's being neglected, or a child that can be taken away from me at any time. Part of me feels that anybody, and I understand, there would be just as many people with, the other set of genitalia that would be dangerous to me. But it's just the fact that it's an association that's just sort of hardwired into me now. That I feel like if somebody that has a vagina were to be laying next to me, that they will try to kill me in my sleep. That they will try to kill children. That they will turn into this. And again, I understand, it's not all women. It's not like I hate women. I don't. Heck, I'm egalitarian. I still believe everyone should have equal rights and equal, voting and all that. Heck, I'll listen to people like Raging Old Eagle and Undead Chronic XIV. And, I disagree with Chronic on a few things. He is against the 19th Amendment, but I'm egalitarian. I think everyone still deserves the right to vote. I'm pro-Israel, and I'm pro-LGBT. Now, that being said, I'm against the idea of trans kids. I'm pro people being trans if they want to be, but I don't think people should make the decision to be identifying as trans until they're 17. And I don't think people should take hormones till they're 19. And in general, I'm against the idea of people getting gender-affirming surgery. I think the idea of women getting their boobs cut off is disgusting. And I think the idea of men getting their cock and balls cut off or damaged in any way is disgusting. I see it as bodily mutilation. I see it like the Chinese foot binding stuff, or there's tribes in Africa that do the neck rings, or the giant ear and lip plates, or the just obscene amounts of piercings. And granted, to a degree, I dislike the idea of piercings and tattoos, but I've dated women with piercings and tattoos. It's not like I have any problem with it. Now, granted, some people do have an excessive amount, which point I'm not judging them, I'm just not attracted to them. But I'm sure they wouldn't feel they're missing out on anything by not being attracted to them. And that's fine. There are people that like that stuff. And they'll find plenty of people who like that stuff that they themselves would like. But it's not my preference. And same way, remember the old corsets thing? If you look at old diagrams, you can see that it actually not only permanently disfigured human bodies, but it would actually damage ribs. And would also push organs in the wrong places, including your intestines. It was extraordinarily unhealthy and dangerous to the human body. So at the end of the day, I'm against anything I see as self-harm. And I'm against people hurting themselves. And I'm against people being violent. I believe people should act with decorum and grace and respect and civility. And people should be... And here's the thing. I think there's no wrong There's nothing wrong with people being gay. There's no sin about being gay. And I think gay people should be welcome in the church. But I don't think there should be any pride flags in the church. I don't think there should be any sort of sex or sexuality in the church or any foreign gods. Like we can all agree there's nothing wrong with, say, a wife sucking her husband's dick. Like, there's no sin there, but you shouldn't do it at a church, in the church pew. That's disrespectful to God. See, people should have respect for God. I mean, it's like a cool Korn or Slipknot t-shirt and some black jeans and chains and stuff and some golf clothes. That's cool and that's comfy. But you wouldn't wear that in church, same way you wouldn't wear swim trunks. There's nothing wrong with wearing swim trunks. But you should at least, and I'm not saying everyone has to wear like a suit or some shit. People can't. A lot of people can't afford that. But you should at least try to wear something you find is respectful. You know? But my main thought is this. I don't think children should be exposed to any kind of sexuality stuff. Like, I don't think there should be any sort of sex or sexuality in schools, church, or around children. And in fact, I think anyone who does anything sexual with someone who's 12 years old or younger should get the death penalty. And in general, I'd say the legal age of consent people should start having sex should be 16. Though in general, I'd say be aware of the laws of your society. You know, 18 would be the best suggestion in my opinion. But I would say at 16 the person's already tall, they're already developed. Besides, through most of human history, had people waited past that point, you know, the human race would have gone extinct. There's no way that humanity would have survived. That's just the way human fertility works. So if you didn't do that, then it would literally be the end of the world. But that being said, there's also societies that had rules that had people like marrying like 50-year-old men marrying 9-year-old little girls. That's fucking disgusting. Heck, even the idea of someone marrying a 13-year-old, that's fucking gross. I mean, I can understand somebody dating and being attracted to a 16-year-old. Because at that point, you're dealing with someone who's already fully grown. And I know there's debates about what is the age of an adult. But keep in mind, if we keep stretching that age all the time, eventually it's like, well, you have to wait till someone's 30 years old. So, yeah. I'm just trying to go with what's a logical thing based off of history. But at the same time, like in history, like there was people, you know, 50-year-old dudes marrying fucking 9-year-olds or 6-year-olds or shit like that. And that's fucking gross. Like, I think the idea of even someone in their 30s, you know, even dating someone who's 14, that's disgusting. I would say, in general, I think the best rule of thumb for that is everyone should just wait till they're 18. But I would say anyone like 16 or 17 should be able to date, marry, have sex with someone who's between the ages of 16 and 29. But I would say the moment somebody is older than 29, that they shouldn't even be talking to a 17-year-old. But of course, this is all sort of like you're just trying to parse out, like, how can you make the most fair way to, like, decide on what's an appropriate line. But I would say in general, just know whatever the law is for whatever country or state you're in. But I would say the youngest anyone should be in, because I know there's countries that are okay with people getting married in like 9 or 6 or 13 or 14. And it's like, okay, no, it's fucking disgusting. But if we have to decide on like a lower age, 16. 16 is the lowest it should go. And if anyone does anything sexual with someone who's 12 or younger, they should get the death penalty. But yeah, it's just, there's so many things in ancient cultures that's kind of odd. Like whether or not, like, oh, you ate bacon, you're going to hell. Or laws against people being gay, or heck, there's lots of laws about just what kind of clothing or how you do certain rituals. I mean, heck, it's interesting to look at ancient cultures, the laws that were different cultures, both secular and religious ones. though most societies throughout history were religious. Heck, in many societies, I think in both Babylonian and Persian, and even in, especially Roman, back when people believed in Greek gods or Roman gods, you weren't allowed to be an atheist. Even more strict than, say, the fucking Puritans in medieval England. And, like, Puritans when they came to, like, America in, like, the 1800s, as well as, let's be clear, even medieval England. Even the crusading age of... Though a lot of crusades was actually just fought in self-defense, but that being said, a lot of very horrible things occurred then too. Simply put, many crusades were fought for justified reasons, for defending nations that were attacked, and there were wars of self-defense. However, many of the people fighting in that war committed horrible atrocities such as rape and torture, and murder of innocents that was not acceptable. The wars themselves were justified. They were wars of self-defense, as armies were attacking them first, and the Crusades were launched as a means of survival for self-defense. However, they went way too far and did a lot of things that were indiscriminate killing and cruelty and torture and rape, and that's not okay. And of course you got slavery through all fucking human history. Honestly, should have never been allowed in the first... There should have never been a single person in all human history that should have been enslaved. But yeah, it's been something that's been all of human history. Humans just trying to be brutal. Just brutalize and torture each other. But it's interesting to look at, like, especially say Greek or Roman societies, you were basically required to believe in someone. But it's interesting to look at old laws and systems, especially in Babylon and Sumeria, or ancient Japan, or how even tribal societies function, whether it's, Native Americans in America back before, there were other people besides Native Americans, or just the people of Germanic tribes in Germany, or parts of Asia, or... a lot of countries, like take China, have a very long history of thousands of years. So it's interesting to look back at how societies function. But it's like there's many things throughout the past that I feel are very... Things that were considered moral back then, I think are atrocious by today's standards. But of course, that's just part of humanity. Humanity evolves and we grow as we go on. Though here lately it feels like we're more so devolving. You look at some modern buildings that just look flat and you compare it to, like, you ever see the giant, huge Catholic cathedrals? I'm not Catholic, but the buildings look beautiful. The amount of skill and intelligence that went into building that. Heck, I'll walk on bike trails and I'll see fucking radio towers. And one, I feel that I'd be terrified to climb the damn thing. I don't like heights. But also I think this. Think about the intelligence and wisdom it took to be able to fucking build that. Not just to understand how to do radio waves and shit, but just how to build the fucking tower. Imagine if you were like somebody who didn't know what the fuck they're doing. Imagine imagine if all the radio towers just fell over because the person who built them didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And they did like a measurement wrong or cut a corner. I don't know. I forget what the fuck we were talking about. I'm just saying the Alex Jones thing, like, put the fucking chemicals in the frogs, chemicals in the water, turn the freaking frogs gay. Maybe, who knows? Maybe there's chemicals in the human drinking water that has altered men to have lower testosterone and to be more gay and femboyish. Whatever, I don't care. Regardless if it's something that was dormant within me that woke it, and whether or not I was a closeted bisexual who was awoken to being gay by Astolfo, or by Futanari, or by chemicals in the water, or by severe trauma and PTSD, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't change the fact that I like dick and balls now, and I like that I like dick and balls now. So regardless of the reasoning or cause or effect or any of that bullshit, regardless of any reasoning or excuses or rationalities for it, it doesn't change how I feel. So regardless of what has caused me to get to this conclusion, maybe I was always gay to a degree, and I just had it suppressed from being raised in a very religious setting and constantly being told at a very young age as a small child very bad things about gay people. So maybe at that point I would have just straight up subconsciously even just pushed down, not even admit it to myself until I was older. Heck, it wasn't until a few years after, like 2.5 years after I was divorced, around like the COVID pandemic and stuff, I was starting to think, you know what, I think I might be bisexual. I think I might actually because I think I'd seen quite a bit of Futanari and stuff like Bible Black and stuff. It's this one anime, but I never really thought of it as anything more than just, okay, that's hot. But never really considered that I might be gay or bisexual or anything. Especially with how much I like boobs. And in general, I can walk around the mall and see like 1,000 women that I think are attractive. But I really haven't really run into any guys that I feel that way about. Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, the only thing stopping me from, dating a guy is just I just haven't met a guy that I feel attracted to. Though at the end of the day, I just feel less and less into things anymore. So I think the depression might just be getting to a point that I've just lost desire to interact with people, or maybe I'm just too scared of people to, like, maybe the trauma's just an issue that I'm like, because, obviously I've had a lot of people mistreat me through my life. I got bullied a lot. Heck, I remember a time when I was absolutely straight, well, considered myself 100% heterosexual, where I had 5 people beat the fucking shit out of me in a back alley for like half hour plus, calling me a fucking faggot and shit, punching me hundreds of times, slamming against a brick wall, stomping on my head, kicking me in the ribs, and kicking me in the face, and stomping on my head, and punching me over and over. I had a goose egg on my left temple that was sticking out like 2 inches. It was like a giant purple thing the size of I got hit really fucking hard. Then again, I got a lot of fights. Most of them were like multiple people versus me. And it was usually just because they just didn't like me. I don't think I've ever done anything wrong to anybody in my entire life. And I don't think, with exception of self-defense, I've ever hurt anybody. But yeah, regardless of the reasoning, whether it's PTSD, whether it's trauma, whether it's issues that were traumatic from me and my marriage, or issues that were outside my marriage that were traumatic, or maybe it's just the extensive loneliness and just the fact that I don't really remember what a hug feels like, and I'm just extraordinarily lonely and just desperate for someone to care about me and for me to feel safe. But even then, there's always that fear that even if I find someone I think I feel safe with, that they're going to wind up being abusive to me. That at best, they're just going to betray and abandon me. And at worst, they're going to become abusive and try to kill me. And like I said, my last fucking year of my marriage was this. I was coming home to someone who was looking at me like this. And I was still fucking her. I did not stop fucking her until she was openly committing adultery. At which point I was just so fucking disgusted I didn't want to touch her. And keep in mind, she was still wanting to have sex with me. She was even begging me for sex. She even, multiple times, tried to force herself onto me. Even though I'm repeatedly telling her no and trying to shove her away. So, yeah. And like I said, obviously my testosterone level dropped ever since I had the thing where I got hospitalized for the mono and the brain swelling and the spinal cord swelling and the spinal tap and the meningitis and the encephalitis. Also, apparently I was really low on certain chemicals. Like apparently magnesium, I was like dangerously low to the point that even with everything else not being considered, apparently I was so low in magnesium that in itself was like life-threatening. So, but yeah, ever since then I've had, well, lower testosterone. Hell, my dick got smaller. I mean, granted, it still gets hard. It still functions, mostly. Also, I'm just getting older, I guess. But let's be clear. At one point, I had a 7-inch long dick. Now, when it's fully hard, it's 5 inches. So my penis is just like 2 inches. Maybe that's just because I have a giant fucking stomach and I'm fat. I mean, I have pictures that show how fucking fat I am. But yeah, it's just I don't really have the same drive I have for stuff anymore. I'm not. Testosterone's basically in the drain. I have severe depression, PTSD, trauma, and the inability to trust people. Like I said, if someone raises their hand around me, and let's be clear, that was technically true before I even met my ex-wife. Like I said, I went through a lot of shit. I went through a lot of shit both in school and outside of school. And yeah, so heck, even before I even had my first relationship, I was already the kind of person that if you raised your hand around me, I would flinch. Obviously, traumatic relationships involving abuse did not make that better. But yeah, like I said, my dick used to be 7 inches. Now it's like 5 inches when it's hard. I'll say this, that little bit of fat you have at your base of your dick, being a fat ass like me, if I pull that back, it's 6 inches again. But in general, it's not as hard. Like, I remember it being like hard as a fucking brick when I was younger. And now it's like a little bit bendy to a degree. Then again, I'll tell you this. 11 months ago at this point, 11 months ago, I had to have a bladder surgery. Technically, the doctors told me about the need for it about 2 years before that. I even had a cystoscopy. Heck, I came home from a cystoscopy and did a take of a song called what is it? NIB by Black Sabbath, with a background that says Zawell on the screen. Though I did do a second take of that song recently, a couple months ago, with a picture of, well, Lunar D8, but black and white. Technically, it's a picture I found randomly on the internet from some manga, but I don't remember what the manga was even called or what it's about or where to find it. It's like I have pictures that I'm like, yeah, I associate myself with this picture, but I don't even remember where it comes from anymore. So that's like half of those pictures, and the other half I at least remember. But there also should be things that everyone, I think, should know what I'm referencing. And if not, whatever. But it's just... Initially, the description they gave me for what I would need to do for the surgery sounded like something out of a horror movie. And so I basically decided I wasn't going to do it for as long as I could avoid it. Though eventually, the condition got worse, and of course, eventually the doctors told me that there was a less invasive way to do the surgery, so we could do that instead, and it would have a better success rate than what they initially thought. So I agreed to do that because initially what they wanted to do, the more invasive version would require like 6 weeks of recovery, pretty much. And I would have required to have a catheter of the same size that I did eventually have, but I would have having me for 2 weeks straight. That's 14 days straight. Which honestly, I think my body barely survived being in the surgery itself, let alone the effects of having the catheter in my body. Like, my body was just shutting down. Like, here's the thing. I had an issue just waking up from the fucking surgery. Honestly, if I had and I had the less invasive surgery. I'll tell you this, if I had had the more invasive surgery, I would have died on the fucking operating table. And if I had had to have the fucking catheter in me for even a full week, I would have died. My body was just rejecting it. But with that more invasive thing, I would require to have it for 2 weeks. Basically, what the initial thing they were describing was they were going to have to take the area between my ball sack and my butthole and cut me open, pull out my bladder and my urethra, do reconstructive surgery, then shove my organs back up inside me, stitch my taint shut, and then I'd have to have a catheter up my dick for 2 weeks. Thankfully, I didn't need to do that, because honestly, I think I would have died on the operating table, and I also think I would have died just from the fucking tube in my dick. And keep in mind, it's not an average catheter, because part of either procedure requires a bit of a dilation of the inside of the urethra. So I put, what caused it? Genetics. Which also makes me worried that one day my son might have the same issue when he's older. But, that aside, due to the fact that it had a dilation type effect on it, you're required to have a thicker catheter, not a little thin tube for just pee. You know, it's got to be able to keep the tube in your bladder and stuff from collapsing. You might say, like, well, why do you bother getting the surgery at all? Because my bladder was trying to seal itself off. If I didn't get the surgery, my bladder would have exploded and I would have died. So it was either get the surgery or die. But initially, I was like really against getting that more invasive surgery, which honestly I think I would have died on the operating table. And given how my body reacted to the fucking tube in my dick, I think I would have just died from that, because my body was starting to reject it. Anyway, the less invasive one required a more, doing it through the hole in your dick and, the pee hole. Anyway, I'll tell you this. I didn't really wake up very well from that surgery, and my body didn't feel very well with it. So had I had any more invasive of a surgery, I would have just died on the operating table. And had I had that tube any longer, I would have died as well from that. But anyway, so I had surgery, and then I have and I measured it after I pulled it out of my dick. But that wasn't for like 49 hours. Because after I woke up, I basically was told that from the time I wake up, I need to at least keep it in me for like 49 hours. This is a catheter that has a Foley balloon on it. What this is at the end of the catheter, there is a balloon that's inflated and filled with like some sort of liquid I don't think it's water, but there's some sort of fluid. And it's inside your blood, and it keeps it from coming out of you. Now, there's 2 nozzles on the tube after it comes out of you. One nozzle allows you to drain it into a piss bag. The other nozzle is for you to put this little syringe thing that doesn't have a needle or anything, but it's like a pressure syringe, and it's so you can remove the 10 cc's, I think, is the measurement. The 10 cc's of random fluid that's inflating this balloon inside your bladder. Anyway, the tube up my dick was the thickness of a number 2 pencil. And it was up my fucking piss hole for 49 hours straight. I do not think you understand. And here's the thing. Another thing to keep in mind about your penis is this is the thing that gets erections. Not as much, mind you, normally, and also not as much then. But there were still times where, it wanted to change size. I don't think there are words to describe how unpleasant that felt. There are also times when it was soft where it started pushing my dick back up inside me. That was also very uncomfortable. Also, there was like 6 different medications the doctor had me on. One of which did kind of die. They did say had an effect that dyed part of the piss a bit of an orangish color. That being said, I did have some blood coming out of my dick, both through the fucking tube into the piss bucket, and on the outside of the tube, just around the tube rubbing against the flesh of the inner part of my dick that was hardening like a fucking rock, and felt like a fucking just jagged rocks. Like basically, and of course, your dick is getting bigger and smaller in this situation. So it's like the feeling of a kidney stone being stuck inside your dick, moving up and down your piss hole, in and out of you. Anyway, after 49 hours, I was finally allowed to remove it. At first, I tried standing in my bathroom, in the shower, to pull it out, and I almost... like I said, and of course I removed the cc's of fluid first, which in of itself felt very awkward and stressful. But then after I stood in my shower trying to pull this thing out of me, I almost collapsed. Everything went basically black and white with a little bit of red in the corners. I couldn't feel my limbs. My heart was pounding out of my chest, and I basically collapsed into the side of the shower and held myself up against the wall. Even I couldn't feel my arms, I could still will myself to move my arms. But yeah, I waited like 10 minutes so I could feel my limbs again. And then I got out and I just sat on the toilet. And gradually I was able to pull this thing out of my dick. And I'll tell you this, if you were to measure from the tip of my penis to the end of the fucking thing where the Foley balloon was, it was 14 inches that was up my dick. I was screaming in pain for the next few days as my body got reused to the idea of urine flowing against the actual flesh of my body. I will say this. My mom and dad, my stepdad, but again I consider him my dad, my mom and dad drove me to the hospital. My dad dropped me and mom off. And my mom was there for me before the surgery. She was there during the surgery, during the time I was doing recovery. And she was there for me when I woke back up. And then she called Dad, and Dad came and picked us up. And Dad drove me and Mom back to my place. And then Dad actually drove the van that he drove me in there. He drove the van up onto the curb to get it closer to my front door so I didn't have to walk as far. He then helped me out of the van, and this is the same dad that I'm concerned about how he'll respond if I'm openly bisexual, because he is a very, very religious person. Like, here's the thing. He is a deacon. He is black. I am white. Not that that matters, but main point is this. It's an all-black church I grew up in. It was an apostolic church. There were 3-hour-long church services. Every church service was about the apocalypse and the end of the world, and everyone's going to die. Like, I don't know if skin color matters in this, but I feel like I need to say this to convey that I feel that I don't know if it sounds racist to say this, but it's like, usually if you see depictions of a white church as opposed to a black church, you see a lot more of the Southern Baptist sort of, but again, you see plenty of white ones, like, though honestly the only white Baptist church I can think of offhand is the guy from the fucking Blob movie who's holding a piece of the intergalactic space alien, plotting the end of the world as God's cleansing fire to purge all the sinners. So again, maybe that's a little bit of paranoia on my part, that I feel like it's not an issue of me being concerned they're black. It's more of a concern of, do they care that I'm white? I don't know. Again, it's an issue of me feeling acceptance, and also the fact, again, it's an apostolic church. There were people, like, the pastor would speak in tongues on every single service. I spoke in tongues in that church. Okay? I was baptized in that church. And like I said, I am still a devout believer of Jesus and in God. But it's just, I understand where they were coming from in terms of what they were preaching about. But maybe a 3-hour fucking church service every Sunday about the end of the world is not healthy for anyone's mental state. Yes, it's good that you should talk about that stuff. There's plenty of stuff in the Bible that people gloss over. Even including that church, there's plenty of stuff that they don't discuss. But maybe just the constant fucking, doom speak or like judgmental stuff like everyone's a sinner and this is wrong with you and that's wrong with you. Maybe how about this? Maybe constant speech about this is wrong with you and like, oh, everyone's a sinner and everyone falls short of the glory of God. Maybe constant talk of that is not very healthy for someone who already has severe self-esteem issues and severe depression and has thoughts of suicide while they're sitting in the fucking church pew. Maybe that's not healthy for me. Okay? Maybe that... And even then, I've had preachers get upset at me because they feel like, oh, I wasn't standing up praising God enough, and they had dreams about being a televangelist. And I'm like, I am sitting here reading my Bible being depressed. Maybe I am taking offense to the fact that you care more about how much money you make and how you look in front of your televised audience than how much you care about my well-being. Makes me feel in of itself that you don't fucking give a shit about me and I'm not cared about. And I'm just a fucking tool. You just want me here to pay my fucking tithes and offering. I'm just a fucking cash cow. I'm just your little pay piggy at that point. That's what that fucking amounts to. That I'm only there to make you look good. I'm only there to pay tithes and offering. You don't care about me as a person. You don't care about God. You don't care about what's right or wrong. You don't care about me. You just care what people think about you. And you just care about how much money you get. So at the end of the day, it's this. Yes, it's a personal pride issue for me, but it makes me feel like I'm disappointed, and it makes me feel like I'm betrayed. It makes me feel like I'm abandoned. It makes me feel like I'm not cared about. It makes me feel like you're looking down on me and disrespecting me. Like you don't care about me, that I'm not welcome, that I'm not wanted, that I'm not cared about, that I don't matter. But other thing is this, even for like adults, maybe, just maybe, it is not healthy for a full-grown adult to be hearing a 3-hour fucking church service every week about the end of the world. Yes, there's no problem. You should certainly talk about it. The book of Revelations is a very important part of the Bible. But I'm just saying this, if you're going to harp on, negative aspects about things, maybe at least try to balance it out by at least making me feel like I'm appreciated and cared about. Just saying. In general, even for healthy individuals, I don't think that's very healthy for people to listen to. Let alone somebody who's already dealing with severe depression and people that are bullying the shit out of him at school. And he's dealing with normal stuff as a teenager. And he's just making me feel like, I'm a bad person. Everything's fucking wrong with me. I'm a sinner. I'm this. I'm that. And also, the end of the world's going to end any fucking day. And the fucking hell on earth and shit. Heck, I remember being an 11-year-old thinking about the end of the world. And thankfully I didn't fucking do it, or else I wouldn't, one, it would have hurt a lot, and two, it would have been, very damaging to my ability to function as a member of society in the future. But at one point, me was considering the idea, like, what if I were just to impale my palms and run barbed wire through my hands? Granted, I was 11 years old. I never did such a thing, and I never would. But it's the ideology of, maybe if I did that, Jesus would love me then. Which I honestly, yes, does sound very mentally unhealthy. But keep in mind, I was 11. And also, I didn't do that. But I thought about it. But that's more so a statement of, even at the age of 11, I was thinking about the legitimate end of the fucking world through Armageddon. I was thinking about stuff like people being tortured and murdered and Christians being persecuted. And I was thinking about, I'm not good enough, I'm not this. Granted, there was plenty of people in school and rest of life making me feel fucking worthless. But, it's just the idea hey, maybe Jesus will love me then. Just an issue of wanting to feel accepted and loved and cared about. And like I said, when it comes to accepting the whole bisexuality thing, it's this. I choose to have faith in God, that God wouldn't fucking care. It's not hurting anyone. It's not causing any harm to anybody. It's just, I just want someone to love and care about me. And I would, in that situation, obviously making them happy too. So then they, like, saying like, oh no, you have a problem me having a loving relationship with somebody, having a healthy like, I just want a loving, healthy relationship. But it's like, oh, you're just saying, okay, that there's something wrong with me having a loving, healthy relationship with someone based on whether or not they have a dick or not. I mean, isn't that like the same thing as saying like, okay, you have an issue of like a white person and a black person being together? Isn't that like the same ideology at that point? And the end of the day, it's just, I just like who I like, you know? Whether it's like femboys, futanaris, bishonen, you know, I like who I like. Now, whether or not I actually meet anybody, that's a different story. Now, of course, what were the main things I would want? Like, one, somebody who mutually feels the same way about me, someone I find attractive, someone who has no diseases, and someone who would never ever hurt me under any circumstance. If anything, that's probably like the main thing that I tend to look at, is that how is the person going to treat me? But all those other things are also non-negotiables. Like the person could be the best person in the world, but they have like fucking syphilis or something. I'm not going to fuck them. You know, because I don't want to get a disease. But the main point is this. I choose to have faith that God, I'll say this. No one gets to heaven except through Christ. But I'm not saying non-Christians can't go to heaven. God knows the hearts and minds. God's the God of truth. Anyone who believes in God will be led to the truth. And anyone who goes, you know, through life and through death, God knows that person. Jesus knows that person. And I trust God to be fair and just and compassionate. And I trust that God, especially when you think about the vastness of how things like electricity works, or how buildings and engineering works, or the structures of atoms and DNAs and molecules in the microscopic world, or the scale of the universe and solar systems and planets and galaxies, or even straight up galactic filaments, and the scale of such things, and the fact that our world is such a tiny little speck, even in the scale of our galaxy, let alone our universe. What does it matter that I want a loving, healthy relationship with Bowsette, with big giant titties, a pretty cute feminine face, and long hair, and a big dick and fat nuts? What's that fucking matter? That I basically want either a femboy or a futanari partner, or even a bishonen, even like just, like, I mean, basically bishonen being a guy. A bishonen would be a guy who is not a femboy that I'm attracted to. So, and like I said, a futanari would be a trans woman who identifies as a woman and has a feminine face, feminine body, but has zero gender dysphoria about their penis and balls, and actually loves their cock and balls, and is proud of their cock and balls, and would never ever do anything to harm their cock and balls. Basically, it's a woman with a cock and balls who identifies as a woman, has a face of a woman, the body of a woman, you know, the femininity of a woman, but has a cock and balls and loves her cock and balls. Femboy, pretty straightforward. It's just a cis male, but, you know, not exactly, you know, Yujiro Hanma, pretty much, okay? You know, there are certain they're not exactly on the predestined spot on the sliding scale of masculinity that is the original Demon Souls PS3 gender slider. As hilarious that fucking gender slider was. But the point is, what's a Bishonen? A Bishonen is a cis male who I find attractive who is not a femboy. A Bishonen is someone who is not a femboy, who is cis male. A Bishonen is someone who is a cis male who is not a femboy who I find attractive. But main point is this. Like, obviously, what are my issues with the people here? One, facial and eye expressions, as well as body language, are indicating malevolence, hostility, coldness, hatred, danger, 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 threat, terror, life-threatening, adrenaline, fight and flight response. You either need to fight or run the fuck away or you will die. Like, literally the main thing I'm seeing from the body language and facial expressions here is danger, 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 life-threatening situation, danger, danger, death, 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 terror, death, death, danger, danger, danger. But I would say, like, both of these women have an attractive frame for their bodies. I would say maybe change the facial expressions and eyes and body language to not be aggressive and make me think that they want to kill me. Aside from that, you know, both of them having a cock and balls. And yes, maybe bigger boobs. Okay? Yes. And then people can say, what about the ages of the characters? One, they're video game characters. They are drawings. Two, in this situation, my character is younger than them. At which point, I'm the person who's younger. It's a video game. It's not real people, and we're in a scenario where I am a person that's even younger than them. But hypothetically, in a situation where people have body frames like this, but are like 22, because I'll tell you this, I'm 37, so the youngest I would date now is 22. But in general, I would say I would prefer somebody closer to my age, because I would feel more comfortable with that. I would say anywhere from like 28 to 44, but I'd say preferably like 32. But it's not like I'm like have like a strict standard on that. Heck, if I were to say my height standards, I would say anyone from the height of 4 foot tall to 9 foot tall. Like, I'd be perfectly cool with a 9 foot tall futa waifu. However, the square cube law of physics says people can't be 9 feet tall long, 9 feet tall, or else, you know, their heart and lungs would give out and their bones would break. The square cube law of physics is why you don't build skyscrapers out of wood. Because the square cube law is that every time you square the dimensions of how big something is, you cube the amount of weight that's weighing down on it to destroy it. For example, if you built a 20 foot by 20 foot house, well, I wouldn't go 30 foot by... Okay, I don't know the numbers I should use for this situation. But the main point is this. If you square the numbers for the dimensions of how big something is, the issues of like things like volume and weight and how strong your materials have to be to support that structure have to be cubed. And that makes things very inconvenient. That's why you can't build a skyscraper out of like wooden planks, or else it will collapse. Because even though you can make a house out of wood, making Like, if you made a skyscraper out of the same materials you make a two-story apartment complex out of, it will collapse. It can't support itself. Main thing I'm just saying is that you can't have 9-foot tall people. Unless you have, like, something supernatural, or they just have, like, really strong, thick bones. They'd have to be a mix of strong, thick bones, but they'd also have to be, like, very, very skinny. Not only would it, like, and also here's the thing, eating more, their internal organs wouldn't be able to handle the pressure of trying to support a body like that, and the heart would have to pump blood all the way through the body. So it's more than a human body could handle. Human physiology would have to work differently in order to accommodate a 9-foot tall person. And usually people that are over 7 feet tall, because there are some people that are like 6.5 foot to 7 foot tall, they usually tend to have to be lankier people. Or else, and even then they start to have leg problems because their bodies can't handle it. It's too much pressure on the joints, it's too much pressure on your organs. It tends to start killing people. The human body isn't built to handle that. The only way you're going to have people that are literal giants, whether it's 9 foot tall or even 20-something foot tall, or even bigger, is you have to either have something supernatural, or you have to have something fundamentally different with genetic code that allows a different structure in some way with the human body. Because as it is, under our current understanding of how human physiology works, we can't do that without the person dying. But yeah, like I said, regardless of the reasoning of whether it's trauma, or loneliness, or I was always a closeted bisexual individual, or trauma related to my marriage, trauma that's not related to my marriage, or just the fact that Astolfo is just so fucking cute, or Futanari Bowset's just so fucking hot. I'm bisexual now. And regardless of the reasoning for it, I'm okay with it. And I actually love that I'm bisexual. So regardless of the reason that I love cock now, and I love balls, regardless of the reason for why or explanation or excuse or rationality for it, regardless of the reasoning, that's how I feel now. And I actually like that I feel that way. So, whatever. But yeah, I'm just saying, all in all, I'll say this. My dad drove the van up onto the grass to get it closer to the house. He then got out of the van, helped me out of it, and he held my hand and walked me to the front door of my apartment and helped me. And my mom stayed here for 3 days and 3 nights. I had an inflatable bed for her downstairs. Though initially I already had it set up and everything because there's no way I could have done it in my condition after the surgery. But here's the thing. I also had everything I needed for both upstairs and downstairs. While I had a strong preference that I wanted to sleep in my mattress upstairs, I was also worried about if I'd be able to make it up my fucking staircase in the condition I was going to be in to sleep in my bed, which I still did. But I also knew there was a good chance I might be confined to the air mattress downstairs, which I also got one that was much more higher vertically because I also knew I'd be struggling to get up and down. So it was more narrow but more tall. And it was actually a really good quality one, so my mom actually had to come from a place to lay, and I had blankets and pillows and stuff set for her. And I had drinks in the fridge for both me and her. Basically a lot of Pepsi and soda and water and I think some Gatorade and stuff. And of course, Mom made certain trips out to like the pharmacy to get medicine, or to get, I think she went out to Burger King one day. And the first night she was there, I actually called her, because technically, I couldn't really call from upstairs for her to hear me, but I got my phone out and I called her and said, hey, can you come upstairs? And I told her, hey, can you take me to the hospital? I had her drive me to the emergency room, just because I was in really bad condition and in a lot of pain. I actually wanted the doctors there to give me morphine, and they told me no. They also seemed upset with me, and I'm like, I'm in pain though. And they're like, that's normal, you're supposed to be in pain. I'm like, And don't get me wrong, they gave me I did have some pain pills that I had from the doctor who did the surgery, but it wasn't enough. I was still in pain. It was still hurting. And I'll tell you this: by the end of it, I basically felt like I was dying. My body felt like it was wanting to shut down. And like, especially the first day, I was watching some like Conan the Barbarian and Jackie Chan movies with my mom, and I really liked that. I really enjoyed spending the time with my mom. I just wish I had been under better circumstances. But I'll tell you this: my mom stayed here. My mom was here for 3 days and for 3 nights, and I'm very grateful for that. And I really appreciate that she did that. I really needed her. Heck, by day 2, I basically had a little bag that I was emptying into a bucket that I was just keeping right next to my bed. And I think for like a 20-hour stretch, I didn't go to sleep at all, and I was just curled in a half fetal position with my legs cocked a little bit to the 45-degree angle in the air on the right. And I couldn't bring myself to move in any way. I was in so much pain. Even though I was taking as much of the pain pills as I was, technically allowed to. Like, I was maxing out my dosage, and I was in so much pain. I was also taking like a bunch of melatonin and stuff just to try to force myself to go to bed because I just didn't want to be awake anymore. It just hurt too much. And I felt so miserable. And eventually at the point that I wasn't physically strong enough to lift the piss bucket. Granted, I didn't like fill it up all the way, but my mom, obviously you want to be able to drain it sometimes, and it was already a hassle to just be able to get up out of the bed and just try to the bathroom. Because at first I was draining except for when I was asleep, because mainly the piss bucket was just there for when I was laying in bed trying to sleep, so I didn't have to get out of bed all the time while I was trying to go to bed. And then eventually it just became more and more to where my body was just shutting down. My body couldn't handle it anymore. But yeah, I'll say this, in general, my mom and dad are good people. And I'm thankful they raised me. Granted, they did have issues, especially I have complaints and grievances about how they were about things when I was a child about certain things. But I don't hate them for that. And while I do respect and care about both my parents, I respect my mom at least twice as much as I do my dad. And I love my mom a billion times more than I do my dad. But I don't have any ill will toward my dad. But I do feel like if I were to be openly bisexual, I don't think he would accept that. Then again, I have a concern that my mom would be hateful to me too. That my mom would be disgusted with me. That my mom would hate me. And I don't want my mom to hate me. Heck, I have a lot of very fond memories of sitting and playing Mario 1 and Mario 3 and Spyro and Crash. But I'd say mostly Mario and Spyro with my mom. I just really enjoyed sitting and playing the video games with my mom. And don't get me wrong, she was never any good at the games. She wasn't. But it was never about that. I just enjoyed sitting and spending time with my mom. Heck, my mom would cook a whole lot when I was real young. And I would sit in the kitchen and I would talk to my mom. My mom was really good cooking. She put a lot of hard work into cooking. She made lasagna from scratch. Like, she boiled a big pot of water, made some egg noodles, and she made lasagna in a big ass fucking tray. And she made it from scratch. Hamburger, onions, cottage cheese, cheddar cheese, onions, seasonings, hamburger, egg noodles, tomato sauce stuff, and stuff like that. My mom wasn't perfect and she had her issues. But she did her best, and I feel she was a good mom. And I wouldn't have traded her for any mom in the whole world. Like I said, I do have my complaints and my grievances. But I still love and accept my mom, flaws and all. Because I understand, I see and I accept all the myriad of flaws that she does have. But I still love her very dearly in spite of all that. And I'll say this, I have no ill will toward my dad, but I hope he has a long life. But I can't say I'd be absolutely devastated if something happened to him. But I do hope that whenever that happens, that he goes to heaven. After all, I know he really wants that. And I would want my mom to also go to a happy place when she eventually goes. But I'll say this, I don't want my mom to ever die. I'll miss her too much. I'd be absolutely devastated. My heart would be really, really broken. And I understand she had 3 strokes and an aneurysm, 8-ish years ago? And it was a miracle that she didn't die. It's a miracle that the first stroke happened in a public place. If it had happened when she was at home or something, she would have been dead. And also about 7-ish years before that, my oldest sister, when she was 33 years old, had an aneurysm and just died. That was not pleasant. But I'm glad my mom is alive, and I'm grateful and I'm thankful for that. And even though I don't see eye to eye over a lot of things, I love her and I appreciate her a lot, and I know that she loves me. I do worry that if I were ever openly bi and had like a futa or femboy waifu, whether or not she would be loving and accepting of me. I mean, she's my mom. I want her to love me. I want her to accept me. I want her to be proud of me. I don't want her to hate me or be disgusted of me or ashamed of me. And I certainly don't want her to ever try to hurt me. Part of me is even considering the possibility, what if she were to try to physically attack me out of anger for me being gay? Because that's basically what bisexual would be seen as. I don't know how she would respond, or how Dad would respond. I mean, even if they respond lightheartedly, but out of a concern for my well-being, because they might think I might go to hell or something for it, it's still the fact that they feel that there's something wrong with me. But at least it'd be coming from a place of concern. But part of me feels like, what if they would hate me? What if they would be violent? What if they would be disgusted by me? I don't want them to hate me. I want my parents to be proud of me. Most of all, I care most about my mom. So I'll tell you this. Say we die and we all go to heaven. Yeah, I'll probably go see Dad sometimes, but if it comes to heaven, I think the main people, like if everybody on the planet died right now and went to heaven, I think the only people right now I'd be concerned about wanting to visit in heaven would be my mom and my son. I can't say I really care much. Don't get me wrong, I have friends. I haven't seen my friends in forever. But I'd say the only 2 humans I truly love are my mother and my son. But I just want my mom to accept me whenever the time comes that I would be openly about that stuff. But right now, I just don't feel well enough to even bother caring about trying to find somebody. No matter how lonely I am, I'd rather just be alone. Especially, I'd rather be alone than go through what I went through before. And don't get me wrong, again, I don't regret being married for a moment. I'm happy that I was able to make some happy memories with my ex-wife. Because that's the thing. An abusive relationship isn't abusive 24/7. Granted, eventually, by the last year of it, I almost felt like this is how my wife looked at me all the time. Every moment I ever saw her. But most of my marriage, I'd say the bad situations were maybe just 10% of the time. The rest of it, I remember there were times where she'd smile at me. After all, I married her for a reason. She made me feel like that she cared about me, that I cared about her, that my caring about her was appreciated. I remember sitting with her and watching Adventure Time and eating pizza. And like I said, I remember when I proposed to her, she tackled me to the ground screaming yes. And again, maybe that can be seen as a red flag by people. But I did make happy memories. And I legitimately wanted to try to make my marriage work. Even when it got to this point, when I was married to what you're seeing on the screen, I still thought I could save things. I still wanted to fix my marriage. I still thought she could be a good wife. I still thought she could be a good mother. I didn't want my son to grow up in a broken family. I didn't want to lose my son. And part of me kept looking at my wife that had become a demon, remembering the person I thought she was, remembering the person I saw on the day I married her, wondering how supportive I have to be of her, how much I have to do to save her, how much help does she need to go back to being that person, the person I could trust, the person who cared about me, the person that was my best friend, the person I felt safe with, the person who loved me and cared about me, the person that I thought was someone I could rely on. What would it take for that person to come back? And the answer was, there was no force on heaven and earth that could do that. And I was foolish for even trying. But I'm still glad I tried. Because I do feel that if I hadn't, I would have been ashamed of myself for not even had tried. And above all, I'll say this. The day my son was born was the happiest day of my life. I'm so glad he was born. And I made so many happy memories taking care of my son. Granted, there were many traumatic memories too. And at least where he is right now, he's alive, he's safe, he's happy, he's healthy, he's well taken care of. He has a good childhood. Granted, he's basically alienated from his father. And I'm heartbroken over it. But as his father, what comes most important, aside from my own petty feelings, is his well-being. And that's what I care about most, is what's best for him. And right now he's in the best place for him. Because even if he wanted to live with me at this point, my mental and physical health have deteriorated enough to where I would do my best, mind you. But he's better off living with his grandparents than he is with me. They're able to take better care of him than I would. Now, granted, he'd be better off 1,000,000 times fold with me than he would be with his mother. But I can also say that he's better off with his grandparents than he is with me. Not that I ever really had the choice. It was always a choice between him being with them or him being with them. Him being with her or him being with them. And if he had been with her, he would be dead. I made the choice that was my only option to keep him alive. Though I guess we can draw some parallels with how I was with my ex-wife as I was with my second longest relationship. Because I'll tell you this, my marriage was my least healthy relationship of all of them. But my most healthy relationship was with a woman that I thought I was going to eventually marry. I was with her for half a year. And one day out of the blue, she dumped me. Now, I did find out later on, that years later, that she actually had been cheating on me with 5 guys and a girl. So, and she didn't want to tell me that, partly to protect my feelings, but also partly because she didn't want to admit to her wrongdoing. But main point is, during the whole story that I'm telling you, of me being dumped by her and me trying to work things out with her and get back together with her, keep in mind, I didn't know about the cheating at that time. And this is not the woman I married, this is the woman I thought I was going to marry. This breakup occurred years before I met the woman that would be my ex-wife. And this woman that I was with, we'll call her Girl A. For the woman I was married to, my wife, that was the psycho, that's Girl B. But anyway, Girl A, the woman I was with for half a year, my second longest relationship, which the breakup occurred years before I even met my future ex-wife. Girl A was actually cheating on me with 5 guys and a girl during the last month of our relationship, our 6-month-long relationship. I did not know that until a couple years after the breakup with Girl A. Or at least 1 full year, I can't remember. But it was a while. 1 to 2 years. But the main point is this. At the time of the breakup, I did not know she had cheated on me. And I thought she had been 100% loyal. Anyway, she, out of the blue, just dumps me saying, I love you, but I'm not in love with you. I'm going to college and I want to be able to play the field. Besides, if we stay together, we'll eventually wind up getting married and, well, we'll eventually break up then and that'll hurt you more. And then she refused to talk to me anymore, even though I told her I loved her and I didn't want to break up. And then I spent a few hours just staring at a wall. And then I walked to a store and talked to one of my friends on the phone. And then I called up that girlfriend who I would have eventually married. And keep in mind that person in question was the healthiest relationship I had by far, and it was the second longest relationship I ever had. Her parents actually loved me. And even though I'm not a football player, watcher person, I would go over and watch football games with her and her parents and her sisters. But yeah, I gave her a call that day after a few hours. Like I said, after the discussion of the breakup, I spent a few hours just staring at a wall. I didn't even listen to music or TV. I just literally just sat in my room, just stared at the wall, basically in shock. And then I walked to a store, and while walking to the store, I called up one of my best friends on the cell phone, telling them what happened and telling them I felt confused and I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do. And I even told him, hey, give me any advice. What am I supposed to do? How do I fix this? And then he said he really didn't know either. And after that, I tried calling my girlfriend back up, and she said she'd talk to me later about it, and that she didn't really want to talk right that second, and hung up. I'm like, okay. And then I talked to the rest of my friends, asking them about what should I do? How do I fix this? What am I supposed to do? What are you supposed to do? Anyway, I waited a week, and she didn't get a hold of me or anything. So I gave her a call after a week, and we talked for like 30 seconds. She avoided it. She's basically acted like she didn't want to talk to me at all. And yeah, I asked if I wanted to talk about things, and it's just like, she's like, oh, we already talked about it. I don't want to talk about it again. And it hung up, and it's like, what? And then I basically left it be. And then a month went by, and I decided I'd give her a call and be like, hey, just wanted to try to talk to you. And she's like, I don't really want to talk to you. Don't call me anymore. I was like, okay. And so I just left it be. And then I'd say well over half a year went by. And then eventually I ran into her at a store. And I acted casual and I said, hey, how's it going? How you been doing? I've been doing okay. And that was pretty much it. And then 3 days later after that, I sent her a Facebook message. Basically saying, hey, it was cool to see you. Man, would you want to be friends or something? And that was a no, so okay. But I did leave something out at the month part. Yeah, at the month part in, long before the Facebook message thing. Because like the Facebook message basically was me being honest, saying, hey, I'm not going to lie to you, I still do have romantic feelings there. Even though I'm trying not to. But, I'd be willing just to be friends if you just want to be friends. I'll respect that. And she said no to that. And me and her have not spoken or even attempted to reach each other since that time. And that was like well over a decade ago. But I'll say this. A part I left out. At the month part in, when she said she didn't want to talk about stuff anymore and all that, and didn't really want me to call her anymore, I really hadn't called her much at all. I basically had, for all intents and purposes, basically acted like she didn't existed, and even then that wasn't enough, so I felt very confused. Obviously, looking back, if a person doesn't want to have a relationship, they don't want to, but keep in mind, this was the healthiest relationship I had ever been in, and in general, maybe it was just a seeking of closure, but I just felt really confused because I didn't understand. That was the biggest thing. Going through my head, I was trying to think of, what did I do wrong? Like I was blaming myself like that. There had to be some other reason, like I had to have done something wrong. But I at least felt that, I care about this person. That was the healthiest relationship I had ever been in. And I felt that, if I didn't at least try, then that would mean that I never even cared about her at all to begin with. So the only thing a mature, honorable, respectable man would do is what I chose to do. Took a piece of notebook paper, wrote out my feelings on the notebook paper, and then I went to her house and sat down with her parents. Gave some flowers, gave the notebook piece of paper with my feelings on it, explaining my thoughts, simply saying that I love her, that I care about her, that I won't be mad at her for any reason she has to give me, because I feel like there's more to what's going on that I don't understand, and that she could tell me anything about why we broke up that she may have left out, or anything that's happened since the breakup, and that I won't be mad at her, and that we could just be friends if that's what she would want. But also, basically just trying to express how I feel, maybe just closure on my part, but also just simply saying that I do care about her, that these feelings are important to me, and that this is my understanding of how our relationship was going, and my guesses at what was wrong with our relationship. Heck, I'll tell you this. During a relationship, we were having, like with that girlfriend and me, we were definitely having such an extreme amount of sex. Just every single day, pretty much, when we were together. And one of the reasons I put it in there is I felt, were we not having enough sex? I could have had more sex with you if that's what you wanted. And everyone's like, oh God, facepalm, facepalm. Yeah, I know. But the main point is this. I was grasping at straws. I was trying to figure out, because after all, she was saying she was wanting to go to college and play the field and be able to date. I'm like, I thought I was doing plenty in the bedroom, and, I could have done more if there was something else she wanted me to do. So it's like, it's me trying to understand, and it's me trying to say, okay, it's like from my point of view, this is what was happening, and I'm trying to understand what happened and why, and if there's anything I could have done different. And I at least tried to, be respectful at how I said everything. And then I just, her parents gave me some Dr. Pepper, and we sat and talked for a bit, and her parents were still, really happy I came over and happy to talk to me. And like I said, then it was like, a half year plus before I saw her at a store, and, just exchanged casual greetings, acted like it was nothing, then waited 3 days and just sent her a message saying, hey, I'm still not holding any negative feelings against you. I don't want to make things awkward or uncomfortable for you. But, if you would like to be friends, I'm willing to try to do that. And I would do my best to try to not make it awkward for either of us and just, be normal friends. Because, I valued you as a person. And while I really did enjoy being with you as a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, I do care about you as a person. And I just know that if we don't go back to being friends, we probably won't have anything to do with each other at all in the future ever again. And I would dislike that. But if that's what you want, I understand. And of course, she said no to the friendship thing, and then I was like, what? I can think how many years? That was 13 years ago or something? Anyway, main point is I'm still really grateful for that relationship too. I had a lot of happy memories. It was a very awkward ending to that, and it was just very sudden and abrupt, and I kept blaming myself for certain things. So, yeah, like I said, it was still the best and healthiest relationship I ever had, and the second longest one. But it's just the idea of this. I've gotten used to being alone. And I've been rejected so much, and I've been mistreated so much, and I've been betrayed and abandoned so much, and so many people have outright decided that I'm worthless. And even the people that said that they valued me decided the one day that they just didn't want me anymore, or even that they hated me and wanted to hurt me, even endangering a child over it. I lost my family. I had the person I trusted turn into a fucking psychopathic monster demon. I had the person I felt safe with become an object of terror. I had someone I trusted betray me. And I had to deal with a situation where I had fearful that my little baby would possibly die or be mistreated. That the idea of a child being taken away from me. And in general, I know depression's a bit of an issue, as well as my testosterone levels being just in the toilet, and my health constantly falling apart and stress about things. I don't know, I went on for talking for a bit. I was initially starting this video wanting to make a 20-minute long Higurashi video. Also, I was wanting to try to stay focused on the game, and it's not like this was a curveball. I mean, I know the story of Higurashi. I've seen the anime. I just haven't played the visual novel before, and it's just... with anime, stuff's so fast-paced. By the time you have the moment to be relating something personally traumatic to what you're seeing, you've moved on to the next thing. But here, we're just left to stew in this moment to ruminate about hundreds, if not thousands, of memories that are not pleasant, that are brought to the surface by this. I will say this, in future videos, especially in these videos, I will do my absolute best to avoid talking about personal things of my own life again. One, because I don't want my channels and my channel and my videos to be just about me bitching and whining about my own, well, personal problems and feelings. And two, because as much as I might need to talk to somebody about stuff, I don't think I'm emotionally well enough to be having this conversation over and over like this. And I don't think mentally I'm well enough to have this conversation like this again. Maybe I just need more soft serve ice cream from Dairy Queen to treat my depression. Want some more Pepsi. But just, yeah. From now on, the rest of the Higurashi videos, or videos in general, I'm going to try to aim for around 20 minutes. Maybe between 16 and 24 minutes. But I think on average, I'm going to try to aim for videos of average of 20 minutes from now on, because I know this has gone on for way too long, because I know I've been talking for such a long period of time. So from now on, I'm going to try my absolute best to avoid talking about anything personal from my own life. I'm going to avoid going off tangents. I'm going to try to stay focused on the video game that I am playing. And I'm also going to try from now on to just keep the videos to like 20 minutes long. Maybe 24 minutes at tops. Maybe 16 minutes lower. But I think on average, from now on, I'm going to try to do these Let's Plays where I'm not going to talk about anything personal about my own life. Because like I said, I don't want my videos to just be me bitching and whining all the time. Because then it's just going to be like, yep, it's another Lunar D8 video where it's just this loser fucking whining about what a bitch he is. But more importantly, reason number 2 is this. As much as I might need to talk to people about things, I don't think I'm mentally well enough to have this conversation again. It isn't a pleasant conversation to have. It makes me feel very upset. I don't think I can have this conversation again. So from now on, I'm going to avoid talking about personal problems or personal feelings or thoughts. And I'm going to just focus on whatever game I'm playing. And from now on, I'm going to try to have just 20-minute videos from now on. That's the goal. Anyway. I don't know what it's worth coming from a person who doesn't even remember what a hug feels like. But I hope everyone out there has all the hugs and headpats you could ever need and want. I hope all of you know that you're loved and cared about. And no matter who you are, there's someone that's happy and glad you exist. And regardless of your own personal relationships with your parents, even if you do have major issues with them, you should still appreciate them while you have them. And try to make the best of your relationship with your parents. And if you do have a bad relationship with your parents, do everything you can to try to improve that. Because they won't always be there for you. And I'll tell you this. I have no ill will toward either of my parents, and I love my mom so very much. I don't want anything bad to happen to either of them. And should my mom ever die, I'll be absolutely devastated. And I will miss her so very much. So, I'm just telling everyone out there to appreciate the people you have in your life while you have them. And above all, be kind to others. Be kind to your loved ones. Be kind to yourself. Don't be so hard on yourself. And just keep trying. It's not about whether or not you get knocked down or not. It's if you keep getting back up or not. So keep getting back up, no matter how hard it is. Some days it's going to be hard. And some days you're going to have off days. Some days you're going to have setbacks. Some days you're going to have really bad days. Some days you're going to have like multiple really bad days back to back over and over. And you may feel like there's going to be no end to it. But no matter what happens, keep going. Keep trying, never give up. And just know that you're loved, you're cared about. And that even if it feels like your every effort is ending only in failure, don't stop trying. It's worth it to keep trying, even if you think you'll never succeed. So, no matter the reason, just keep trying. Be kind to yourself. Know that you're loved and cared about. Someone is glad you exist. Well, I should end the video. Bye, everybody. I hope everyone has had a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful day. Bye.